I know what it is. You ready? Oh, you know what I don't have? Do you have it on Zoom? Yeah, I gotta get it on Zoom. Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. All right. Thank you. That's better. All right. We will convene this public hearing today. Thursday, February 20th, room 1A, the LOB, for our House joint resolution for Melissa Paslick Gillette of Simsbury as Utility Commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. All right. Pretty good. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. I believe you have an opening statement. Please proceed.
Thank you.
And if you can speak a little bit louder so we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, and thank you, Chairs Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, and Ranking Members Yacarina and Berthel for your consideration. My name is Marissa Gillette, and I am honored to be nominated by the Governor to continue my service as a Commissioner at the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA. Please accept my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to appear before you and share my desire to continue serving the state of Connecticut and its citizens. Since moving my family to Connecticut to take on this role in April 2019, my husband has served as an educator in the state. My twins have grown up in our local schools, and we have become active participants in our community, including recently volunteering as my daughter's soccer coach. All of this has created a great sense of commitment, dedication, and loyalty to the people of Connecticut, who I'm honored to serve in this position. PURA's mission is to ensure that investor-owned utility monopolies provide safe, reliable, and affordable utility services. We are Connecticut's referees in the public utility space. For example, in the recently completed Avangrid gas rate cases for CNG and SCG, PURA directed rate decreases for both companies, finding that CNG owes its ratepayers over $24 million, while SCG owes its ratepayers over $96 million, which PURA directed to be returned to ratepayers as credits starting last December. While CNG and SCG proposed a $19.7 million and $43.2 million rate increase respectively, along with a requested profit of 10.2%, PURA concluded based on the record that the company's management failed to offer sufficient evidence to support a higher number. Statutorily, the burden of proof rests squarely with the regulated utilities, and in those cases, based on the evidence available to the agency, the utilities did not meet their burden. Or consider our unprecedented 8-month investigation into Eversource's and UI's response following Tropical Storm Isaias. That storm left over 680,000 Connecticut residents in the dark. PURA determined, with testimony from municipal leaders and ratepayers, that Eversource and UI fell short in their preparation in response to the storm. As a result of their failure to protect the residents of our state, PURA issued the maximum penalty allowed under the law at the time to Eversource, an approximately $30 million fine, as well as a multi-million-dollar fine to UI. While Eversource and UI challenged the fines in courts, Eversource ultimately withdrew its complaint, and the Connecticut Supreme Court recently upheld the basis of PURA's decision regarding UI's performance. The companies did not meet their burden. Such affirmation is not unique for PURA. We have consistently and repeatedly won when challenged in court, 4 times at the Supreme Court, in fact. The court's decisions reaffirm our authority and the integrity of our regulatory process, despite repeated legal challenges by the utility companies. Judicial rulings have reinforced PURA's mandate to allow for just and reasonable rates and reject arguments that sought to undermine consumer protections and regulatory oversight. Whether in challenges to rate adjustments or service quality standards, the courts have recognized PURA's expertise and statutory authority and affirmed its decisions as lawful, rational, and in the public interest. During this time, PURA also created the Office of Education, Outreach, and Enforcement 4.5 years ago, which has become a national model for public engagement and is even being replicated in other states and at the federal level. This is a division of staff focused on providing direct support to customers and non-traditional stakeholders to break down barriers associated with participating in PURA proceedings. The enforcement arm of this office has recovered over $5.5 million in customer restitution and over $12 million in fines directed at alleviating hardship customer arrearages, all accomplished since its creation. Additionally, I am immensely proud to report that Pura staff recently completed the initial 11 tracks of Pura's nation-leading equitable modern grid initiative. What started as an ambitious vision for ways to modernize Connecticut's aging electric infrastructure has yielded frameworks and programs recognized as models throughout the country, including an industry-leading innovative energy solutions program that provides a sandbox environment to test emerging technologies and facilitate strategic partnerships with multiple state agencies, universities, and utilities. Indeed, another program launched under the Equitable Modern Grid Initiative, known as the Energy Storage Solutions Program, has been so popular among commercial customers that we've recently opened additional tranches ahead of schedule, providing opportunities for our businesses to build upon their own resilience portfolio. Other areas of progress during my tenure include a rigorous focus around providing timely access to utility poles, as well as other mechanisms to enhance broadband deployment in the state. These efforts include establishing a standardized process for identifying and removing structurally compromised poles, as well as dedicated programs focusing on addressing a backlog of double poles across the state. Recently, the first pilot phase of the single visit transfer program yielded commendable results, with the removal of 1,332 double poles in the UI service territory and almost 1,500 double poles in the Eversource footprint. Moreover, we have remained focused on observing the utmost care for safety and grid reliability during these initiatives through robust enforcement efforts during the build-out of fiber, including through the issuance of a $5 million fine to Frontier, which the company subsequently conceded, paid, and remediated. None of this is possible without the incredible and hardworking team at Pura. We have successfully recruited, retained, and even grown the Pura ranks, which include a unit of gas system engineers that year after year receive a perfect audit from the Federal Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, a division of lawyers skilled in drafting legal decisions that are being consistently upheld by our courts, finance specialists and accountants whom have uncovered and recommended the removal of excessive recoveries and rates, rate specialists and research analysts that have skillfully designed and implemented nation-leading grid modernization programs, and customer information representatives that reliably work toward providing resolutions, information, and education to customers. With the help of Pura's amazing staff, my fellow commissioners and I have championed an approach that provides rigorous but fair scrutiny to utility rate increase requests and other matters, voting unanimously over 99.68% of the time on all of our decisions. We have also empowered Pura staff to utilize their unique expertise to dig into the details of the requests made to our agency. Although less publicized than our distribution utility rate cases, another major accomplishment was the identification of a significant over-recovery associated with a natural gas peaker plant co-owned by UI and recovered through the public benefits charge. Pura's staff's efforts led to the removal of over $4 million per year of excess profits for the balance of a 30-year long-term contract. This is yet another example of the courts affirming Pura's approach during my tenure, as the decision I just referenced was upheld by the Connecticut Supreme Court last February. I hope my record and tenure show how proud I am to represent our state. Still, there is more to be done. If confirmed, I look forward to continuing the agency's critical work in advancing a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have regarding this role. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony, and we are so glad to see so many people here today. This is usually, we usually have a lot of empty seats, so please come back at the next hearing. We'd like to see you. But I will just like to remind folks to please make sure your cell phones are off and does not disrupt questions or answers, or turn on silent mode. And also that we want to make sure that from the audience, there's no applause or any kind of form of approval or disapproval or anything else that would disrupt this committee hearing, this public hearing today. So hopefully everybody hears what we're saying and we can move through to our hearing. Thank you for your testimony this morning, Commissioner. Want to ask you, you talked a little bit about the changes you made or implemented at Pura, and just want to ask what are some of the most impactful changes that you've implemented or overseen your tenure at Pura? And how has that changed kind of the way for the average ratepayer?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I've spent a fair amount of time with my fellow commissioners and senior leadership across staff, focused on inside of Pura. As I mentioned, we created the Office of Education, Outreach, and Enforcement, and not only has that provided more collaboration and organization, succession planning, opportunities for training within Pura, but it also has yielded demonstrable savings and real life benefits to the constituents of Connecticut. As I mentioned, that office alone has been able to recover $5.5 million in restitution, most notably from customers who were entered into deceptive contracts with third-party suppliers, as well as recovering $12 million in fines from regulated utilities, which we have redirected to pay down uncollectibles in the state. So that's just one of many examples that I'm proud to reference from my tenure.
Thank you. Talk a little bit about your management style at Pura. It may be a little different than others. I don't know. There's certainly been questions about that. And what do you think are important attributes to be the chair?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to recognize the 78 hardworking staff of Pura. We've actually, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, grown our ranks. When I took over in 2019, we had approximately 67 staff. Following that, as all of you know and have experienced in your lives, we had the pandemic, we had the state wave of retirements, and through that all, Pura has grown its ranks to 78 from 67. We've retained and recruited folks from across the country who are proud to work at Pura. And I'd say my management style is very much focused on empowering those folks. While I do have degrees in both engineering and law, there are many other disciplines that are required to do this job successfully. We have gas engineers, we have lawyers, we have finance specialists, we have rate specialists. All of those folks are experts in what they do, and it is incumbent on me as the manager to make sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job, to pour through all of the materials that come before Pura, and to help develop the record on which we make decisions.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask this, just a series of questions, so I just ask the indulgence of the committee. There's been accusations about the fact that you and the commissioners aren't working together properly and that they've been left out. How do you respond to that?
Thank you so much for the question. I think it allows me to just level set for the committee about the agency, how we do our work, and how it was structured when I arrived. As many of you may know, I spent a number of years at the Maryland Public Service Commission, which is the equivalent of Pura. Every single state has a public utility commission or a public service commission. I worked my way up to be senior staff there. So I had a pretty good idea of how multiple member commissions functioned, both from my time in Maryland and working across the states in their public service commissions. When I arrived in Connecticut in 2019, I was surprised to learn how the committee had currently structured itself. What I walked into was a committee who had 3 commissioners, and when a docket was received, they would assign that docket to what they referred to as a lead commissioner. That commissioner would do everything from the start to the finish of that docket, and the other commissioners were asked to trust their judgment and vote on that decision. That was not similar. It was, in fact, the opposite of how I was taught to regulate in the state of Maryland, where all commissioners sat for all matters and deliberated together to reach a decision. And frankly, I was not comfortable with an approach where I was voting on a matter that I had not reviewed. So what we did instead was we immediately restructured so that all commissioners in the state of Connecticut sat for all proceedings that came before us. Now, what that means from a practical perspective is this. If you've ever tried to use our website, you may be familiar with the case management database system. We refer to it as Lotus. That is the system through which filings are made with Pura. There is nothing that I need to do or the other commissioners need to do in order to receive those filings. If an outside party or stakeholder makes a filing with Pura, it is automatically distributed to all Pura commissioners and staff on that proceeding. Next, what I did to increase the collaboration within Pura was I stood up what we refer to as monthly sector meetings that are all hands. So all decisional staff and commissioners of Pura meet once per month in person. It usually takes several hours, and we go through every single open docket and every single open motion that is pending before Pura. The lead legal staff and decisional staff report out on each item. They provide an elevator pitch, a current status, and recommended next steps. There is the opportunity during that meeting for the commissioners to directly follow up or to follow up subsequent to that by scheduling meetings with the individual staff who have been identified during that docket. Furthermore, at the beginning of the pandemic, I transitioned all of Pura's work from hard copy work and some shared drives to now we use SharePoint. If you're not familiar with that platform, it provides real-time access, meaning that any decisional staff and commissioner of Pura can access in real time any drafts that are being drafted by staff. Furthermore, I also stood up a biweekly commissioner deliberation sessions. They have fluctuated in format from time to time to be ad hoc or every other week. But what I want to leave you with is the information that all commissioners have access at the same time to all information that is being filed with us and being drafted by our staff. All commissioners have access to staff, and I have worked collaboratively with my commissioners. And as I mentioned, that has led to us issuing unanimous decisions over 99% of the time.
Thank you for that answer. So there's been some reports in the media as of late regarding an op-ed that was submitted and written by submitted by Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, and there are accusations that you may have had a hand in writing that. Did you write that op-ed?
No, sir, I did not write that op-ed. My understanding is that Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg authored that piece.
Okay. And did you receive, have you received anything from Representative Steinberg in your, or Senator Needleman in your private email?
I did not.
And how do you respond to accusations as well that based on the controversy of this op-ed and maybe some other issues that you're not impartial as a chair of the commission?
Thank you for the question. I think what's really important to understand about Pura is that we are a creature of statute. And when a matter comes before us, we are tasked with evaluating it in the context of that framework. One of those statutes in Title 16 is 1622. Which states unambiguously that the burden of proof on any matter rests with the utility. So what I will say to you and what I mentioned in my opening remarks, as the Supreme Court has upheld our decision-making 4 times in the years that I've been here, is that every matter that comes before Pura, we are evaluating based on the facts and the record that is developed in that specific case. And that is what I am committed to doing moving forward.
Thank you. I have like 2 pages of questions I've worked on the last week or 2, but in the spirit of kind of moving along, I am going to pass it off at the moment to my co-chair, Representative Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Marissa. Congratulations on your renomination. I do have several questions myself as well. And I do ask this of almost every nominee that comes before us in your 4 years or so in your tenure in Pura. Looking back in your tenure, is there anything that you would change or do differently?
Thank you so much for that question. I will say over the past year to 15 months, as folks probably didn't notice because I'm not sure this effort was successful. But over the past year to 15 months, I have made a deliberate effort to stay out of the media by not granting interviews, by providing only factual responses to questions. That was in a deliberate effort to de-escalate what was obviously becoming an environment that was not productive for anyone involved. I will say that in hindsight, I think what that allowed was a vacuum to be created in which ratepayers were not receiving complete information. And so I do very much believe that ratepayers deserve transparency from their regulator and timely access to information about our decision-making. So looking back over the past year to 15 months, I do question whether that was the right call, albeit very well intentioned.
Appreciate that. And obviously, there's been a lot of discussion on the composition of Pura regarding, the membership, the size of it, 3, 5, 7. What are your thoughts on the right amount for Pura?
Thank you so much for that question. When I worked as a senior staff in Maryland, they had 5 commissioners. Since that time, we have a National Trade Association referred to as NARUC. So, I've looked through those resources and across the country, and I'll say, the average number of commissioners ranges anywhere between 3 and 7. Frankly, the composition of Pura, the structure of Pura, I defer to the legislature and the governor, and I don't have an opinion beyond that.
Appreciate that. Given what feels, at least to me, like really true animosity between Pura and the utilities, if confirmed, what's the path forward? How do you get everybody back on the table to really focus on what's true to us, which is lowering costs for Connecticut residents?
Thank you for that question. Let me just reflect a little bit more on the efforts over the last 12 to 15 months, because as you mentioned, the issue that you just flagged was something that I think my staff and I and others involved had begun to recognize over a year ago, and wholeheartedly agree that the focus of Pura and our work and our stakeholders should be on improving the lives of ratepayers within our statutory mandate. And I think one way to do that is to ensure confidence that in your regulator and the regulatory compact that we're directed to abide by. So over the past year to 15 months, excuse me, in addition to trying to stay out of the media and to refrain from providing what could be perceived as inflammatory comments, we have also made an effort to increase the number of collaboration opportunities with our stakeholders. So one item that you all may be familiar with from a few years ago, you asked Pura to begin transitioning to performance-based regulation. Pura has been actively working on that for a number of years now to make sure and to be responsive to complaints from the utilities that we were not providing them an adequate seat at the table. We added more time to that process so that we could add 36 in-person roundtables over just the last 12 months to make sure that they and other stakeholders had a seat at the table. We also began looking through our caseload to make sure that any items that were on appeal to Superior Court that could reach a more congenial resolution, that I directed my legal team and the AG's office to begin, in consultation with the AG's office, to begin looking at opportunities to kind of clear the decks for that. We also made sure to, where warranted and based on the record, the evidence in the record before us, have adopted several proposals that the utilities themselves have made. most notably with respect to Eversource request of us on AMI. It is a shared goal of many in this state to see the deployment of AMI in the Eversource territory. And so we took the unusual step of not only providing a framework to do that, but also going through an accelerated proceeding where we established a tariff that would provide them contemporaneous cost recovery so that they could begin deploying those meters. The short answer to your question, sir, is to say that I hope those examples show what we have tried over the last 12 to 15 months. And I think what you could expect from me moving forward is double down on those efforts to make sure that everyone feels like they have a seat at the table and understand the decisions that the agency is reaching.
Appreciate that. And my last question, at least for the time being, I've been chair of this committee for about 4 years now, and as Chairman Duff mentioned, this is the most individuals or people in this room. In the last 4 years, we've had Commissioner of Education and DECD, Public Safety, and we have not had this much attention to one nominee. You've been through a lot the last month or so. Some people going as far as saying that you've been bullied. What are your thoughts on that?
I really appreciate the question. If it wasn't clear from my opening statement, I have a young family that we moved to this state to do this job. I feel very committed to the state of Connecticut and the ratepayers. And I believe that my record speaks for itself in terms of the focus that we've brought to ensuring that everything the legislature and the administration has asked of the agency, that we have delivered in a faithful way on time. So what I would like to say is that I continue to focus on that work. I continue to make sure that the staff of Pura feel adequately supported, because it's not just my work and integrity that has been questioned here. It is the work product of almost 80 staff who have committed their lives to public service. I think moving forward, what you can expect from me is that I will continue what I have done the last several years, which is serve the ratepayers of Connecticut to the best of my abilities.
Thank you very much for that. I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we're going to hear from the Republican leader, Representative Candelora, an ex officio member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Gillette, for coming today. I know certainly energy is sort of a technical topic over the 18 years I've been in the General Assembly that usually doesn't get a lot of attention. And I think a lot of us have different degrees of understanding of it because of our because of the difficulty sort of in that technicality. And I think from sort of our side of the aisle, certainly we support the accountability pieces that go along. You have a tough job having to sort of regulate these utility companies. And I think what I hear from the public, so many people were hit with that public benefits charge. It created a lot of angst with the business communities, with residents. And now utility companies are certainly also complaining about the regulatory environment. S&P has sort of joined in on that. It feels like there's a level of arbitrariness, that is happening sort of out there. And I think that goes along with people not feeling that there is that predictability, whether you're a utility company, a legislator, or even a ratepayer. So my first question, and it's sort of been asked, is, do you think, number one, the arbitrariness comes out of the fact we're always having this debate over whether we should have, 3 members or 5 members. The law, as it has stood for the last 5 years, has called for Pura to be a body of 5. Do you think it's important that we honor this law and make sure that we are first in compliance with what we put on the books?
Thank you so much for that question. I really appreciate you being here today because I think that this is a deeply important topic. I have to pay our bills, so I understand and empathize with folks. And this may come as a surprise, but I actually appreciate the level of attention that is being paid to energy this session because I think the affordability issues of our state regarding energy should be better understood so that we can all work together towards implementable solutions. With respect to your specific question, I will say I really and truly do not have an opinion on the composition and structure of Pura. I think that it is the legislature's decision and the governor's decision, and I will defer to whatever decision has been made.
And do you think, I guess, you know, it's putting you on the spot a little bit, but um, do you think not making those appointments has impacted how Pura is perceived? And I guess I'll just follow it up more specifically. You know, one of the debates that we've seen around, and you know, one of our chairmen and the governor has outright said to me they don't want to diminish the authority of the chair. And so we've seen, as a result of this posturing of let's try to concentrate the power to just the chair, whether it was in SB 7 that was subsequently changed in the budget process, and now a current bill before the Environment Committee or an Energy Committee. It certainly has sort of put the spotlight onto you. And what is your position on that? You talked about the collaboration and how the three members work together, but is that something you support? Is having that concentration?
No, sir. The language that you're referring to from SB 7 and the bill that is pending before the Energy and Technology Committee, Pura explicitly did not take a position on. My understanding from researching the matter is that the language reverts to the statutory language that was in place for a decade prior to 2019 when it was a three-person agency. So I didn't have a hand in drafting that bill. I can't speak to the intent of it. But I do not support the concentration of power in the role of the chair. I think whether it's 3 or 5 or 7 or 9, I think it's important to make sure that there's a diversity of opinions on the board that come from different backgrounds and have different qualifications. It's been a hallmark of my tenure through the Pura 101s that I've done with many of you in your communities that I feel that it's critically important to expand the perspectives at the table in the dockets before us, as we can only make decisions based on the evidence in the record before us. And I think that principle holds true for the staff and commissioners on the other side of that wall.
And to follow up with that as well, one of our proposals we looked at is making sure that commissioners have access to staff. How does that process work? If a fellow commissioner wants to have access to staff, you know, it's been rumored that they need to go through you in order to get that access. Is that how the internal procedures work?
No, sir. In fact, the other commissioners themselves disputed that. We received an FOI from the utilities, I believe at the end of last year, and have publicly released that information where they specifically sought documentation that they claimed had that procedure. We were not able to find any, and the other commissioners went so far as to provide an attestation in writing that they have never been told that and are not in possession of that material. So I stand by the response about the collaboration and the real-time access to information that all commissioners have. These are 40-hour-a-week positions, and each commissioner has, I should say, it's a minimum of 40 hours. I've put in many more. But each commissioner has access to that information and can access staff. There have been approximately 7 instances in which we have broken as a group. I've been in the majority sometimes, I've been dissenting sometimes. When a commissioner identifies that they are going to dissent, they are broken away from the majority, and the staff begin reporting and drafting exactly what the majority say. And the dissenting commissioner is responsible for their own remarks because it would not be appropriate to provide staff to the person who's not representing the position of the agency.
Thank you for that. And then we've heard in the news about this op-ed, most recently that was written in, part of the content and the position that I think the chairs of the Energy Committee has taken is that the downgrades that we saw from S&P and from Moody's was, sort of as a result of some level of collusion between the utility companies, recognizing that S&P and Moody's are, regulated. We have these companies that are publicly traded. I think, and don't know, but I'm sure there'd be all sorts of federal violations. And I guess my blunt concern was when I saw that those exchanges with the text messages, where you were reviewing these op-eds, do you share that position?
I will say that I am aware of investigations in Illinois and Oregon over the past. There was a write-up in the New York Times where similar concerns have been investigated and vetted. When it comes to a specific matter that is pending before Pura, if I don't want to be flippant about it, but it almost doesn't matter what my opinion is or my viewpoints because we are tasked with evaluating the evidence in the record before us. Absent collusion, absent evidence of collusion in the record before us, it would have no bearing on the decision of the agency. So I hope that's responsive.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess just to the final point, I know Pura operates under this structure of, no ex parte communications. So the people that come before you are not able to have communications. It does seem as if on the other side of it, there's a lot of communication, that goes on between the policymakers and yourself. Should we be looking at severing that ex parte communication? Because I view the Pura commissioners, very differently than a normal commission. You're sort of adjudicating these cases, and the level of ex parte communication between yourself and policymakers, how does that look? And is that something we should try to address?
Thank you so much for the question. I will start by saying that as I have in all of the communications that I turned over, as well as communications that I have with members of your caucus, as well as the Senate Republicans, I always, first and foremost, point out to them that the information that I am providing is meant to be informative based on my understanding of their question, and that the policy decision is ultimately theirs to make. I think you can see that in some of the correspondence that we disclosed in response to the request from Friday. If it is the will of this legislature that its experts at the Pura not be available to the co-chairs or any other member of that committee, I would say that I think that that is your policy call to make. I will, however, return to the definition of ex parte communications, as I'm sure that Pura itself is somewhat of a enigma, which is why I've been so fortunate to do Pura 101s with Rep. Haynes, Rep. Retigliano, and several of you on the committee. Ex parte, as defined by law, is meant to prohibit communications or an audience with a Pura commissioner on a matter pending before it by a party to that case. The theory of ex parte communications is that the decision maker, that a party to the matter should not have the benefit of discussing with the decision maker outside of a hearing room where everyone has equal access. Respectfully, the correspondence that I have disclosed that provides opinions and advice on either pending legislation or other matters, I don't personally view anything unusual or inappropriate about myself maintaining that relationship with the leaders of the Committee of Cognizance, as I have done with the ranking members on that committee and folks on both sides of the aisle. However, I will conclude by saying that if it is your will that I not do that, I will abide. Pure as a creature of statute, and I would abide by whatever law is passed by this body.
And I appreciate that. I think it's part of the issue that we see here is, again, like I view Pura as the adjudicator, and you have a lot of difficult decisions to make, and as of late, a lot of information is played out in the public sphere, which is good and bad. But I think it's mainly bad in the sense that Connecticut rates are still going up. You know, regardless of what is happening here, we have just seen a consistent increase, which only serves to begin the finger pointing and the scapegoating, which is places that I don't think it serves the state of Connecticut to be in. And I think, you know, conversely, we should look at that, because I think as chairman, you know, going on talk shows, I listened to one of them. It was hard for me to hear, you know, some of the dirty laundry being aired out, that, you know, fellow commissioners have been there too long. And I think that doesn't play well, politically, certainly. And that sometimes then leads to, you know, where we are today. And I think there's a lot of people looking for scapegoats. They're certainly frustrated at the decisions that have been made. And I think we have a lot of improvement that needs to be done to make sure that Pura is sort of on its own, standing up on its own, making decisions that is in the best interest of the ratepayers, and we bring a balance back. And so I appreciate the opportunity to being able to ask these questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Majority Leader. Good morning, Chairwoman Gillette.
morning,
Thank you for
Senator.
coming and your testimony here today. It depends on what you read and what report you see, but unfortunately, as you well know, Connecticut has either the second or third highest electric rates in the country. When you started, it was around that ballpark. It continues to remain there today. And since your tenure over the past 5+ years, you've been the head of Pura, electric rates have continued to skyrocket. So the basic question to that is, one, I would assume you agree with that statement. Is that correct?
Agree with the factual statement that electricity rates have increased.
Yes.
I will agree with that. I will not agree with the premise that that is within Pura's control. I'd be happy to address the components of
Okay.
that.
Well, you're saying that Pura has no bearing on the electric rates of the state of Connecticut?
No, sir, I apologize if that was what I just conveyed. What I was hoping that we could get into was understanding the 4 components of the bill and who regulates them and who has control over them. It's something that I cover in the Pura 101 extensively. I was hoping to get into
Okay.
that and to explain which portions Pura has control over.
What I'm primarily concerned about is the role that Pura plays in controlling rates. Because my understanding is that utilities do come before you to ask for increases in rates, and you have approved them in the past. Is that correct?
So supply, which is the first bucket, it has been deregulated by this legislature in the late 1990s. So when we talk about the utilities coming before Pura to seek approval, what they're seeking approval of is the ability to put that rate on the bill, check off that they have followed the procurement strategies. But that price is tied to the wholesale market and competitive procurements. So when I hear folks talk about whether Pura has approved or disapproved, the consequence of denying that is that folks would not, when you turn the light switch on, you would not receive power because this is a deregulated market. It is factually accurate to say that Pura has allowed the utilities to procure electricity in the supply bucket that is tied to the regional wholesale market. The transmission rates, which is the second bucket, are regulated by FERC. Not Pura. Those have gone up, and similarly to supply, the utilities must receive our blessing to put that price onto the bill. However, again, it's not within Pura's control to raise or lower that rate. The third bucket of public benefits is the portion that is tied to, I think, 56 or 57 different components of legislation that has been passed by this body over the past 2 to 3 decades. When that comes before Pura, we have the authority to essentially audit those charges to make sure that the utility is passing through no more, no less than was authorized by law. That is the component that folks have been feeling on their bills for the last number of months. That is a 10-month recovery, and I did not support that. I was in the minority of that decision. So the agency approved that public benefits increase. The final component of distribution is the one that Pura has the most direct control over. Those were the rate cases that I referenced to some degree in my opening remarks. We have had rate cases during my tenure from Aquarion, Connecticut Water, UI and CNG and SCG, and then currently Yankee is pending before us. In the CNG, SCG, and Aquarion cases under my leadership, my colleagues and I directed rate decreases. UI and Connecticut Water received modest increases. So I hope that provides more clarity around the components of the rates that Pura has had oversight over for the past couple of years.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, through you. So you did reference the public benefit and some aspects you may have disagreed with, but is it not true that part of the increase in the public benefit that so many consumers had to see this past summer and continues to see today was the extension of the moratorium? Is that correct?
It was a portion of the system benefits charge that was increased. So it was so the increase that went on to the bills last year, over 77% of it was attributable to the Millstone Power Purchase Agreement. The remainder of that was attributable across the board to a number of different low-income programs that are required by statute. Some component of that was attributable to the moratorium, but I do want to clarify that that was not debt forgiveness, and the concept of uncollectibles has existed since the beginning of time of regulated utilities. So it is not accurate to say that the costs attributed with uncollectibles is a new component. It was a small component of that increase last year.
Right, but it was a component in the public benefit being increased, and you did extend it, correct?
The agency extended the moratorium.
And what was your position on that?
We received a motion, I apologize, it was a motion or a correspondence from the co-chairs of the Committee of Cognizance asking for an extension after a number of days, and considering the comments that were received, the agency issued a ruling extending that moratorium. And I supported that ruling.
You supported it, and it cost the ratepayers about $117 million in the public benefit this year, correct?
That is not a number that I would have to get back to you on that number, but
Okay,
I
well,
will
that's the
say,
number that I have.
okay.
So what I'm trying to understand is there are significant aspects of Pura and under your leadership that has increased rates. And so I'm asking you today, where we sit here today, do you take any level of responsibility for where the consumers sit here today, paying these outrageous electric bills?
As the head of an agency that is tasked with providing rigorous scrutiny to the applications that come before it, I will say that my staff, my colleagues, and I have done our very best to provide fair and rigorous scrutiny to all the applications that come before us. Certainly, as I think everyone can relate to, and when you look backwards on your work, there are always opportunities for improvement. But we made the best decision that we could at the time based on the comments and the evidence in the record before us.
And in terms of the public benefit, there's a lot of emails that were disclosed where I understand Pura doesn't necessarily have a policy role, but admittedly, Chairwoman, there's extensive emails where there was involvement or at least significant input into energy policy in the state with our lawmakers. And so I'd love to hear, whether or not you believe it's fair that this public benefit continues to get baked into the cost of the hardworking people of this state. And do you believe that it's unacceptable, as do I and so many of my colleagues?
I believe that it is the decision of this body how and whether you want to continue those programs, and if you continue those programs, what the funding source is. Similar to questions that I've answered already today, I believe that is a question for the legislature, and as creature of statute, we would work to implement whatever your direction is.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, so through you, so I understand that and I respect that answer but again, you know, I see all these emails where there's extensive involvement in providing your input towards energy policy in the state with lawmakers. And I'm asking you today on probably what is the biggest driver or the most upsetting aspect of the electric bills for consumers throughout the state that are struggling to make ends meet. I'm asking you of what your opinion, because I think it's important. Obviously, you're involved with crafting energy policy. We see email after email after email where you're stating your opinion, you're giving your input, you're influencing policy. And so I'm a little upset. I got to be honest in asking you what's your opinion on the public benefit, and on that issue, you want to leave it to us to figure out, but on other issues, you're more than happy to give your input. I mean, do you understand what I'm asking?
I do. Thank you so much for the question. I certainly respect your position and your frustration. Like everyone else, has had to pay those bills over the past 8 months or so at this point. So I can certainly respect that. I will say I've done a deep dive into the public benefits since then and looked at the 56 to 57. I apologize, I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head of line items that are in that bill. When I look at those, and I've tried to trace them back to specific legislation, they sometimes refer to contracts that have been executed that are in place for somewhere between 10 and 30 years. So my opinion about whether the public benefits should be tied to the electric bill or the general fund is that we should all sit down and look at every single line item in that public benefits and understand whether it is more cost effective to move it to the general fund. Because I think when you start to look at those line items and understand how directly some of them are tied to the electricity markets and that they last for between 10 and 30 years, starting to dig into the details about the volatility associated with them makes answering the question and having an opinion on the 56 or 57 line items challenging. So I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm trying to say I don't think that there is an easy answer here, and it might be a line by line answer.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in that same vein, then, so one of the aspects of the public benefit, I believe, was the EV charging stations being put on the backs of the ratepayers. Is that correct?
That's correct. It amounts to about 0.003 cents per month.
Okay. And so you did approve in your leadership in Pura, the EV charging station program being put on the backs of the ratepayers?
I will say that as I mentioned, we are a creature of statute. The light duty electric vehicle charging program that underlies what you're mentioning is a function of statutes that we have been directed to stand up, just like the Energy Storage Solutions Program. They all tie back to legislation. Many of the legislation that are passed that underlie some of these programs are fairly specific in how those costs should be recovered, including most of them saying things like it should be recovered through the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge, which is a mouthful. It's also a component of the public benefits charge. So yes, we designed that program at the direction of the administration and different legislative dockets, and then had to provide cost recovery for it.
And again, I'm sure you're not going to be able to provide an opinion on this, but I mean, do you believe in fairness, baking that type of program onto the ratepayers is a fair thing to do to the consumers of this state?
Every program that Pura has designed during my tenure has undergone rigorous cost benefit testing, which means that when we design the program, the cost benefit tests need to demonstrate that there are more benefits to ratepayers as a whole than costs, that program included. I am certainly willing to commit to and continuing to ensure that programs that Pura is tasked with designing continue to meet those rigorous thresholds.
In terms of, I'm going to address the issue that I think has driven us. I mean, that Senator Duff had mentioned earlier about reports. I am sure you've seen these reports and why we sit here today. Frankly, in my 10 years in the legislature, there's fewer days where I've been angry or more upset about the process and how we ultimately got here today and how things were negotiated in dark rooms. And what makes it even worse is the subject matter in which we're dealing with today, and that is the ratepayers. I was on the phone with a 90-year-old woman in Brookfield who could barely afford to pay her electric bill. And we're sitting here today to wait the decision of whether or not to reappoint the person that oversees Pura and the utilities regulator in the state of Connecticut. I would argue probably some of the biggest authority, if not the biggest authority over rates in the state of Connecticut. And what was done in the dark of night in the 11th hour to get certain people to vote yes today, presumably, is one of the worst things I've seen in politics in this building. And so I don't know what your involvement may have been in that with the governor's office and ultimately what this governor constructed to get yes votes here today for your reappointment. And I guess I just have to go out there and ask you, what was your involvement with the governor's office in the negotiations that were reported today?
I did not have any involvement in what has been reported over the past 24 hours. In fact, I've tried to stay away from the media and prepare today, as I was hoping to come here to discuss my qualifications and records, my qualifications and record of service over the past couple of years. And I did not have any involvement in what has been reported.
So you haven't had any communications? What have you had communications with the governor's office in general over the past few days or week?
Certainly, anyone on the committee who accepted a meeting with me, I attended with the governor's office, and certainly they have helped me prepare, as I think they help every candidate prepare. So those have been my communications.
Were you asked your opinion on certain people being appointed to Pura or Pura becoming a quasi-public?
I do not have an opinion on the structure of Pura or who should be appointed to it.
Chairwoman, with all due respect, I'm not asking you what your opinion is on that. What I'm asking you is, have you had any communication with the governor's office about becoming a quasi-public as it relates to this deal that was struck today with legislators?
I have to say that I just don't have an opinion, and I think I think the governor's office has made it clear that what I'm here to do is to speak about my qualifications and my record, and so they have asked me to stay focused on that and preparing for it. So I don't think they would put me in that position because they've been very clear that they want me to focus on preparing for today.
And Chairwoman, Mr. Chair, if I may, respectfully, so I'm not asking you your opinion. I know that you said you have no opinion on Pura becoming quasi-public, which I find alarming that you would have zero opinion on the entity that you've chaired for 6 years now, taking an astronomical step, becoming essentially a port authority Pura board. But with that said, I'm not asking again your opinion. I'm asking you very simply, yes or no. Have you had communications with the governor's office about Pura becoming a quasi-public, yes or no?
Yes, I was aware from reading at least the media that that was a component of the conversation.
And what did you discuss with the governor?
I respectfully told him that my understanding is that Pura has functioned as an executive branch agency, and that I will work in. I am committed to providing public service moving forward under whatever structure this legislature and the governor chooses.
And in all honesty, in your testimony here today, Mrs. Chairwoman, you did understand that part of that discussion involved getting certain people appointments on Pura, right? You understood all that, correct?
Of course, I've read the news just as everyone has, but I have tried to remain focused on my demonstrating to the committee my qualifications and record, and that has been my focus in preparing for today.
So you are saying that you did have an involvement in this backroom deal that was struck for your nomination today?
No, sir, I did not have an involvement. I was not asked to bless the deal. I didn't have involvement in formulating that deal.
Okay. But you were asked for your input, I guess, on this deal then.
Over the past week, it has certainly been asked of me whether Pura could function as a quasi, but I did not provide anything other than what I have said in the past few minutes. And I did not sign off on the deal. It was not put to me that way.
Right. With all due, if I may, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, Chairwoman, I'm not asking you if you had to give a blessing on the deal. But I was asking you if you had an input in the deal, and it seems like, from what you're now telling us is that you did have, sounds like extensive communications with the governor's office on certain people being appointed, and now Pura taking the astronomical step of becoming a quasi-public.
Respectfully, sir, I don't agree with the characterization that I had extensive involvement in that. I think being asked my opinion and telling them once what I just shared with you, I would not characterize that way.
And that's fair, Madam Chairwoman. I know you to be a highly intelligent woman. You know what goes on in this building. And so I would assume, as you did testify, that when the governor's office started asking you questions about this, you knew exactly what was going on.
As I've already stated, I did read the news. Yes.
I'll wrap up my questioning. I do want to thank you, Chairwoman, for coming here today. I just find it horrendous that we sit here today to have a real, I thought, a substantive conversation about reducing electric rates in the state of Connecticut and in helping people that literally are moving out of this state because they can't afford to pay electric bills here. And under your tenure over the 6 years that you've been here, whether you want to take responsibility for it or not, and you have to some respect here today, we have some of the highest electric rates in the country. We've had public benefit charges, which Pura has approved, or aspects of it that have skyrocketed that people can't afford to pay. We have a real opportunity here to have a substantive conversation for once in this building about actually doing something to help reduce electric rates for the people of this state. And it frustrates me beyond words that we're sitting here today with your nomination and we're having discussions about what essentially, and I know you're saying that you had limited involvement in this, but let's be frank, what backroom deals were struck to get certain people onto Pura because they're friendly with other individuals or want a retirement, when we have people that can't afford to pay their electric bills. It's a disgrace. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Wanted to first congratulate you on your service to this point and on your renomination by the governor, and also to commend the governor on renominating you, and look forward to voting in favor of your reappointment when this committee meets after the hearing. One of the things I'd like to draw attention to is your testimony when you spoke about Pura's decisions being upheld in the state Supreme Court. And you mentioned, if you could just kind of summarize a little bit about what were the issues that were raised in those appeals that were decided in Pura's favor in terms of sustaining the decision that that the body made, and indicating that these policy choices were then seen as not just sort of an internal approach by Pura, but also validated by a court decision.
Thank you so much for that question. I think it allows me to really highlight the work of Pura's great staff, both on the technical and legal side. During my opening remarks, I chose to focus on the 4 decisions that the Connecticut Supreme Court has upheld. During my tenure. Pura also has wins at the lower court that the appellants have chosen to appeal upward. But I will focus on the four cases that were referenced from the Supreme Court level. One win was from a case early in my tenure that focused on imposing appropriate marketing restrictions on third-party electric suppliers to ensure consumer protections. It dealt with issues surrounding whether third-party suppliers were accurately marketing their products, particularly around renewable aspects. The third-party electric suppliers appealed that decision up to the Supreme Court, and we are ultimately upheld on all those issues. And it was the first win from the Supreme Court during my tenure that focused on affirming Pura's legal approach to the matter. A second one dealt with, it was a Northland case which dealt with ratio utility billing. It was a statutory interpretation question, which we were also upheld on. The third, which is one that I wanted to highlight and focus in my testimony, because I think we often hear the utilities disclaim any profit off of the public benefits charge, when in fact, a large driver of your public benefits is a 30-year long-term contract with two gas peaker plants. One of them is co-owned by UI, and they absolutely make profit off of it. It is a 30-year long-term contract. And I'm very proud. My colleagues and I empowered our staff to really dig into what had become a pro forma look at a 30-year contract. It comes before Pura every year to look at that revenue requirement. And our staff, when given the opportunity to really dig in, identified $4 million in over recovery from the owners of that peaker plant. We were challenged by UI and the co-owner on the legality. We heard the refrain that is becoming common, where they accuse us of making arbitrary and capricious decisions. That was appealed to the Superior Court. We won there, and it was ultimately appealed to the Supreme Court, and we prevailed on all counts there. With it was, I think, one dissenting vote, and it wasn't. The dissenting opinion wasn't in the utility's favor. It suggested, I think, that we should have gone further. So that came out last February. And the fourth one is more recent, which upheld the basis of our, it was a decision by, with respect to Tropical Storm Isaias penalties that we levied on UI with respect to its performance. That was the basis of that fine was upheld in the Supreme Court more recently.
Great. Thank you. Well, you mentioned Storm Isaias. You arrived first appointed in 2019. That storm hit in 2020, contemporaneous with the pandemic, and there was a great deal of concern about the performance of both Eversource and UI. At that time, in terms of inadequate response to that storm, long time getting service restored, and I recall the Energy Public Utilities Committee had a lengthy hearing that ultimately resulted in the passage of our, what we call it, Take Back Our Grid Act, and
Yes,
instituted some reforms. And it was at that time you imposed, or Pura imposed major fines. And one of the concerns at the time was that Eversource in particular had sort of hollowed out its staff from within, and was depending to a great extent on hiring out-of-state crews when an emergency came about, rather than having a larger staff on hand that could respond immediately. And that was highlighted then. Have they improved in that regard since then? Are they a better staff now, rather than still relying upon bringing in outside contractors in an emergency?
I really think that is an excellent question. I cannot answer that as we sit here today. What folks may not understand about Pura is that a lot of our oversight and work comes through distribution rate proceedings. That is where we can look under the hood. We can understand their personnel, their O&M, et cetera. Eversource has not been in for a rate case in the entirety of my tenure. Following Tropical Storm Isaias, and after we levied that $30 million fine, which was returned to customers. We also issued remedial orders that focused on making sure that the utilities were providing make safe crews and remediating blocked roads. We had a follow-on docket that was directed by the Take Back Our Grid Act that asked us to look into setting minimum staffing standards. We did pursue that, not to much avail. We did not receive enough comments from participating stakeholders to make decisions one way or the other. Ultimately, what we do have in place are performance standards and expectations. And when Eversource does opt to come in for a rate case proceeding, we will certainly be assessing any requests that they have that would affect their personnel costs. As I think that the work of these line workers, whether they are internal, external, or contractors, I think folks do not understand the criticality and frankly how dangerous it is of a job. And Pura, I think, can stand to provide greater focus and work to provide a greater seat at the table for folks who are doing these jobs. Because I think sometimes, while well-intentioned, Pura has certainly worked to execute decisions of the legislature, and all of those can be improved with more folks around the table.
Thank you. Do you know why it is they have not, that Eversource has not come in for a rate case in such a long period of time? And is it an unprecedented period that's passed since their last one?
It is my opinion that it is an unacceptable amount of time for a regulated utility to stay out of receiving scrutiny from not just its regulator, but other stakeholders, Office of Consumer Counsel, the AG, whomever wants to participate. I think one of the areas of discomfort for me is when I get questions, whether it's sitting around this table or at Energy and Technology, asking me why things are the way they are. I have to give the very unsatisfactory answer that I don't know because they haven't opened their books to me. And so I was really pleased to see that the legislature, on a bipartisan basis, included in SB 7, Public Act 23-102 2 years ago, a requirement that the utility come in at least every 4 years so that we can all make sure that they're receiving adequate recovery, because the health of the utility is also a key component of the statutes that we have to abide by.
So that the decision not to file a rate case in a way is a way for them to avoid a candid discussion and an opening of their books for your review.
I would concur with that sentiment. I think that there are aspects that have been reported in the media over the last year or two, questions about AMI or storm cost recovery, are there things that we could easily and would welcome the ability to address in the context of a rate case. Put simply, there is a legal prohibition against what's called single issue rate making, which means that Pura cannot open up the rates to adjust a single line item. And that's because there are things changing with rate structures every day, and it would be unfair to the utility and unfair to the ratepayer to adjust rates for one component absent evaluating the entirety of their books.
Right. Thank you. Turning to one other issue of longstanding, and that is the issue of the English station plant in New Haven. And I was at a press conference with then Attorney General Jepsen in 2015. I believe it was, when a resolution was announced in a settlement of that case. And obviously the cleanup of that plant has not proceeded at a pace that we'd hoped. By this point, it is a significant parcel of land in the city of New Haven, and an opportunity for great development there if it were properly handled. Then more recently, I was at a press conference with Attorney General Tong about 9 years later, along with Commissioner Dykes at that time, talking about a new lawsuit that was brought by the AG in terms of seeking compliance. Just your view on this, the whole process of English Station.
Thank you for the question. This was a subject that was first raised in UI's rate case docket number 220808, which was filed in the fall of 2022 and decided by Pura in August of 2023. DEEP, along with the AG, provided evidence in that record that led Pura on a unanimous basis to adopt a rate case decision that included a 20 basis point reduction in the return on equity for the company on the basis that the failure to clean up English Station remediated in the way that had been agreed to in the merger agreement. We found two violations there, specifically that it constituted imprudent and inefficient management, and secondarily, or to say secondly, that it was a violation of a merger agreement that Pura had signed off on several years before. So the United Illuminating Company opted to appeal that decision, which remains pending before Superior Court, including that question. But it was Pura's unanimous decision that the failure to remediate English Station warranted a 20 basis point reduction in their profit.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. And just one question, if you have an opinion, obviously viewing the issue of utility regulation over a period of years. It's probably about 26 years ago that we deregulated, passed that bill that separated distribution from generation. It was happening in many other states around the country at the same time, California and others, and the spike in rates that happened in California shortly after that led to the recall of then Governor Davis in California. But your view of the history of dereg, was that in your view ultimately a mistake that we're dealing with now all these years later?
It's a great question. As we've talked about this morning or afternoon, I came from the state of Maryland, which is one of about half of the states in the country who also deregulated. And just to give you some historical context, when I worked in the state of Maryland, it was in administrations for both Martin O'Malley and Larry Hogan. And I'd say what was interesting is a lot of the same questions cropped up in both administrations. And one of them was the question of, can we undo what we did? They're part of a different grid operator in the Mid-Atlantic. It's PJM. But they are now, if you follow energy news, subject to very high capacity prices, and they're seeing upwards of 20% increase in their rates. So I'd say for the state of Maryland, not putting words in their mouth, I think they certainly feel like it was a mistake. Here in Connecticut, the question of supply and the fuel mix and generation mix in the state has been vested with DEEP. And so Pura typically stays in our lane focused on distribution. It has been certainly a frustrating experience over the last year. Folks come to Pura, they don't care what portion of the bill we're talking about. They want to know what we're going to do. And informing them that portion of your bill has been deregulated is not a satisfactory answer to customers. So I will say that selfishly, I wish I had the tools in the toolkit to continue working on behalf of ratepayers across the entirety of the bill.
Right. Good. Thank you. Just one last question, it's the indulgence of the committee. In the wake of that storm in 2020, and the public hearings that were held afterwards and the adoption of the Take Back the Grid Act and the strong work of the Energy Committee at that time, we mandated that a new review standard be imposed, and the performance-based regulation. And tell me, I mean, obviously, if you could talk about your efforts to implement that standard, where we stand. It obviously was a departure from previous approaches in terms of principles of regulation. So if you might just talk about that.
I would love to. I think it's critically important for folks to understand while we're all focused on energy policy. So performance-based regulation has existed in some forms for decades. If folks are familiar with the concept of revenue decoupling, which first came into existence in the 70s, 80s in the country to deal with removing the disincentive associated with deploying energy efficiency, meaning that if you delink sales and revenue, that you could remove the disincentive to energy efficiency. I'm bringing that up because decoupling is an early component of performance-based regulation. But for the most part, the entirety of this country continues to use what is called cost of service regulation, which means quite simply that a utility is generally speaking compensated based on the capital that they spend, plus the opportunity to earn a return on that. Pura, just like our sister agencies across the states, is not tasked with managing or micromanaging the way in which that money is spent. In fact, we're doing, generally speaking, an after the fact analysis to look at the expenditures and understand, using legal terms such as prudence and reasonableness, whether that capital had been deployed in the way another utility manager would have at the time. Now, when you're speaking, I have tried to boil that down to like a 30-second elevator pitch to discuss with people at my Pura 101s. And I'd say the overwhelming response that I got from folks, especially prior to Take Back Our Grid Act, was, well, why would we do that? Why wouldn't we base the compensation of the utility on how well it's delivering service? That, in a nutshell, is what performance-based regulation is. There's been one state, in my opinion, that has fully implemented performance-based regulation, and that is Hawaii. They took approximately 5 years to work through that process. Pura is on the same timeline and same track. We are currently scheduled to reach decisions, final decisions in that matter in August of this year. We actually had been scheduled to wrap those dockets up sooner, but as I mentioned in response to a question earlier, we received feedback from the utilities that they did not feel that they had had adequate opportunities to be heard. So in response, we added 36 in-person roundtables to provide a less formal opportunity, or so that folks could be in the same room and talk about the issues. And so that has lengthened the timeline to August of this year.
Good, good. Well, thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your renomination, and we look forward to your continued service on behalf of the people of Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senate President, and we'll hear from Ranking Member Yacarino. And I think what we'll do after that, unless Senator Berthel has questions, he does. So we'll go after Yacarino, Senator Berthel, and then we'll go back and forth, because I imagine we're just going to go down the line for questioning. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. We had met about a month ago, and I appreciate meeting in my office. I have a simple question. My first question is really for the indulgence of the audience. As chair, we know what you do as chairwoman as Pura. Could you explain your actual role as chairwoman for the audience?
Sure.
As Pura.
Sure. So I'll borrow from some of the Pura 101s that I've done across the state over the past couple of years. Actually, I think Representative Haynes may appreciate this analogy better than most. But generally speaking, I describe Pura and my role on Pura as we are a 3-person or 5-person.
But you as chairwoman. Okay.
Understood.
Yeah.
Whether we're 3 people or 5 people, my role as chairperson is sort of like, I think, the difference between being a first select person and a select person, meaning that you have equal votes and equal role in the decision-making authority. But as the first select person, and I think Representative Haynes will have to correct me if I'm wrong, because I think this is how it works. As the chairperson, I provide administrative direction to the staff, which means like I delegate or assign alternative work schedules or HR personnel issues. I also take care of other personnel related matters. But when it comes to the actual decision making and the substance of the agency, all commissioners have an equal vote, equal say on the matter.
And thank you, I appreciate that. And as your role as chairwoman, I've read, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's been many votes that are not recorded. And by statute, I believe it always has to be 2 members voting on record. But I've read, and tell me if I'm wrong, and tell the audience if I'm wrong, that there's been no record of voting or 1 person voting.
Thank you so much for that question. That is not accurate. When we went through our entirety of our records and the number of years that I've been here, I could only locate 1 decision in which a single commissioner has voted. And that was not a docket resolved by me. It was resolved by the former vice chairman, dealt with a wind and Eversource issue. What the reporting is referring to are interim rulings on motions. So just to ground everybody in how Pura does its work, we operate a lot like a court. A docket or a case that comes before us, we'll sit around a room like this and receive testimony, cross-examine. There are motions that come in the course of those proceedings, requests for intervention, requests for protected material, requests for motions for extension. Additionally, there will sometimes be motions that are dealing with compliance, looking at whether a utility's compliance with an order of the decision comports with the language of the decision. That is what we're referring to, or interim rulings. Like I mentioned in response to an earlier question, all commissioners have access to that material at any given time. And I have taken the proactive step of consulting and conferring, which is an exception allowed under 16.2 subsection N, where Pura, there's a specific exception carved out for Pura, where we are allowed to confer and consult with each other in essentially an executive session or ad hoc basis. So the reporting about there not being votes recorded, we have votes recorded on every final decision of the agency in accordance with law. And that was the number of decisions that I spoke about earlier.
I appreciate that. We discussed it in my office because our North Haven is a board of selectmen. Do you always have to have a quorum? But so you have proof then nobody's ever, it's always been at least 2 members voting. The rumors or whatever I'm just saying is all false. That's correct. So what I'm saying has no merit.
We do not vote on motion rulings. So a vote as defined by statute is required on a final decision of the agency. But yes, I have, as I spoke about those monthly sector meetings, I have calendar invitations. I have annotated agendas that show that every decisional member and commissioner of Pura was invited to consult and confer on those motions.
I would think would be helpful after today, just showing that to the public that there's always been at least 2 members voting on something important for a major Pura decision.
Thank you for your feedback.
So as your role as chairwoman, what is your vision for infrastructure upgrades? Connecticut's an old state. We have old infrastructure for utilities. You have to have some sort of vision as chairwoman because we need upgrades. You see Eversource is spending up to, I think, over $1 billion in Massachusetts for their upgrades, but they're pulling back in Connecticut. And you could explain your vision for our state for infrastructure, not just with electricity, but for solar, for wind, for thermal. There's a lot of components.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I referenced it in my opening remarks, but it's something that I'm quite passionate about and very proud of is Pura's Equitable Modern Grid Initiative. It was essentially a white paper that was released in 2019 and identified 11 different ways in which the state of Connecticut should focus on modernizing its grid. It was based in large part on experience that I had in Maryland and has been bolstered by legislation specifically asking Pura to undertake some of that. For example, the very successful Energy Storage Solutions Program. So Pura has completed all 11 of those tracks, and we are currently folding them into performance-based regulation. I think one of the frustrations that we touched on in a few questions ago about the difference between cost of service and performance-based regulation is that folks don't feel like they have, and by folks, I mean not just ratepayers generally, but stakeholders that are involved in these processes, the Office of Consumer Counsel, DEEP, the AG, CIEC, others. They don't feel like there is adequate access to information and how the utilities are planning. It's not that we don't think the utilities are planning, it's that we don't, I think, universally universally, we think that there's an asymmetric access to information. And so my vision for modernizing infrastructure moving forward is to focus on planning and the transparency of those planning processes so that we can all universally have confidence that the investment that is being made is delivering on the outcomes that we as a state have prioritized. And those were the 9 priority outcomes that were unanimously adopted in the first phase of performance-based regulation.
I appreciate that, but it's pretty disappointing that Eversource doesn't feel confident enough. And they do blame you, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, on your role as chairwoman to invest all that money in Massachusetts when we need the upgrade for our state, but it also creates a lot of jobs and we're losing that opportunity. Do you bear any responsibility? Because there is an adversarial role, I believe, between Pura, which it shouldn't be the case, and the utilities. Like them or not, we do need, we need a strong utility, but we also need a strong Pura board, but it's honest and transparent. And I don't think there's been a lot of transparency. I'm a simple person, but I believe in sunshine and light and honesty. And so I'm not going to go back and forth what he said or she said, but there's a lot of misgivings with Pura. And I don't want us to be adversaries with the utilities because like I said, like it or not, we need them. So how do you feel, or what is your opinion that Eversource is spending all this money in another state when they could be spending it here?
Thank you so much for the question. Again, I think it provides an excellent opportunity to make sure that we all are aware of the laws that govern this space. So specifically, if you refer to 16244I, you will see language that dates back to the origination of the franchise agreements with these utilities. And it says very simply that it is the utility's obligation to maintain a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. And I bring that to your attention because I've heard a lot of commentary on or concerns about folks saying, what if Eversource just picks up and leaves? And I want to be very clear that that is not an option. They have agreed in exchange for the franchise, which is the right to provide monopoly service to the specific footprint. They have agreed to maintain a safe and reliable grid and to conform to all of their statutes that are duly passed by this body. So when I see comments about investment in another state, I think about it through a couple of lenses. First, I reflect on the fact that this company has not been in for a rate case, an adjudicated rate case since 2014. There was a settlement in 2018. If there is a question of whether the utility has enough revenue to build out and invest in this state, there is a remedy for that. And that remedy is coming in for a rate case before Pura. Absent that rate case, they continue to collect all the money and base rates, as well as a $300 million per year surcharge, which allows them to invest above and beyond that. Those have been in place since the 2018 settlement. So any lessening of investment in this state, I think that's a question for them. What's happening to the money that you're collecting at that point? Third, I like to reflect on this question of investment. I don't think any of us want, and well, I shouldn't speculate on everyone's behalf. Speaking for myself, I don't want investment for the sake of investment. Investment means that there will be a rate increase. So I think it is incumbent on us, especially Pura as an agency, to make sure that we're not investing for the sake of investing, but rather that we are investing in the way that the grid needs and we're deriving the value from that investment that this state needs. And that is what Pura is working toward, especially in its performance-based docket.
Fair enough. I'm not exactly sure what happened between you and them, but it's unfortunate. When excuse me, when you left Maryland, I think 2019, how was the condition of this similar Pura board in Maryland compared to what it is in Connecticut today? The makeup, like, why did you leave Maryland? Did you come here for a job or you just left Maryland?
Sure. So I left the state of Maryland, the comparable agency, in February of 2018, January, February 18, to work at the Energy Storage Association, where I did research and education about energy storage. I had my twins, and I was commuting from Towson, Maryland to DC, 5 hours round trip. So quite frankly, they were 18 months at the time. So quite frankly, when I received outreach from the state of Connecticut asking if I would be interested in getting back into the regulatory game, I jumped at the opportunity because I didn't want to commute 5 hours a day, and I believe in public service. And, you know, we moved here with my small family. I don't have family. I've only been to the state of Connecticut twice for this interview. And we've really fallen in love with it. And so I wish there was a juicier answer, but the answer is I was tired of commuting.
Well, it's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state. I do have just a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. Just the chairs of energy, I personally think it's inappropriate that I feel they try to, and I like both of them, especially especially Representative Steinberg. We came in together. I think it's inappropriate that some of the correspondence back and forth, and it makes the agency Pura and even us as legislators look like we're doing things behind closed doors. Do you regret any of that, or just not being more transparent?
I really appreciate that question. I certainly respect and appreciate those concerns, which is why I worked over the weekend to make sure that you could be in receipt of all of that correspondence but before today's hearing, because I wanted you to see it. I personally do not share the opinion that it is unusual or inappropriate for the head of an agency to consult or maintain a relationship with the Committee of Cognizance. I would hope that every other member of the Energy and Technology Committee from the past couple of years, the ranking members, folks on both sides of the aisle, I hope that they would also report that I've been equally available to them as well. But as I mentioned to the minority leader earlier, if it is the opinion of this body that you would like to pass a law, ask me to stop, I would abide by that. But based on my experience in Maryland, this is not unusual. That was literally my role when I was in Maryland, was maintaining those communications. So I have sought to educate folks here, and it has always been on matters that that I've reported out in that correspondence.
Fair enough. Minority Leader Kendall Laura mentioned the CBS interview when you called your two members of Long Tooth. Basically, you feel that's appropriate, basically calling out members you sit with on the board that you work with every day. And you mentioned the staff numerous times today, and none of us could do our jobs without people that work with us daily. I can't do my job. I have so much help through upstairs or everywhere, even my fellow Democrats and Republicans. Do you feel it's appropriate really calling out your members that they're long tooth for the job? I wouldn't think it was nice.
No, it was in poor taste, and I had apologized almost immediately to the Vice Chairman Bukowski, who has since retired from Pura. But absolutely, it was inappropriate, and I have not done that since, and I certainly regret airing that.
I just have just a couple more things. I look at it like a baseball coach, a manager. You have a team, you have the league, and you're the manager. You're the manager of Pura.
Mhm.
And I would, for me, I'd want the best players in the field.
Mhm.
If it means definitely 5, because no matter what, you would never have the discrepancies if people didn't vote or voted, if only one person voted, but it wasn't recorded. With 5, you have the sheer numbers. I said it to the Consumer Council attorney and Energy a couple weeks ago. It makes a lot of sense. The folks from UConn, a student and a fellow from Puerto Rico, and mentioned how important it is to have 5. I would hope you embrace the 5 just for the sheer numbers, because you have more knowledge, and you'll never have only one person there or 2 people there. You're always gonna have at least 3 people, I believe. And I hope you embrace that. But I also hope you embrace the sunshine and not having a toxic relationship with utilities. Like I said earlier, like them or not, we need to have a really good dialogue between you, the whole Pura board. Forgive me, I have a terrible head cold. The Pura board, working with our utilities to say, you know what, our fellow residents cannot afford these rates. We have natural gas at our border. Nobody's making an effort to maybe expand that. We fight it constantly. We want green. We all want green, but we need to have policies that make us a better state. And you are the helm. You're the coach, you're the chair of this committee, of the Pura Commission. And I think you need to assert sometimes, yes, all these things, that wind is good. And Avangrid, I believe, is investing a lot of their own money in wind, not Eversource, but Avangrid. Solar works a certain point. Thermal works, hydro works, but we need to utilize what we have for the betterment of the state and the people that can't pay their bills, businesses that are going out of business because they can't afford the utilities. And I don't think you have done that personally. You're smart, you're much smarter than me, but I think we need to advocate more for our ratepayers. And I would hope you do that going forward. And I know you're going to pass, obviously, and I wish you the best. You seem like a wonderful woman, but I want somebody to stand up for the ratepayers once in a while. And I don't think it's happened. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I want to, and everybody has a right to their opinion. And so I'm not, I'm just giving, I want to give an example. My past as the vice chair of the Energy Committee, on just process, because it's been brought up a few times about about Pura and the chair. And so I'm going to take you out of the picture here and just go back to a long time ago. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Such a long time ago, I forgot. It's a long time ago. Well, I'm going back even before your time, Representative, back to 2002 and 3 and 4. But when I was vice chair in the House, at that point, it was Governor Rowland for 1 year that I was there. I was actually just a member then, but then Governor Rell. We had Chairman Downs, Kevin Delgado as a two, and then one, I forget who Jeff Koski was a Democrat. But I would just say from a matter of policy, that the chair of Pura, or DPUC at the time, then it was Pura, was a constant presence in this building on policy. Not to tell us what to do, not to tell us if it was good or bad. It's just a matter of whether or not something could work. Because at that point we didn't have, DEEP wasn't DEEP, they were just DEP. And then we had Chairman Downs, and there's times, because it is technical, that we would say, is this something that can be done in a docket? Is this a rate case? How long would it take? Especially like if we talk about performance-based regulations, what does that all entail? Because a lot of it's very technical. Legislators like me, we have like big grand pictures of what we can do or can't do. And we need people like Don Downs or somebody else to say, whoa, 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 whoa. Or, by the way, that might actually increase rates and you're doing something and you don't mean to do it, but that could have a negative effect. So I just for and again, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and it's certainly not a reflection of anybody else's opinion on this committee, but just as somebody who experienced that in the past, and that's why I'm going back a few chairs ago, that there was definitely a place for that person, and there was never any kind of communication as to anything that would be perceived in a way other than acting in the best interest of the state based on different perspectives, so that we could put forward good policy. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that because I thought that was an important point to make. Representative?
I appreciate that. And I didn't phrase it. I have no problem with you meeting with the chairs. You should, but the ranking members it should always be transparent. That's why I said sunshine. And I think when you were chair, you worked with the ranking really well, if I remember correctly. That's all I meant. I think it should be both, but in the open. If the chairs want to meet with you, say yes, but the rankings have to be there. That's all. I apologize.
No, I
Thank you
appreciate
for the
that. And we
clarification.
did. We worked very well together. Absolutely. And we really did. And I would say even when I was vice chair in the House and it was Melody Peters and Terry Backer as the two chairs, we had the rankings in the room. Senator Fonferri, remember those days? And when you were there too? Yeah. But everybody was in the room. So absolutely. And it's just, it wasn't based on your comments. It was based on other comments too, of just process of whether or not the chair or Pura should have a seat at the table when we're developing policy, because we don't always know the answers on how that goes. So anyway, so harken back to fun days of rolling up our sleeves and doing energy policy. That was fun. Sometimes I miss those days. Anyway, Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. We're coming up on the second hour and a few minutes of testimony. I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
They're a little bit different from what has already been asked. I think having you answer the same questions over and over is a waste of all of our time today. But I'd like to just get a sense of where you stand with respect to being the chair when it comes to approving power purchase agreements, and specifically, how should Pura weigh the impact to ratepayers? And is there a price that you should automatically disqualify a PPA? And I think I'm drilling down a little further and asking about some of the green energy initiatives or green energy options that are before us that sometimes have a rate that could be 3 or 4 times higher than a rate we can get somewhere else. So I know there's a few questions embedded in there. If you might take a moment to explain your answer to that.
Absolutely, Senator. And I think following up on the discussion that was just had, this is an excellent example of a question that I have been asked and would be happy to opine on. I will say that most of my expertise and opinions on this are from my time in Maryland, because the state of Connecticut is structured differently in that the responsibility for setting the state's energy policy and the planning the supply mix and then the generation, that rests with DEEP. And so when a power purchase agreement, the process as I understand it, is after the power purchase agreement has been negotiated, the utilities are petitioning Pura to review that power purchase agreement.
Okay.
And most legislation that I have seen dealing with these power purchase agreements refers to the legal standard of best interest of ratepayers, which is a common and long-held standard in utility rate making. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that standard is not so prescriptive as to opine on a specific number. To get at your question, there are some statutes that tell Pura what the top line number is or top line megawatts are. Like, for example, when we designed the very successful successor programs to our renewable energy tariffs, that legislation is pretty prescriptive in setting caps and whatnot. But I have not seen a piece of legislation dealing with power purchase, I should say, an adopted statute dealing with power purchase agreements that imputes that strict of a standard. So it would be difficult legally speaking. And I do have I think my general counsel is here, so he could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as a recovering lawyer, that it would be that it would be difficult for me to legally impute a cap without it being authorized to do so in statute or precedent. So I'm really trying to answer your question. Again, I think this is a question where like my opinion doesn't matter because I wouldn't have the legal tools to deny a power purchase agreement based on it exceeding some cap unless that was written into statute.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the further detail with respect to the process. I guess part of what I was trying to get at here is that when in your testimony earlier today, we've talked about the fact that as the chair of the Pura board, you ultimately do have the ultimate decision to approve or deny a rate, right? That's part of what you do.
The board does. I
Board
don't.
does,
I don't
not
carry
you,
that.
not you as a board, all right, of which you are currently the chair.
Correct.
So I guess I'll just change my question a little bit. If you have some purchase power agreement that has an exorbitantly higher rate, in the interest of just promoting green initiatives or environmental issues, you and your board would have the ability to accept that rate. And if it were 3 or 4 times higher than some other rate, that would be your decision to do that, correct?
It would. So let me just try to think
You
through.
and the board, not you uniquely.
Understood. Let me just try to think through the hypothetical. So, so in the hypothetical that just to say this back to you, we have a power purchase agreement in front of us, and there's evidence in the record that suggests a more cost-effective price was available for something else. In that hypothetical, I would say that it would be difficult to find the best interest of ratepayers is a standard that has to be applied based on the evidence in the record before it. So if I had a hypothetical where there was evidence in the record that suggested something that was more in the best interest of ratepayers, that would certainly be something that the board would have to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that that actually perhaps provides a little bit of comfort to people who may be listening. And, we are, as legislators, we are bombarded on a daily basis in our offices with a fax, a photocopy, a picture off of a phone of current utility bills. Okay, and I know you're aware of this as well. And people are telling us that they're suffering. They are truly having to make a decision between paying their utility bill and paying something else, and having to give something up in exchange for that. So that I think that, going back to my good ranking in the House's comment about shedding a little bit of sunlight on that, I'm glad to hear you say that we are not necessarily baked into supporting perhaps some policies of this legislature regarding a better environment, which I'm certainly not opposed to. I think we should always be doing things that help our environment. Okay, but when it comes down to dollars and cents, I think that we have to, and you just said this, we have to have the interest of the ratepayer first and foremost in mind. So let me move on, and thank you for that. I want to move on to something else, and a little bit of a play here, so to speak, but putting the Pura 101 hat on, if you will, right? And I've looked at some of that material that's online. I think it's very useful for someone who goes and looks at it and finds it. They seek it out, or they come to one of the many presentations that you've done. Can you explain to me, in that same vein of the bills that I get, the copies of utility bills that I get, many of us have constituents that may have property in other states. And the question that I get asked, and I'm a big fan of Florida. Maybe someday I'll retire down there, who knows, right? But the biggest example that I see is from constituents who have property in Florida. And I'll get a copy of their Florida power and light bill and copy of their Eversource bill, and the total amount of usage is about the same. Okay? And I can see the whole bill and all the buckets on our bill and whatever it is on their bill. And the bill is like a third of what they pay here. And I guess I would like to, because I've never sat on the Energy Committee. I would never sit on the Energy Committee here in this. I might resign, Senator Looney, before I would do that. But can you in the simplest terms possible, can you possibly explain to us why is the rate in Florida, as that example, or pick any other state that has really low utility rates or low utility bills, why is the rate in Florida so much lower than it is here in Connecticut? And I know there's a lot of pieces, and maybe we'll be here until tomorrow at 12:58 before we figure it all out. But in the simplest of terms, can you help me explain that to my constituency?
Absolutely. First I'll say I'm disappointed to hear you don't want to serve on energy and technology.
No, never.
I think my
Nothing personal, Madam Chair.
No, of course not. I think my secondary objective of being here today was to recruit converts to participate on that committee. So hopefully someone will change their mind. Yes, absolutely. That is one of the questions that we prepare ourselves to answer at Pura 101. At this point, 5.5 years in, we've done, between my senior staff and I, probably 6 across the states. And before last year, I would say the number one question that I received when I was doing those Pura 101s is, why is my delivery 3 times my supply? And I would spend a lot of time articulating the different buckets and what goes into them, and who you can advocate before on those. And that really led to the bill redesign effort that now shows more transparently the four buckets on your residential bills. And I know Representative Yakarino is leaving, so I don't want to call him out, but that is an excellent example of one of the times where I did sit in the room with Representative Buckby, Senator Fazio, and the co-chairs during the formulation of SB 7 to really talk about what went into that and the effort to formalize the bill redesign, because I think that helps answer. I would like to think that has empowered you all to start to answer that question, because it
Sure.
provides additional transparency and granularity. To answer the question across those four buckets, first of all, I think folks are probably at this point tired of hearing we're at the end of the pipeline, and frankly, that's a bit of an oversimplification. However, I do think if you look at regions of the country, so take the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic or the Southeast out West, your access to different types of generation does heavily influence that cost.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't know of a lot of great resources that break down your cost comparison between here and another state on those buckets. Like, not everybody reports it out the same. Not everyone provides the same level of granularity that we do. So I'm telling you, intuitively,
Sure.
the cost of supply does drive quite a bit of that. And I think you can see that when you look at the costs, the all-in rates in the other New England states where we're neck and neck. We have jumped out in front of Massachusetts over the last year because of our public benefits charge and the decision of my colleagues to recoup that over 10 months. But again, that expires on April 30th. So when I look at what goes into distribution rates here, compared to what my experience was in Maryland, there was certainly an approach to regulating here before I got here that I don't think was as applied traditional utility rate making principles in the way they could. And that's been a big focus of my tenure. But I do think that you have to look at each of those buckets individually and strategize over those buckets individually in order to get a real comparison of the Northeast to the Southeast. And I feel like I've way exceeded my 30-second elevator pitch. So let me
No,
stop
that's okay.
there. And
That's okay. Thank you for that. And I would say, just as a follow-up to that, I'm not sure that helps me to, and I appreciate your answer, and I'm not sure it helps me to explain the difference between that Florida rate versus the Connecticut rate. But I will say this with respect to the change in the utility bills. I forget what the old saying is, no good deed goes unpunished, right?
I'm aware.
Or the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I think what we've done with those buckets, unfortunately, in the environment that we're in, the rate environment and the cost environment we're in right now, is that, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. It's turned out to incite people, though, and to get them a little bit angry because they actually can see the difference. It's very easy to look at a bill and go, wow, I only used $12 worth of electricity, but my bill was $150 because of the three buckets that have added on to the cost of that. And that kind of takes me into my last question, Mr. Chairman. Assuming your confirmation today and your return for until your term as chair is up, right, or you're reconfirmed as the chair. And maybe this is the best question you'll answer all day. I don't know. What is the most significant action Pura, under your leadership, and this legislative body can take to lower the cost of electricity for ratepayers? What is the most significant action that Pura and the legislature can take to lower the cost of electricity? Because that is, by all measures, Chairwoman, that is the most important thing on the minds of everyone in Connecticut right now, especially as we go through this, I guess it's a normal cold winter, but we haven't had one in a while.
thank you so much for the question. I think that there are a myriad of opportunities to put downward pressure on all four components, many of which require the legislature to either act or use your bully pulpit, for lack of a better term. I think that's a
Sure.
phrase, right? Okay. So Is there a single silver bullet? I know that there's been a lot of discussion about things that you can do in supply. There was bipartisan legislation last year that requires any future PPA to have at least 2 other state signatories. I think that was an important move. There were a lot of bipartisan tools that were extended to Pura through Public Act 23102 that we have not yet had an opportunity to wield because they must be wielded in a rate case, and Eversource has not come in for one. There's some tools out there that we have not yet exercised. I would say we've had a lot of discussion here and elsewhere about the topic of uncollectibles. And I think that's something that we should spend more time on as a body. So if you're not familiar with the concept of uncollectibles, it refers to this concept that when folks don't pay their bills, it essentially goes into a bucket that is then socialized across everyone. This is not a new phenomenon. Because of U.S. Supreme Court precedent, when this whole system was set up, the utilities, I'm simplifying this, but essentially utilities are entitled to recoup money that they've spent serving those customers. So it is not an action, in my legal recovering lawyer opinion, that this legislature could take to change that Supreme Court precedent. So I think you instead have to focus on the root cause of uncollectibles, which, that might sound simple. Like, well, you make your bills more affordable. Yes, we're attacking that from all of these different ways that you have. But how do we really get at that issue for the individual? Because it really is all of our problems, because when that person can't pay their bill, it goes into a bucket that's socialized across all ratepayers at the end of the year by law. So I think that there are some interesting opportunities. I've read up on what other states like Colorado have done, where you might deploy. This is a innovative solution that they're considering in Colorado, where you might deploy battery plus solar, or the state of Connecticut is famous for its fuel cells. Fuel cells can provide similar benefits, but where you essentially deploy resources at maybe a state housing center, or where you've identified that folks have financial hardship or medical protection, where that community can not afford their bills and are at high risk of becoming uncollectible. It is, you can design programs that are more cost beneficial for us to support rather than continue to just allow the uncollectibles to accrue. And I think Pura is currently trying to do that in the design of the low-income discount rate, which was authorized through the bipartisan legislation we've been discussing. There are, of course, pitfalls, especially when you're discussing programs and rate design that not many states have implemented. So there's some bumps in the road to implementing. But I do think as a body that we should spend more time trying to figure out how to tackle the uncollectibles issue, which has been a pervasive and persistent problem in Connecticut for long before I arrived.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate that. And that was, I don't disagree with you with respect to the opportunity to possibly provide some alternatives in communities where there are already some challenges. But I would argue that the challenge, the fiscal challenge right now, and the uncollectible dollars, or whatever the proper term is, goes well beyond goes well beyond the communities that you've just described. It's now affecting communities across Connecticut in every town. And I think that obviously lower rates would help to stem that, but people cannot afford their bills for a reason. And perhaps the larger discussion that is not necessarily for today in this moment is addressing the systemic cause of all of this, and the cost of living in Connecticut, and the cost of taxes in Connecticut. And the thing that we talk about, that I talk about and my colleagues in the Republican Party talk about, that drives people out of Connecticut in large numbers. We've had others say today that seniors leave Connecticut because they can't afford to stay here. We talk about young people. My wife and I are blessed with two young boys. One will be 21 and one just turned 18. And we have conversations around the dinner table that are real about their future and can they afford to stay in Connecticut. They can stay now because they live with us. They're still in our house. And so thank you. I appreciate your answer, and I've gone a little further along in the conversation, but I think this is all part of the grand picture of what's wrong right now and part of what this legislative body should be addressing and trying to fix as we go forward through time. Good luck to you. Thank you very much for your answers today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Chairman Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Happy to see you renominated. We had a nice discussion about a week or so ago. I'm a big supporter, so I'm looking forward to helping get this done. And I want to talk a little bit about your great statement on Pura's mission to ensure that investor-owned utility monopolies provide safe, reliable, and affordable utility services. Now, I'm one of very few people in this room who actually voted for Ella Grasso in 1974 for governor. And it was an interesting time. Watergate was going on. The budget in Connecticut was a mess, hardly news. So she was running on a big reform package. It included a lot of really good things. She did a massive reorganization of state government to save money, make things more efficient. She created the Freedom of Information Act and Commission to make the people's government transparent to them, something that's near and dear to my heart and has been for a long time. She pushed us to do what was called the Sunset Review, where the legislature would actually go agency by agency to investigate how well they're working. Unfortunately, that's gone away. I think that was a big mistake. But her biggest thing at the time was one of Pura's ancestors creating the first regulatory body for utility rates. Now, I was vice chair of energy and technology. It was energy and public utility back in the 20th century, where the big issues were telephone costs and water costs, not electric costs. But I do remember that the mission was not to be a neutral arbitrator. It was to be on the side of ratepayers against what at the time were called rapacious utilities, not just electric, a whole bunch of them. And I think, and I'm interested in your comments, that really fits in, I think, very well with your description of Pura's mission. Am I on track?
I would agree with that, sir. I think what's been interesting juxtaposition for me is that in reading comments, and I know I've only recently met with some of you, but one thing that I think staff and others know about me is that I read everything. It used to be because my kids don't sleep through the night, and then suddenly I don't sleep through the night. I don't know. But I read everything. And I think one thing that's been really interesting and difficult for me is that the overwhelming majority of comments that Pura receives, or that this body has received, are folks that are looking for Pura to not be a neutral arbiter. And I think that's interesting to grapple with. I will say, and I think I've said here today, that I do view my role, I do view a central part of my role as educating this body, as educating ratepayers generally. I think folks should understand what goes into their essential services, and they should understand how to advocate for changes, and that includes how you file comments at Pura. So Until I'm directed otherwise, I would continue viewing my role as educating folks about Pura and the services that we oversee.
Thank you. Very good answer. I really appreciate that. It's a few things have been mentioned that I certainly am supportive. Utilities need to be more transparent to their ratepayers, to us. And, you know, they've got highly paid lobbyists that are on us and attorneys who appear before Pura. But the lobbyists for working families are people like me who sit on this side of the table. And so, you know, I've been a champion of working families. I'm not a champion of billionaires and millionaires. People know that. But so the transparency is important, and I know you've worked on that. One of the things that drives me crazy when I'm hearing from constituents, they're blaming Eversource, and I'm going, no. The problem is Dominion's getting the public benefit money. They're the generators. We separated generation from delivery. Eversource is basically the wires that get the electricity from the generating plant to your home or your business, and that 77% of the public benefit part of the bill is the bailout of Dominion, and starting back in 2017. For the record, I voted no, but obviously wasn't on the winning side of that. So it creates challenges for Pura and for you. And we're still also dealing with a badly done deregulation of electric that John Rowland pushed because we were told it would lower rates, and it kind of hasn't. But you also, I think, have some interesting things that are going to be happening in the not too distant future that will probably come to your attention. I'm certainly from Danbury. Fuel cells. I don't think DEEP is invested enough time and effort in that issue. We need to do more wind. Several people have mentioned it. We need to do more solar. People have mentioned that. I'm a proponent of small nuclear. I'm a Navy man. We've had Navy ships run by nuclear for decades. Not afraid of it when carefully and correctly used. The whole idea of more batteries. My father used to tell me Lake Candlewood,
Mhm.
down my way, I'm from Danbury, is a battery.
Yes.
During the night, they use excess electricity to pump water out of the Housatonic River into Lake Candlewood, and then during the day, during peak hours, they let it flow back. It's kind of a natural batteries. It was kind of fun. It kind of opened my eyes. But I think some of the other challenges we all are going to face, including Pura, this whole debate with ISO New England, which is driving me crazy. I don't think they're ratepayer friendly or Connecticut friendly. And climate change. Now, we're going to have to deal with that, obviously, but one of the reasons for the huge spike in electric bills last summer was that we had the hottest summer on record. Temperatures were up in the 90s for almost 2 months. Everybody turned on their air conditioning, which probably is the appliance in your house that uses more electricity than anything else, along with your refrigerator and your television. And because we were getting a lot of complaints then, and when things cooled off in September, the number of complaints kind of dropped. So there's going to have to be, as you said, more investment, and seeing all of these things, and then add AI into that, which consumes huge amounts of power that we don't have in Connecticut now, or is predicted in the near future, something for the longer future. But we need to do the investments. The question to me is, who pays for those? In a normal business, it's the shareholders, not the customers. how do you feel, how do you see that issue between shareholders paying for the investments that needed to be done and customers paying for it while investors sit back, collect their guaranteed profits?
Yes, thank
There's a
you.
lot, it's a lot, I know, but
Thank
this
you.
is what keeps me awake at night.
Um, okay, so I look forward to seeing you on the Energy and Technology Committee so we can continue this conversation.
They have a handful too.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. I will say, I think it's an excellent way to point out something that I certainly found frustrating over the past year or so when there were reports about Pura's rate case decisions being anti-business, because I think I really struggle with that because the businesses who actually have to pay the rates certainly don't share that opinion. I think that what they were trying to capture was that Pura's rate making was anti-monopoly or anti-utility, and I don't agree with that characterization either. I think for each individual case, there were obvious shortcomings in the evidence that those utility managements put forward in those cases. But I do think it allows me to explain to folks who are less familiar with the way utility rate making works, to say that utilities return on equity, which to simplify that, you can think of that as their profit margin. The return on equity in literature is meant to compensate shareholders for the risk that they're not going to recoup in a timely fashion the money, that the capital that they're fronting. There is not a question, legally speaking, that a utility will recover prudently invested capital. In fact, if there is an argument, and there has been from the utilities, that Pura has prohibited that, there is a remedy, and it's the courts. And the courts have so far, not agreed with the utility's position. They've affirmed Pura. And so when it comes to utility rate making, while the shareholders in the utility are putting out the money to do the initial investment, they are legally entitled to recoup any prudent investment, and they are going to do so with the opportunity to earn an authorized rate of return. In the case of Eversource, that is from their settlement, set at 9.25%. And that is built into the rate making structure. Again, I think when you think of those ROEs and the concept of risk, and think about what the state of Connecticut through this legislature has done to de-risk utilities, including providing a lot of contemporaneous cost recovery mechanisms, then you can start to pick apart, what I think are myths about the rate of return and the return on equity not being set appropriately in the state. Because you have to take into account the de-risking that this legislature has directed through statute in many places. So I hope that was responsive.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. And it's interesting you mentioned, because of the other 23% of the public benefits, the vast majority of that went to businesses. During COVID in particular, COVID changed everything, and the consequences of it are still changing things, certainly here in the legislature and the way state government works. And sadly, because of COVID, too many of those businesses went out of business because there were no customers anymore. The families that got help during COVID is a very small percentage of the public benefit. It's something that has been going on for decades and decades and decades and decades. We help out those who can't afford their electricity. It is a absolutely necessary utility, keeping the lights on, keeping the refrigerator running, that kind of thing. So, and those ratepayers are still on the hook to pay for that in time. So it's part of, I think, a lot of the discussion of my constituents. I get the calls and the emails and the pictures of the electric bill. And yeah, I own a house. I got an electric bill every month too. And I'm going, holy cow, this is more than I paid a year ago or 6 months ago. So I encourage you to continue to be a part of the solutions and more than that, to identifying the problems and how to go about dealing with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Again, we'll just go down the line going back and forth. Representative Haynes? Representative Nuccio?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this has been a lot of information. I'm taking notes, multiple different colored and everything. But there's a few things that I think, we've focused on here, and I'd like to get back to more specifically questions that I know are affecting my constituents. And I want to focus a little bit of time here on the public benefits piece. I have heard legislators say and seen in writing that the public benefits fee is going to go away or be reduced, diminished to very hardly anything in April. Is that true?
So the 10-month amortization ends on April 30th of 2025. The public benefits charge will continue. The rate at which I cannot confirm as we sit here because we are waiting on filings from the utilities on March 1st, but I can confirm that the public benefits charge will continue, and it's that 10-month amortization that will be paid off on April 30th.
And the 10-month amortization was exactly what?
I'm sorry, in dollars and cents, or you want me to
No,
explain what it was for?
What the pieces were.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the 10-month amortization, and some of the statistics that we've heard today, about 77%. The 10-month amortization refers to largely the under recovery attributed with the power purchase agreement for Millstone. In case folks are not familiar with RAM, which stands for the rate adjustment mechanism. It refers to a process that Pura undertakes each year. It has a couple of objectives. First, it tries to set the rates that for a contemporaneous cost recovery for expenditures that we're expecting that year for all of the line items. But it also looks backwards at the expenditures from the previous year to evaluate whether there was any under or over recovery from the way the rates were set in the previous year. And so when the RAM adjustment was done last year, it was determined that there was an under recovery largely associated with the NBFMCC, the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge, mostly with the Millstone PPA. And then there was some under recovery associated with the system benefits charge, which has the suite of programs for low income customers in it.
So, I think, I don't know if I got the answer that I was looking for there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So it's going to continue. And so which things will be coming off the tab in April?
The under recovery. So if you think about it in
The
terms
under
of
recovery for Millstone, right?
and the SBC, yes, ma'am. So if you think about it as the 56 or 57 line items, I apologize, it's around there. There's no line item that's falling off. It's just the looking back and at the under recovery from 2023, it's that under recovery that is falling off.
Okay. What things are going to be going on to it?
So I don't believe there's any new line items. But again, what happens on March 1st is we get essentially a big spreadsheet from the utilities, and it says for each line item, you set the rate at X for 2024. It yielded Y revenues and Z differential between what we needed and what was collected. And that Z under or over recovery is then added to the rate that we're setting for this year, which is projected to recover the expenditures for this calendar year. So it's you should think about it as not any new line items. I'm not aware of any new legislation that's been passed that would affect that. but you should think of it as the rate for those line items changes based on how it may be tied to the electric regional market in particular.
Okay, and the under recovery for Millstone, and then the, you said the SBC, is that was that the moratorium extension?
In part, so the SBC collects probably a dozen of those 56 line items. It can refer to, there's been some longstanding low-income programs that deal with, there's a matching payment program. There are some administrative fees for Operation Fuel. Uncollectibles generally. So the moratorium was not broken out separately. It was reflected in the uncollectibles bucket, but there's about, I want to say a dozen things that make up the SBC.
Okay, but those aren't gonna go away in October, I mean, in April, because then it will just pick up whatever the prior year's unrecoverables are, correct?
Correct. So the goal, I think the objective, one of the big complaints that that I'm sensitive to with respect to RAM, which was the basis of my dissent last year, is that I think we should all be striving to make the RAM costs less volatile. So, which was a large driver of why I thought the 10-month amortization was inappropriate. So I think when we're looking at RAM each year, it's not that any costs are, any line items are new. It's that the cost drivers that year may have gone up or down, and people's individual usage affects that, right? Because if you've projected that you're going to recover $1 million based on folks using X amount of power, and they use way less, and you only collect 500,000, you still have to go make up that 500,000 through the under recovery.
Okay. In regards to the Millstone recovery, there were 2 years basically, or 18 months that we were recovering in the last, in the July update. Can you give us a little bit of detail on why Pura decided to hold off on the yearly recovery and hold that, so it was more than 1 year being recovered at one point?
Thank you so much, because I think that this is one of the things that I was disappointed to see not better understood in the reporting. And I like I mentioned earlier, I lay that at my feet in part because we opted to not participate in the media over the past year in an attempt to de-escalate. But I think that left a lot of misunderstanding about that under recovery. So if you can bear with me for a second, I'll bring it all the way back to 2022. Actually, I need to go back to 2020. So when I started, within a year of me starting, there were 3 things that happened. We had the pandemic, we had Tropical Storm Isaias, and then we had what we've referred to as the July 2020 spikes in bills. All 3 of those things happened pretty quick in succession. And the July 2020 spike was because it was the first time folks were seeing Millstone come onto their bill. What that did was cause my colleagues and I and my staff to reevaluate the process that Pura used to do RAM proceedings to begin with, because historically speaking, it was truly a rubber stamp process where the rate that the utility was seeking to collect would come in from Pura, and it would be approved within 24 to 48 hours and then just reconciled later. My issue when that first came up in the July 2020 price spikes was I was getting questions from everyone at the legislature, what happened, and I couldn't answer them because we had not had the opportunity to look at how the utilities had set those rates. So we redesigned this process that launched in 2021. And we have been using ever since that I've started describing here, which sets the rate contemporaneously for that year using the previous years as proxies. It allows the utilities to make adjustments to those proxies for known and measurable changes. And then it reconciles any under or over recoveries from the previous year. So then you fast forward to 2022 and the Ukrainian-Russian conflict had an effect on the liquefied natural gas prices across the globe. The reason that's important to Connecticut is that our regional grid is highly dependent, particularly in the coldest days of winter, on the price of liquefied natural gas. And so what it did was it drove supply prices up in the region, which made the financial hedge of Millstone in the money, for lack of a better phrase, for ratepayers. So we accumulated a pretty sizable credit in 2022. Toward the end of 2022, stakeholders, including the Consumer Council, Governor's Office, DEEP, the utilities, all recommended to Pura that we take that accumulated credit and apply it to customer bills starting January 1st of 2023, because while the Millstone contract had been to the benefit of ratepayers, the supply rates had skyrocketed. And so we were expecting standard service rates in January of 2023 to grossly increase. So in 2023, we approved a negative NBFMCC rate, which essentially means that we began accelerating a credit back to ratepayers to offset their expected increase in supply. So in May of 2023 comes around, and Pura is tasked with setting the RAM rates for that year. And we knew at the time that the credit had been depleted. We had depleted our reserve from the previous year. And so we knew that the rate needed to be changed. All of this can be verified in public filings in our dockets. We sent out discovery request after discovery request to the utilities seeking their assistance in setting that rate appropriately for the rest of the year. We received no actionable input. So in May of that year, we set the rate effective, I think, July of that year at 0, because we knew for a fact we had depleted the credit, and we wanted to stem the bleeding. So then we said to our stakeholders, we're going to spend the summer trying to figure out what that rate should be, because we know now that we're back in the opposite situation where this financial hedge is now to the detriment of ratepayers. So we worked all summer to set that NBFMCC rate, which we ultimately set as a charge effective September of that year. We received no actionable input from any of the utilities about what that rate should be. We received a public filing from Eversource after the evidentiary record closed saying that they didn't know what that rate should be, but they were worried that it would still result in some under recovery. So that's where we were. We did the best we could to set that rate in September of 2023. Unfortunately, when the filing started coming in 2024, the under recovery from 2023 was what it was. And I know that was a very long-winded history, but I hope what is clear is that this is not a question of Pura sitting on its hands and holding back the recovery for multiple years. But rather we set a rate and it resulted in an under recovery. That's what we were dealing with last year.
Do you think, would it make more sense to let the rates, the market, to true up every 6 months? Like you said, you look at next year, expected usage, you're basing it off of the prior years, what you paid, what the true up is from the prior year. But this market is so fluid. So why would we lock ourselves into a year? Why don't we look at that and update those rates when we see market influx up or down at a 6-month basis rather than a year?
I think that's a great question. So currently we have designed the docket so we can change rates on May 1st and September 1st. Typically, the September 1st change is used to reconcile any deficiencies that we found for the previous year, although we could change it to which is what we did in 2023. So that's not spaced 6 months apart, but it is twice per year. I will say that I think a hallmark of my tenure has been process improvement. We have annual dockets that look at program design improvements, and RAM is no different. We opened up a proceeding in December specifically designed to solicit feedback on the current process from stakeholders. And we are in the middle of that docket right now, so I can't speculate where we're going, but I am aware that at least one stakeholder has suggested more frequent changes. And I do believe that if the evidence in the record supports that is something that is in Pura's authority to change. So it's what I'm trying to say is it's definitely something that we will consider.
I think we should consider it because the market is too fluid, not to be ironic, but the market is too fluid. And locking in a rate, and then doing a reconciliation at the end of the year that's retrospective for a prospective spend of a market that's got more chances of changing than, the weather around here. I think we have to be more on top of it rather than just guessing and leaving that guess for a year. So I would highly encourage you guys to really think about how we can make this a more responsive review process.
Thank you. And I'd be happy to share with anyone on the committee how your voice can be heard in that proceeding. The docket is 24-1205, I believe. So I would welcome anyone's input in that docket as well. Thank you.
Oh, well, you'll have to give me that. I'll do that. Onto the low income discount rate that we have. When you and I had met, you had given me the 2023 numbers. And when I looked at the 2023 numbers, the low income discount programs equated to about 28% of the public benefits charge at that time. I know that amount has changed because of the 2-year recovery of Millstone, but I'm just going off what you gave me. So that was a 28% of that public benefits charge was due to these low income discount rate programs. And looking at this, you had mentioned, trying to get to the root cause of it, and I would just kind of throw out there for the ether that the root cause of it is that it's just too expensive. Whether it's too expensive to live in the state, to pay the bills in the state, or for the cost of electricity. Everybody, it's not a shock to any single person in this room, because it's been said about 50 times that we're the second highest cost of electricity in the country. So I think that is really the root cause of it. And trying to figure out a way to bring that down is really the only solution. When you had spoken to me, we had talked about the two-tier methodology that was originally put in with the 2007 Take Back the Grid bill. And you had mentioned that there's now a 5-tier methodology. Who decides how many tiers it should be? Like, who is the person who decides how this program is going to function?
Thank you so much for that question. Whenever the legislature authorizes or mandates that Pura design a program, including the low-income discount rate, generally speaking, the legislation will come to us and it will have some parameters that we should consider, and it turns into a docket at Pura. So it's an adjudicated case. So every stakeholder, the utilities, the Office of Consumer Counsel, DEEP, the AG, whomever wishes to participate, will formulate responses to our request for comments, our discovery questions. They'll participate in hearings, technical meetings, they'll provide briefs. And then Pura, our staff and the commissioners will issue a draft decision on the matter that allows another opportunity for comment before we finalize it and vote. So the 5 tiers have been designed with the input of the stakeholders and voted on by the Pura commissioners.
Okay, so Pura is then developing this program. Like, you are developing the guidelines for this program in the administration of this program.
Correct, based on the evidence in the record.
Okay. So will you also be administering the program?
No, ma'am, the programs are administered by the utilities using a data sharing agreement with DSS, and then we oversee and audit the program, but we are not directly administering it.
Okay. So what happens currently if people, holy moly, I'm really struggling today. It's been a long day. What happens today if people don't pay their electric bills? Do they continue to have service? Like, do they get turned off? How does
Yes.
this work?
Sure. So,
And I'm asking this just for informational purposes, just for point of preference. I was a poor girl growing up. I had my electricity turned off quite a bit. So
understood. Thank you for the question, Representative. I was looking at my watch because, believe it or not, I forgot what the date was. But the date is important because for several decades, the state of Connecticut has had in place a winter protection program, which states that from November 1st to, I believe, May 1st, each year, if you are designated a financial hardship customer, you cannot have your heating source disconnected, and it must be, I believe it also also must be restored if you have been terminated. So to today, like physically today, if someone has been qualified as a financial hardship customer and they don't pay their bill, they would be protected through May 1st under that statutory program. Outside of the statutory program, customers can be disconnected for service if they are not in an active repayment plan.
So if somebody has an arrearage then, and they go into a payment plan, does that then fall into this $103 million of non-payment?
Once someone has begun repaying, it shows up as a credit to that reserve in future years.
But it still shows up as a debt, right? It shows up as an arrearage, as a non-collectible.
I believe after, well, I think it's 180 days. There are different rules about the accounts being written off and when it qualifies for the uncollectibles reserve. So I just don't want to misspeak. But if we have surpassed all of those timelines, then their amount would show up in the uncollectible reserve and then be credited as they repay.
Okay, so the point is to really get the people who are struggling onto a payment plan.
And to
Right.
get them to repay, yes.
Okay, and when they repay, that's something that you are then validating from information from the electric company? Like, how does this go back? Because, listen, people have electricity, right? So it's not like they have no electricity for the rest of their lives with something like this. So how does that reconciliation get done?
The reconciliation, especially for hardship customers, is done through the RAM process and the reports that the utilities owe us in that reconciliation docket.
Okay, so with this new program, I believe for last time we spoke, there are going to be 5 tiers now based on income, this and that, and you're guaranteed to have anywhere from a 10% to a 50% discount based on where you fall within these tiers, correct?
I believe, it is between 5% for the first tier and 50% for the up to 100% federal poverty guideline.
Okay, so it's 5 to 50. Okay, I had 10, so that's good to know. So what happens if somebody's in this payment plan and they're getting a 50% discount and they still don't pay their bill?
If you fail out of the payment arrangement, then you lose your protection status, which means that you're eligible for termination.
So, but they're not entering into this from what we had talked about before. It's automatic. DSS is giving you a list of who automatically qualifies for this magic program and then, they're on it. So if they don't pay their 50%,
Then they're at risk for termination. Yes.
so they're at risk for termination, but if they go onto a payment plan, they be put back on, but the part that they didn't pay is still gonna fall into the arrearages part that everybody else has to pay for again? See, you're making the face that my brain is making.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just want to think through the question really quickly. So when it comes to the low income discount rate, my recollection is it shows up as a separate line item within the system benefits charge, separate and apart from the uncollectibles reserve. So the funding for the low income discount rate is not recorded against the uncollectibles account. I believe it shows up in a separate line item, and that funding accounts for the like quote unquote credits that the customer is receiving, whether it's the 5% up to 50%. I believe the way this works is that if you have demonstrated financial hardship with DSS and that data has been shared with the utility and you're enrolled in the low income discount rate, and then you subsequently do not pay your bill, then you become at risk for termination. And then I think your specific question is, does that let's just say they had a 50% discount for the month of January and they didn't pay their bill. I think your specific question is, does that remaining 50% go against the uncollectibles reserve, or does it go against the low income discount rate line item? And I think the answer is the latter, and I'd be happy to confirm.
I'd appreciate it if we can figure that out because, I've had a conversation with a couple of legislators here about this program and looking at this, I think if you give people, it's funny because one of them actually said, well, they don't have to pay 50%, they can pay more. And I would just like to find one person in this world regardless of their income, if you give me a 50% bill that says, oh, I'm going to pay more, right? So my concern here is, we're already establishing a minimum, a maximum threshold that anybody's going to pay on these bills. And the documentation that you showed me had $103 million in arrearage for unpaid bills. And this program is actually going to be more expensive than that. So that assumes that of everybody that gets onto this program, that they're also going to pay 100% of their decided percentage on top of, if they don't, then the arrearages still come back for us to pay. So I don't see unless there's something somewhere telling me that the arrearages amount is going to go away.
Yep.
Right? There is going to be an arrearages amount that we have to pay, plus this low income discount rate plan that we have to pay.
Right, absolutely. So let me just say this back to you. So there is definitively going to be a year to 2 years where both line items are at their peak, because the uncollectibles reserve is a lagging line item, meaning that as it's repaid, that's reflected in future years, but you're collecting the uncollectibles reserve in that year based on what you think it's going to be. So the year in which the low income discount rate is first launched in its full, you're going to have the situation where your uncollectibles reserve is at its historic high, or what its historic value, and then you're going to have the estimated cost of the low income discount rate. I think one thing I would take with a bit of a grain of salt, and we'll have more data soon, is that the 2023 values were designed. We began collecting based on an assumption that we were launching the two-tier low income discount rate, which had a 10 and 50%. And what we found very quickly after the DSS data sharing agreement came into place was that there were significantly more customers that qualified for financial hardship, particularly the deeper discount, than the utilities data had suggested, which is why we paused the program and launched the redesign into the 5 tiers. And so what we were collecting in 2023 through those numbers was assuming that we were going to do that full launch of the 10 and 50%, because as we covered a few minutes ago, we tried to set the rates in a contemporaneous way. So in the redesign of the program with the 5 tiers, we built in cost containment mechanisms to ensure that the cost of the program does not exceed 1.6% of Eversource's revenues, and I believe 1.8% of UI's, because we want to make sure that the low income discount rate program does not cost ratepayers more than the old way of uncollectibles. And so, I'm optimistic that once the program gets off the ground later this year, that we'll start to see those numbers turn around. But the phenomenon that you're observing is, I recognize the phenomenon you're observing, and I think that's the right thing to keep your eye on.
So what you just said there, I think is interesting, because I don't have the confidence that this program is not going to be higher than the uncollectibles, right? Just from looking at the data and, that you've provided and that Eversource has provided, they're all projecting this is going to be well over $120 million a year minimum for this program. And that's concerning, because I think on average, our uncollectibles prior to were closer to like around the $100 billion mark, less?
They ranged between 100 and 120 historically, is my understanding, but I'd be happy to pull historic data as well.
Yeah, because this, I don't think it's going to be less. I think it's going to be at least as much as the uncollectibles just for this program. Plus, we're going to have the uncollectibles that are still going to exist on top of this program. And the fact that we're doing 2 years, like you said, 2 years in 1 year, as one ramps up and one ramps down, that's literally what we just did with Millstone. And the outrage is palpable, right? It's a high amount of money that people are being asked to pay that, across the board, I don't know a single resident that I have that's saying, oh, I'm enjoying paying this. I get why am I paying for other people's electricity?
Yes.
Right. This is what causes the outrage, these kinds of decisions. And that's concernable to me. With this program, I've had people ask me, I'm just going to throw out some of the questions that people have asked me. Is there going to be any kind of auditing with this electricity? For instance, if someone has a pool, or central air conditioning that runs in their apartment from April, or their house from April to November. Or if they have their entire house covered in Christmas lights. How is this gonna be impacting? Is there gonna be any moderation on use? I know the plan is 50% up to 700 kilowatts. But if you have somebody who's maxing that out all the time and only paying 50% of that bill, and then my other neighbor is saying, I can't turn my air conditioning on because I can't afford a $900 bill, but my neighbor, they're on a low income plan and they got air conditioning going from April to November. So is there any sort of auditing or moderation that's going to be put in place with this program?
There are the usage caps, which are designed based on a bill frequency analysis. Those usage caps are designed to make sure that they're set at a level that does not exceed the bill frequency analysis that was conducted for all users.
But is that just on what portion they're going to get a discount on? Or is that saying that they're going to be allowed to use 700 kilowatts? Like, what's the difference there? Like, you're saying it's designed based on the history, the usage caps, right? So define usage caps.
A usage cap is, so you may use 1,000 kilowatt hours for the month, but you're only going to receive the discount up to that usage cap. So, as you said, I think it's 750, or it's 800 kilowatt hours per month for Eversource. Rate and UI's rate R, and 1,200 per kilowatt hours per month for their rate RT, which I believe is when you heat with electricity. So if you exceed that usage, you do not receive a discount in excess of that usage.
But you are for that first bulk,
Correct.
right? Okay, so one of the questions that I asked on appropriation is, this seems like it's a program that you're developing. There's going to be administration, like Eversource and UI are going to be doing it and that. But we have several other income-driven energy programs like LIHEAP, Operation Fuel, et cetera, stuff like that. Who, if anyone, is ensuring that the people who qualify for this program, if I qualify for a 50% discount off of my electric bills, who is then going back and making sure that I'm not also double dipping and getting LIHEAP and all these other programs that are out there, which will virtually make it so my bill doesn't exist?
Understood. So to enter into one of the tiers of LiDAR based on the income threshold, we are not asking the utilities to conduct the income verification. We're relying on DSS to conduct the income verification, which is why the tiers are designed to match up with income verified programs that DSS administers. Once a person has entered into the LiDAR program, the programs that are administered through the utilities, which includes LIHEAP, the calculation for how the low income discount rate is applied to the bill takes into account whether that customer is receiving LIHEAP. So we're trying to maximize how should I say this? We're trying to make sure that ratepayers are paying the least amount that they can for these programs. So I believe that's the other thing that I provided to you was information about how to comment on that methodology for accounting for LIHEAP and SEEP in LiDAR, which we have a technical meeting about tomorrow.
So they can qualify for LIHEAP and LiDAR and any of the other ones. So where does that balance out?
So that is what we're looking at tomorrow is just how the utilities apply that calculation. So does the LIHEAP come off and then the 50% is taken on the balance, or is LIHEAP taken off after the 50% is applied in just 1 month, or is it spread out over a couple of months? I think what we discovered in designing the program, because we're only the 3rd state that I think has tried this, is that the administration of this program in conjunction with other programs is, certainly it's one of those instances where the devil's in the details. So we have not finalized how that is going to be applied. That's what the technical meeting is for tomorrow, because the stakeholders all have different opinions about how and when like the SEEP and LIHEAP should be applied in the order of applying LiDAR.
Okay. And earlier today, you were asked about the electric car charging stations. And you said that, how do I put this? That basically, how does paying for other people's charging stations have more benefits to cost for people who don't have electric cars? You said you review, that's what it was. You said you review the initiatives to make sure that there are more benefits to cost for people. So
Yes.
how can anybody seriously say that it's a bigger benefit for me to pay for my neighbor's electric car station charger?
Thank you so much for the question. So when it comes to whether you're talking about electric vehicles or any other new entry to the grid that is going to increase demand, that is where I think, Pura should focus its efforts, because you want to make sure that no new entry to the grid is done in a way that doesn't trigger downstream upgrades. And so the theory or the principles behind designing this program are that if folks are plugging in to the grid with new sources of demand where the utility does not have visibility into where and when that is being established, they have no control over that usage. They have no ability to plan for it. It causes downstream impacts where you're having to build out the grid in excess of what it may be needed. Because when it comes to an electric vehicle, what you can find is that folks often can shift by even an hour their charging behavior and see a minimization of the impacts on the grid. So what we mean when we say that this program has is cost beneficial is that in exchange for receiving an incentive under this program, you are committing to participate in things like managed charging, where the utility has visibility into it. It can send you price signals about when it's good for the grid for you to charge, and you're helping the grid. You're helping the utility avoid unnecessary upgrades to the grid elsewhere. So that's the theory.
So I would just, in response to that, I understand the benefit of that to the person who has the electric car. And I understand the benefit of that for the grid, but I don't understand as the neighbor who can't afford an electric car, who doesn't have an electric car, how the benefit for me to pay for that becomes, a benefit to cost for me. It's that those charges should stay with the people who are generating them and not be socialized over all ratepayers is kind of, is my point on that. I don't see how any of that really comes down to the benefit of the cost of the people who don't have those vehicles.
I think the issue is that you can't always trace a downstream impact to the individual user. So if there are downstream impacts that require a substation upgrade or upgrades to the feeder, those are going to be socialized across all ratepayers. So you're trying to decrease those so that all ratepayers don't have to pay for it. But I do want to point out that as a creature of statute, if the legislature tells me tomorrow to wind down the program or to implement it in a different way, that is something that Pura would have to do. So while I'm more than happy to discuss how the program is designed and the theory behind it, I do want to make sure that that's understood.
Okay, I appreciate that. One of the things that you had mentioned in regard to the 56 or 57 different legislative ideas is that you're willing to sit down and review them and go over which ones, do you have opinions on which ones should or should not? I will be quite frank. I don't believe that the LiDAR plan should be on electric bills. As I explained it to you and other people, my taxes pay for a lot of things. My taxes pay for SNAP benefits, right? I don't have a problem with that, but I don't pay taxes to cover my SNAP benefit piece that I'm helping out with people on, and then go to the grocery store, get my bill for $100 for my 7 items, and then pay another $30 to help somebody else pay for their groceries, right? The cost of my food is the cost of my food. My taxes pay for these programs. So I do not believe that the LIDA program should be on these bills at all. I think it should be, just like every other state benefit program that we have, it should be in the budget. It should be negotiated through the legislature. The legislature should have to be responsible for it and responsible for the dollar amount that's on there. So with these programs that you have, some of them you mentioned are contracts and that. Do you believe that there are some that are on there that we could get rid of or not do or like change so we could reduce that impact from the public benefits fee for residents?
I appreciate the question. I think it's, I first want to start by reiterating my commitment. I'd be happy to sit down with you or any member of this committee or the entire legislature to talk through what each line item traces to. I view my role as being able to explain what it traces to and also what the impacts could be of shifting the funding source, whether it's the low income discount rate or EVs or whatever. They all trace to a statutory authorization. And if that statutory authorization is revoked, then Pura would end the program. If the statute changes the funding source, then we would look to implement it that way. I think that there are some, looking through the line items in there, there are a number of them that are tied to long-term contracts that are intimately affected by the dynamics of the regional market. I do think that there are some challenges to the volatility of those contracts. I am not an expert in the state budget. I do think that there are some challenges with moving some of those long-term contracts that are tied to regional volatile markets into a budget. But I would be happy to look at every single line item, explain to you what it is and how and whether it's affected by sources that you can forecast or not.
I appreciate that. You're probably going to end up getting a phone call from me.
I'd be happy.
Can you briefly explain the non-contract qualifying facilities fees that are built into the public benefit fees and what they mean?
I can certainly try. So the history of this ties, I believe, all the way back to a federal law known in short as PURPA, which I think stands for Public Utilities Regulatory. Oh gosh, I don't know. It's a PURPA. It's a federal law. And essentially it came about in the late 70s, 80s to try to drive energy independence by encouraging states to provide rates to what they called independent power providers, often solar, small hydro, I believe, is in there, and some other small distributed resources. And this line item, I believe, refers to payments or incentives that were made available to some of those resources as that were entering into contracts to provide the power back to the grid. That is not the state of Connecticut's current incentive model for distributed energy resources. I think the year or two before I started, there was legislation passed that directed Pura to design successor programs that we have a buy-all and a netting tariff that specifically on the non-residential side rely on auctions to get the most competitive rates for solar under a specific cap. So I think this line item refers to more of the legacy distributed energy resource payments that were meant to incentivize small power providers to be constructed and provide service to the grid.
Why is it so large? In 2023, it was a large portion of that public benefits fee.
I think I'd be happy to look into it further in this year's RAM. I believe it is sort of like a pancaking when it comes to most of these contracts. They have usually 20-year terms. So you had a period of years where folks could qualify for these rates, and then they're on those rates for 20 years. So I think there was a number of years where folks could and qualify for that.
Okay, I'd definitely like some more information on that because it was a rather large dollar amount. I'd like to talk very quickly about the storm cleanup. I've been told by a couple of people now that there are billions of dollars of storm cleanup fees that have not been recovered as of yet from the electric companies for several years worth of storms. What's the total number that is there that you are aware of outstanding storm cleanup that we have not built into the recovery yet?
I think this question is specific to Eversource because UI has come in for a rate case. Excuse me. I can confirm, but the number that's jumping into my head is several $100 million. I don't want to misspeak, but I'd be happy to verify that number. It is several $100 million.
I'm hearing it's like 2 billion.
Okay, I'd be happy to verify.
I think we should definitely verify that. So is the contention here then that the reason these have not been built into the rates, sorry, my computer's doing something really weird right now, is that Eversource hasn't come in for a rate review, so we have not built them in because of that?
That's correct. I think I received a question earlier today that was along these lines. There is a legal prohibition on what is called single issue rate making, which legally prohibits a utility commission from tinkering with the rates to address one single line item outside of a rate proceeding where you can address their full books. So since Eversource has not been in for a rate case since their settlement in 2018, their rates are set right now to recover a storm reserve. And then it allows them to accrue and deferred accounting the costs in excess of certain dollar threshold.
So I guess I have a little confusion here with that because you're saying, and I don't dispute it, that Eversource hasn't come in for a rate case since 2018, but every 6 months, the rates are adjusted. So how is that possible?
Sure. So this gets back to the 4 buckets. So supply, which is deregulated, changes twice per year on January 1st and July 1st. Historically, the rates always go up on January 1st and they always go down on July 1st because it's tied to the regional market. And because we're primarily generating with natural gas, it's cheaper to generate in the second half of the year. So you will always see your supply rates change January 1st and July 1st, unless you have a long-term contract with a third-party supplier. Transmission rates and public benefits rates are adjusted up to twice per year through the RAM process. So that can happen on May 1st, July 1st, or September 1st. The distribution portion of your bill, which historically could be labeled delivery, it's usually 2 line items. You'll see a fixed charge that says distribution, and then you'll see a volumetric charge, which is a rate times your usage. Both of those distribution charges can only be set in a rate case. So when I say that they haven't been in for a rate case, it's those 2 line items, which are between 30 and 40% of your bill, that we cannot legally adjust outside of a rate proceeding.
And that's where these falls.
That's where storms, anything that has to do with the traditional provision of utility service would fall through that rate.
So are you expecting yet another rate shock when that comes in and we have to recover $2 billion worth of storm expenses?
They are due in for a rate case in October of this year. I can't legally opine on whether I think it's going to be a rate shock or not because it depends on the evidence in the record before me. But certainly I'm aware that they will be seeking recovery for the storm costs.
Okay. So I wanted to focus a little bit on on the differences because Eversource is also the main power provider for Massachusetts, and there's a vast difference in rates in Massachusetts than here in Connecticut. Can you give us any background on why the rates in our neighboring states are so much lower than Connecticut and what can be driving that?
Sure. So I will say that I've been reading the news, especially over the last week, and there's been a lot of activity in Massachusetts where the governor and a bipartisan group of legislators have petitioned the equivalent of Pura there do open investigations into the rates of Eversource and National Grid because they are skyrocketing in that state. I think it's particularly focused on gas, but I just want to offer that context because that is recent news. Other things that can affect the setting of rates, there are a certain portion of your rates that are fixed costs. It costs a certain amount to operate the grid, whether you have 5 users or 100, what have you. So we have some factors such as that, or in Massachusetts, depending on the utility, they have more customers to divide fixed costs over. Also, I think the 10-month amortization of the public benefits charges has done a lot to push us out of parity with Massachusetts, but I would expect that to subside. So I would welcome looking at further at the data because I had understood that we were more in parity with the other New England states, with the exception of maybe Vermont, which still remains mostly vertically integrated, which means they have more control over their supply prices. So they do tend to be, over the last couple of years at least, less impacted by the regional dynamics than the other New England states.
Massachusetts instituted net metering way back. Oh, I don't want to say way back, but significant time period back. They did it in record time compared to what Connecticut has even been posturing towards, which I would say it's pretty much died here. The initial cost has ballooned from what we were originally told net metering would cost to, I believe it's over $850 million to put it place here in Connecticut. Do you know why Connecticut wouldn't have acted sooner on net metering?
I apologize. That is not consistent with my understanding. Net metering was the historical approach that Connecticut did use for solar. And the bill that I was referencing, I think it was Public Act 1935, which passed before I started, directed Pura to phase out net metering and to transition to successor programs, which are buy-all and netting tariffs, which are generally viewed as more cost-effective for ratepayers because they're in large part based on auctions, particularly in the commercial side. Those programs have been hugely successful. We've maintained and accelerated the deployment of distributed energy resources in our state, despite having to launch those successor programs in the middle of the pandemic. So I think those programs have been a success.
Maybe I said it, maybe I'm not referencing it right, but it's basically the ability to be able to monitor your electricity usage and, do things when it costs less, kind of a thing. I thought there was there's an entire program. I thought it was called net.
Oh, advanced metering
Advanced
infrastructure,
metering,
AMI
yes.
smart meters.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. The program I was referring to, net metering, deals with renewable energy tariffs. Advanced metering infrastructure, sometimes referred to in short as smart meters. When I worked in Maryland over a decade ago, most utilities in the country took advantage of funding available at the time through ARPA to offset the cost of installing AMI at the homes. So traditionally, it used to be that meters were analog, then they transitioned into AMR, which you can drive by and read, and then the next generation of meters is referred to as AMI or smart meters, which do provide more granular and timely insight into your individual's usage. Not all AMI is created equal. There are a whole host of utilities who have deployed dumb smart meters, and so you need to be really careful about the program that you're funding. When I started in 2019, we identified the deployment of smart meters as one of the 11 tracks in the equitable modern grid, recognizing that having customers who understand their usage and can be empowered to do something about it is part of the prosumer generation. And it's something that Pura has worked to facilitate in the state. But I do need to be abundantly clear that the decision as to whether to deploy or not deploy AMI is solely in the bailiwick of the management of Eversource. And we have taken great lengths through docketed proceedings to provide a framework that was published over a year ago that illustrates to Eversource and UI. And I should pause and say, UI actually deployed AMI within the past decade using their traditional meter replacement project. So UI does have it, as do over 80% of the utilities in the country have made decisions to deploy AMI without additional funding from their utility commissions. But we did take the action to finalize a framework in conjunction with our stakeholders that said, here is your roadmap for deploying AMI and what we want to see from it. After that framework was released, Eversource stated that that was not enough certainty for them in order to deploy AMI. And so we took the extraordinary step of opening another docket to design a contemporaneous cost recovery mechanism. That tariff was finalized in November of 2024, and it does allow them, and I emphasize an extraordinary because it is an unusual cost recovery option because meters are a basic tenet of service and should be recovered through distribution rates. Instead, at Eversource's insistence, the commission adopted a contemporaneous cost recovery tariff so that they could recover the cost of deploying AMI as we went along. We largely adopted their proposal. Despite that, they have filed a request for reconsideration, asking that we go the full 100% of the way towards what they had proposed because we accepted their proposal and instituted some consumer protection measures. And in that filing, they stated that because of the deployment that they are undertaking in Massachusetts, they did not have the staffing to deploy it in Connecticut until October of 2025 at the earliest. So that reconsideration is pending before Pura, so I cannot speculate about what we will do on it, but that is where we stand today. Pura has released a framework to encourage the deployment. We have designed a cost recovery mechanism, and Eversource could deploy AMI in the state of Connecticut tomorrow if it so chose.
Okay. And while we're talking about Eversource, there's a few things that, for questions there that I'd like to kind of get clarified. In conversations, again, with multitudes of people, are the CEO and executive team salaries built into the rate recovery anywhere?
They are part of distribution rates. In Public Act 23-102, or it could have been 20-5, one of those two bills, the legislature acted to empower Pura to tie a portion of the executive compensation to the achievement of certain performance metrics. So we can't reach up to the parent company. Like, there's obviously a lot of opinions about how much money the CEO of Eversource makes. We cannot dictate that as Pura or the state of Connecticut because he's receiving that salary from all of his regulated utilities and unregulated businesses. What we can control is the amount of that is passed through to Connecticut ratepayers through distribution rates. And what we have begun implementing in rate cases that have come in since that legislation was passed was tying a percentage of that recovery to the achievement of certain metrics. In the gas rate cases that we did in the fall, for example, we tied a recovery of the Avangrid executives' compensation to the reduction of lost gas, which is lost and unaccounted for gas. So we have not yet done that for Eversource because, again, they have not come in for a rate case, but that is a tool at our disposal that we could exercise when they do come in.
Okay, 'cause I was told that it was not part of their rate recovery. So that the CEO and most of the executive team salaries were paid by the board and not part of the recovery. So,
That does not match my understanding.
okay. So you talked a little bit, well, that part I get. So I wanted to, the recent downgrade by the S&P. When S&P did that downgrade, they specifically said the downgrading was due to a combination of factors, including cash flow issues and the regulatory environment in the state of Connecticut. Now that's not Eversource saying that. That's, S&P, which is its own entity, its own governed entity. How do you respond to that?
Thank you for the question. I will say that I would recommend that everyone take the time to read the reports that S&P has been issuing since at least 2018. For a fuller picture, all of the ratings agencies have been issuing varying warnings dating back as early as 2019, 2018, advising and opining on the fact that Eversource was investing and over leveraging itself in the offshore wind business, which is not regulated by the state of Connecticut. And so I do find it curious that there were years worth of outlooks and reports suggesting that the company's cash flow issues were attributable to its unregulated venture. And then it has emerged that in the most recent report that they're, concerned about the regulatory environment in Connecticut. So I just offer that perspective. I will say that, investor expectations, the creditworthiness of the company, those are all factors that we are required to balance when setting rates. But no single factor is statutorily designed to outweigh others. And again, Eversource itself has not been in for a rate case. So when they do, it would be incumbent on Pura to look at the evidence in the record before us, including creditworthiness and investor expectations, and to make a balanced decision based on that record.
Okay. One of the things that they mentioned, as you said, was cash flow issues concerning offshore wind investments, deferrals, and what they're considering under recovered expenditures. I would think that the storms would fall under recovered expenditures. The offshore wind investments, were those investments that were legislatively driven, that they had to invest in the wind technology as part of the green climate control bills?
No, there was no mandate. That was an option that the board of Eversource, I believe, elected to participate in.
Okay, and let's see. S&P has said that they're concerned that Eversource is over-leveraged and needs to generate more cash. So how do we reconcile that with the public profit and shareholder return of the company? And where is the profit typically generated from? Because as you mentioned, they have multiple lines. So where is their profit? I understand we have the 9.25% guaranteed rate, but in the relation to the rest of it, how does this, how do these things intertwine?
Sure. So Eversource, in their own words, in their own quarterly filings, have reported record profits as recent as last week, I believe, of $800 million. That was driven, my understanding, exclusively by their regulated distribution utility holdings. In fact, they had to write off $2.4 billion in impairment charges for their unregulated venture. So they're certainly not currently making profits from their unregulated ventures. So the entirety of their profits right now, my understanding is, are being driven by the regulated utilities, of which the state of Connecticut represents approximately 40% of those holdings.
So the 9.25% then, the guaranteed 9.25% you're saying is what's generating the majority of this $800 million in profit.
So you have the utilities have the opportunity to earn the authorized rate of return, and it is baked into the rates that they charge. That, of course, depends on the management. When rates are set, it's a snapshot in time. So it is within management's control whether they want to dividend up to their board, which they are notorious for doing in a way that is out of step with the rest of the market. They can also, I apologize, I'm losing my train of thought. But I'm sorry, can you re-ask your question?
If I can remember, I can. Basically, the $800 million, the profit there that we're looking at, how does the 9.25%, are you basically saying that the 9.25% guaranteed piece is the main generator of this $800 million in profit?
Along with the authorized rate of return in their other states. So they also operate in Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
And so for the combination, you're saying it's the regulated piece, the piece that we're talking about here that is generating that profit.
That is what they reported out on their quarterly investor call.
And who decides the 9.25%?
Normally, a return on equity is a part of the adjudicated rate case before Pura. The 9.25% was part of a settlement agreement that was entered into before I arrived.
So theoretically, if they come in for a rate review, you could lower that 9.25% is what you're saying.
If the evidence and the record supported it. So return on equities are based on a lot of things. We run economic models, CAPM, DCF that look at, in part, at investor expectations. We look at proxy groups, we look at capital structures. There's a lot of evidence that's put into the record. The utilities will have witnesses. Some of the other participants will have witnesses. And so based on the entirety of the evidence in the record before us, we will determine the appropriate ROE based on the specific facts in that case.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to answer all of my questions there. There were quite a few, and I appreciate your feedback on it. And I have to just say that, I'm pretty confident that your vote has already been negotiated here and that you're going to be reconfirmed. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do at this point because my residents are hurting. I hear about it weekly. Like people are posting on my personal Facebook pages about their $1,800 bills. Like I get phone calls and emails from people all over the place. And unfortunately, I have yet to see anybody. No, $1,800 for 1 month. Yes, 1 month. I've yet to see anybody up here on the E&T committee basically looking at what we can do to stop this hurt. And instead, your confirmation has become the battle that everybody in this building is talking about. And unfortunately, you're the commissioner and the buck stops with you, right? So the policies that have been enforced have been detrimental and they've hurt the residents of this state in my district. And I can't say that, any district has been exempt from this. And I don't know what else to do, right? When people will not listen to this 56, 57 legislative actions, the public benefit charge, how hurtful it is to people. I don't know where else to go, right? Other than to the battle that is being drawn on the field. And that battle is with you right now, right? So the hard part is you're answering all my questions. You're giving me information that I need, but there's still so much of this person saying this and you saying that. And I don't know where to go to get the truth or what is perceived as the truth. And I don't know how to make the E&T committee listen to the fact that the decisions this legislative body has made over the last so many years are detrimental and are hurting our residents. And it's, this is the battlefield. So, I know we've got a bunch of people who still need to speak in that, but I'm just going to say, I truly hope that this next term, because you're obviously going to get it, but this next term here is successful for you. And I hope that you truly champion the ratepayers here, not the legislature. And if people are asking you to opine on legislation for different initiatives in that you truly recognize that Pura's seat is regulatory. And to say, this is what this will do, I'm fine with, but to dip your toe into the legislative session to try to drive where legislation goes, I'm not comfortable with. As a regulatory body, I ask you that you please do not do that. And, there are things that we have heard about the governor releasing thousands of decisions that have been made in that. But then we also hear that a lot of those meetings, there's no minutes for it. There's nothing recorded, there's no votes for it, right? And we've talked about transparency and being open and honest with what's happening. And I hope that that has been impressed upon you, that even if it was done for the last 25 years in Pura, we're asking going forward that you don't do that anymore, that these things be open, that these meetings be open, that votes be taken, and all of this information be left for the public, because that is the only way you will avoid scrutinies, to being scrutinized over this, right? Is to be open and honest and in the public with it. So, I'm really struggling because I have to reflect the voice of my residents, and my residents are being tragically hurt by what is going on. And through all of this, I don't see anybody else stepping up to be their champion. So I'm going to be their mouthpiece and say that what has happened in this building in the last couple of years with the rates and everything else is quite frankly disgusting. You know, we pass legislation with good intent, but when you know better, you do better. And the legislation that we have passed is not helping people. It is hurting people. And I need somebody in your seat, in any seat, that is truly going to just champion the people. I'm going to listen to what everybody else has to say. I'm going to listen to the public hearing and and everything else and that. But you know, this is quite the dilemma that we are in right now. And you know, it's not a comfortable place to be, but that's what we get elected for. I have to speak for 25,000 people on whether or not you're the person to sit in that chair and make the best decisions for them. And I truly hope that, you know, when this vote is done and you are put back into that seat, Marissa, I hope that you take that to heart and you think about it every day that you're coming in here, that what your regulatory body is doing affects 3.6 million people. And I hope the decisions that you're making and when you push back on people, it is for the betterment of the ratepayer and not for the people who sit in the seats up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. It's been since 11:03 since we started, it's 11:07. I think I probably need to give you a little bit of a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. So why don't we stand at ease for about 15 minutes till about, well, till 2:50 so that you have a chance to take a break, refreshing up. Thank you. $2.50 on the nose. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order again. Sorry that it's a few minutes earlier, but everybody seems to be ready. We have our witness back. Representative Sanchez is next to ask questions. He's here. So Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So congratulations on your renomination. Wishing you the best. I think the word of the day is transparency. And with that, I just want to share a little bit of information and then I'll follow up with some questions. The population in Connecticut, from my research, is approximately 3.7 million people. Of those 3.7 million people, 3,716 are veterans who are 100% disabled. Of those 3.7 million people, 35% are renters. Just in Hartford alone, almost 75% are renters. Bridgeport, 55% are renters. In New Haven, 71% are renters. Waterbury, 60%. New Britain, 59%. Reason why I'm bringing this up is because I want to just touch on the RPS, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, as well as the public benefit charges. And I had a quick short conversation with Senator Fonfara here, but I need to get a better understanding because it's my opinion and my view that this Renewable Portfolio Standard is the driving force to the public benefit. Can you share with me if I'm wrong or what's the relationship between the two?
Thank you so much for the question. So the Renewable Portfolio Standard, I don't know its explicit date of origin, but I do know that they have been in place across the country for a couple of decades. I would say when I think about the Renewable Portfolio Standard and Pura's role in compliance and making sure that so just take a step back. Our role with respect to the Renewable Portfolio Standard is limited to ensuring compliance with it so that the load serving entities, which can be third-party electric suppliers or the utilities themselves, are purchasing the required number of RECs, renewable energy credits. And to the extent that they don't, that they're paying the alternative compliance payment. That shows up, to the best of my understanding, in your supply charge. So when you are undertaking the procurements for standard service, the wholesale suppliers will bake into the rate that they're bidding the cost of RPS compliance. There are also I'm sure some costs associated with it that flow through the public benefits, but I'm blanking on it right now. If you're referring more broadly to the state's renewable goals, there are certainly a number of line items in public benefits that trace to that. But I'm not sure that I would characterize the Renewable Portfolio Standard itself as the key driver of public benefits.
Okay, so just to move on, because we had our interview, and I must say that you are an extremely intelligent woman and very knowledgeable from what I've experienced having the conversation with you, and it was refreshing to know that you have this type of knowledge. In our conversation about the Renewable Portfolio Standard, the RPS. What is your opinion with this RPS? I believe that we need to go back, probably get rid of it and start from scratch or create a new type of standard. Because I think that this is when I say it's a driving force for the public benefit, I'm saying that it's mandating the state to use a certain percentage of renewable and clean energy that we have to import, like liquid natural gas. So what's your opinion on this? And what would you do to change this RPS?
Thank you so much for the question. So, like many of the things that we've discussed today, the renewable portfolio standard itself and the fuels that qualify for it within the individual tiers are legislatively established. So, what I would be able to do moving forward is certainly advise the Energy and Technology Committee on what the removal of certain fuels would do to both costs and supply. And I could certainly opine on the RPS's ability or its effect on the deployment of renewables. I will say speaking personally, I've worked on RPS compliance for a number of years, including dating back to my time in Maryland. And there are certainly fuels, and I'll speak about my time in Maryland, that have inched their way into qualifying. In Maryland, it was black liquor, for example, which is byproduct of the paper making process. And it's really a policy decision whether you think that the inclusion of certain fuels is driving you towards the state goals. So I would be happy to work with the committee to look at what the cost to ratepayers would be of adding to or subtracting from the renewable portfolio standard. I think that's where I could be of service.
Okay, so just to add, would the line item on line 38, these words are pretty tiny, non-contract qualifying facilities, and that's been docket number 050201, August 24, 2005, so it's fairly old. This line item receives $121,334. Would that fall under the RPS, or is that just strictly the public benefit?
I believe, as I was discussing earlier with your colleagues, I believe that traces to legacy solar programs. The state of Connecticut has since adopted a new approach to renewable energy deployment through tariffs that were launched in January 1st of 2022. But there are a number of line items in the public benefits that are legacy programs. There's also LREC ZREC as an example of a legacy program in public benefits that we have to continue paying for the duration of the contracts that underlie them.
Okay, so that $121 million basically, I guess is net metering, but is crediting the solar owners, correct? So if, if you apply for a program, you get the solar installed on your house, whatever excess energy that's created is sent back to the grid. So then after, I'm not sure if they bank it or they receive a credit on a monthly basis, basically that charge or that credit is coming out of the public benefit funds. Correct.
That's correct. So net metering was the state of Connecticut's legacy program. It was largely sunsetted before my tenure, but the way you described it comports with my understanding of how net metering has worked in other states.
All right. So now going to the population that I share with you that are renters. As we all know, the renters are majority seniors, veterans who aren't homeless, the working force, and folks in a poverty population. All these folks are renters. They're paying into this public benefit, but how are they benefiting anything at all when they're not homeowners? I believe this public benefit benefits homeowners 100% and some businesses as well. So how is it justifiable that we continue with this public benefit charges when the renters themselves receive zero, except for, let me just share another line item. Under the renewable energy investment charge, for example, Operation Fuel receives $1.7 million. And this is basically just a drop in the bucket. It's pennies compared to what I'm seeing here. The total funds that's collected through the public benefit charge is $359 million. And none of this money is being used to help veterans, seniors, or so on, except for this little tiny project. There is another project I'm looking at. It says Energize Heating Loan Program, but that the consumer has to pay back. So it's not really a benefit, but it does help them get out and loan at a low rate, correct?
That's my understanding. That program is not administered by Pura. It falls under DEEP, but I think that that matches my understanding.
So what part of these 58 programs that Pura controls? What
Uh,
do they oversee here?
What portion of those? Not many. So examples of ones that we have direct control in designing are more limited to some of the recent successor programs that we've designed for the solar programs. But most of the public acts that you see there that deal with procurements made by DEEP. Um, so Pura oversees the RAM process where the utilities are recovering the money, but we don't control or administer or provide oversight to those programs. It's generally done by DEEP.
Okay, so if it was up to you, would you terminate the public benefit charges
Well, first,
as the chairwoman of Pura?
as first, I recognize that it's not up to me. I think the majority of those deal with public acts that have long-term contracts. I think if I could circle back to your question about renters, because I care very much about that. I'm a renter myself. I want to spend a moment because I don't think this topic gets the attention that it deserves. So I'm really happy to receive your question. One way in which Pura has attempted to provide outreach and make our programs more accessible by renters. A good example is our SCEF program, which stands for the Shared Clean Energy Facilities. It's known as community solar in other states. It's specifically the concept that you're standing up a project that a renter can like buy into and receive credits from, but it's not located on their property, in recognition that, they can't authorize the construction on their own rooftop. So we have the SCEF program in the state of Connecticut, which has been operational for a number of years. The legislature has asked Pura to spend more time focused on how that program can be improved. So specifically, Pura owes a report to the ENT committee by January 15th of 2026 that looks at the design and implementation of SCEF, as well as the residential and non-residential components. So we are very focused on improving deployment under that program. Additionally, with respect to Operation Fuel, which I am a huge admirer of, I think that their work is commendable. I would like to highlight and commend this legislature for acting on legislation that we brought forward a few years ago, which allows Pura to redirect fines to Operation Fuel. So historically, when we find a utility for, let's say, a call before you dig violation, or we find an electric supplier, those fines would be returned to the general fund. And we received authorization through legislation a few years ago that allows us to direct those fines to Operation Fuel and have been used to offset hardship arrearages. And lastly, specifically to veterans, which I do think are a class that does not receive enough focus. We did recently also receive authorization from the legislature to stand up what we call the class program, which we received authorization to do in 23-102. It's the program, it's the first of its kind that allows Pura to distribute up to $1 million per year to qualified providers who help consumers get into the appropriate payment arrangement and program that is offered. And one of the 3 providers we selected was Connecticut Veteran Services, because we want to make sure that we're spending the appropriate resources on that community, which I think is not focused on enough. So I hope I touched on the three areas of concern in your question.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so what policies would you prioritize to address a more equitable use of the funds collected through the public benefit?
I would say I would definitely prioritize making sure that our SCEF program is delivering on the benefits that it's intended to. Also, the Conservation and Load Management Program, which is outside of Pura's jurisdiction, it is administered by DEEP. My understanding is that they have been spending an increasing amount of time making sure that those programs are accessible by renters. It's definitely something that I could commit Pura resources to commenting on their proceedings, but it is not directly within my control.
All right, thank you for that. And then, and the website, Pura's website. So I'm not sure about anyone else. I had a very challenging time to maneuver through the website. It's not friendly at all. What plans do you have to upgrade and make your Pura's website more friendlier for the ratepayers, and more transparent and in a way where they can understand their bills and explanation? And will you have it in Spanish and different other languages?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it allows me to highlight a docket that Pura has recently opened. We refer to it as the EASE docket. It's equitable access for stakeholder engagement. That proceeding is underway, and it's focused on making all aspects of Pura more accessible. So some of the procedural inequities that we have identified are that Pura's resources are not currently provided in multiple language. When we do public comment hearings out in the public, I would say that I think we've gotten a lot better over the past couple of years about going into the public. We make sure that we're selecting a location like a library that's on a bus route, and that we're doing it at a time of day that is more accessible to the working folks. And so in this docket, we're soliciting a wide range of opinions. We've engaged the NAG, which is Nonprofit Accountability Group, and other community organizers to opine on how we can make Pura's proceedings more accessible and the output of our proceedings more accessible. And we have started translating some of our YouTube videos into Spanish. For example, we have some training videos on our YouTube channel about how to enroll with a third-party supplier and also how to read your bill. And I believe the latter has been translated into Spanish, and we intend to do a lot more of those. When it comes to our website in particular, I share your frustration, particularly with our case management database system. I have often joked in Pura 101s that the case management database is older than I am, and it is just as clunky. And it has been something that we, I think, and chairman before me have worked to improve. Believe it or not, our case management database system is light years ahead of other regulatory commissions, which makes it difficult because there's not a lot of examples to borrow from. But we are actively looking into replacements. And in the meantime, we are working to implement as many workarounds as possible. For example, we recorded a video. It's a 3-minute video on our YouTube channel that explains in layman's terms how to navigate the case management system. So I recognize and share the concern, certainly appreciate it, and it is definitely an area of our focus.
If Pura becomes its own quasi-public organization, would you be hiring more staff? And also with that, how diversified is Pura?
Thank you so much for that question. I'm incredibly proud of our staff and the diversity that we've led, in particular over the last couple of years. I do not have the demographics off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to provide them in whatever granularity you would like. And like I said, we have 78 staff at the moment that represent a diverse set of backgrounds, viewpoints, professional experiences. So perhaps I can ask you after what granularity you would like that data in. And I'd be happy to provide it because I'm very proud of the work that we've done with the Chair's Equity Task Force in particular, which has focused on internal improvements to equity within Pura.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Haynes.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you for sitting as long as you have. I just have 2 short questions regarding the process of this, and then just one last question. So I'll try and make it quick because it's been a long time for a lot of people here. We've been talking a lot about the public benefit. That's clearly what we hear about from the public. One of the things that I think was said earlier, and I'm asking for clarification, was that the public benefit charges that are on the bills are the decision of this body, this legislative body, yet Pura makes the decision as to whether or not to extend the moratorium. So who's actually putting the public benefits onto the bills in the first place? And then in regards to the decision, as far as how that goes, and how, if we're putting it on, how do you have the authority to extend or deny or whatever? So there's some confusion there as to who has what power and how does it show up on the rail?
Sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So with respect to the public benefits charges, by and large, I don't want to speak in absolutes because I don't have the list in front of me, but by and large, the charges that are that the public benefits charge are made up of receive their initial authorization from the legislature. That's why many of the line items, when you look at an itemization, specifically reference a public act number. Some of those items in the system benefits charge, when we're talking about uncollectibles, for example, I think that is a fair point. I wouldn't say that it's this body that specifically authorizes the collection of uncollectibles. It's historical U.S. Supreme Court precedent. So I should have been more precise in that answer, and I apologize for that. But the statutes that are adopted in Title 16 certainly comport with U.S. Supreme Court precedent. So I was not being as precise as I could when I answered that question.
Okay. So the obviously one of the ideas that have been rolling around this building for a couple of years now in regards to this is that we remove the public benefit charges from the bills, put it where it needs to be put in that. How do you feel about that? What's your opinion on that?
Thank you for the question. I think the point I was trying to convey to Representative Nuccio earlier when she was asking was, I do view it as my role to sit down with anyone who asks to walk through each of those line items and advise you whether you could move it to the general fund and what the ramifications are. I've gotten a lot of questions about like, can we end those programs tomorrow? By and large, the answer is no, not because of me, but because the underlying legislation authorized long-term contracts. So there are penalties for, canceling contracts. There are a few of the programs, like I mentioned, the electric vehicle charging program, which is funded on a year-to-year basis. So if it was the decision of this legislature to end that program prospectively, that could be removed. It does cost approximately 0.003 cents per kilowatt hour, I believe, per month, but that is an example. So I would say I'm not sure I have an opinion about whether they should be moved to the general fund or not. I think there are consequences. There are pros and cons to having it on your electric bill versus general fund. And part of the reason I don't have an opinion is because I don't understand the intricacies of making the budget. So I can't advise you whether the budget making process could even contain the volatility of some of these charges because they are so heavily tied to the regional market on a year-by-year basis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. My other question was, why did you open a docket to investigate Pura? And then why did it get closed so quick? Like, what was that all
Sure.
about?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question, because I think there has been a lot of mischaracterization of that docket as an investigation. It was not an investigation. The objective of the proceeding was what's called a declaratory ruling, which evaluates.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. It's called a declaratory ruling,
Got it.
which for those of you that work in the legal field, you understand like that there are different positions on whether you can offer administrative opinions at times, but a declaratory ruling essentially empowers Pura to evaluate specific facts against a specific law. So the objective of the proceeding from Pura's perspective was to transparently and collectively reflect on the agency's practices and procedures to ensure ongoing compliance with our statutes. We really wanted to have all of the stakeholders in the room. so that we could focus on, the questions that had clearly emerged over the past month to 6 weeks, whatever the timeline has been. However, it became clear to us, particularly over the last couple of weeks, that the current environment has made it so that that objective was not achievable in the spirit, in the collaborative spirit with which it was intended. And so I think from Pura's perspective, and my colleagues and my staff, we continue to welcome and encourage productive conversations and inquiries around our practices and procedures. But it became clear from comments that we were receiving into the proceeding that our largest stakeholder, the utilities, were not going to participate in a collaborative or productive manner. And since we have limited resources at the agency, we carry a workload of between 80 and 100 cases at any given time. The decision was made by the commissioners to close the proceeding because it was not looking to be a productive use of our time and our limited agency resources.
Okay, thank you again for that. So my last question is just, more of a summary and, the one thing is that I come up here and I serve my constituents, right? And
Yes.
obviously you've heard all the stories and you've gotten the bills too. This whole thing is just so frustrating. And again, as many of my colleagues have said, you're the face of you're here and it's around this mess. I guess what I'd like to hear, if you could, in your 6 years, it sounds like there's a lot that has happened, but ultimately what's happened is we're here and we're here with these high energy bills. There's a lot to it, but what in the next 4 can you do to fix it? You got to give me hope.
I think there is hope. I think that the hope that folks should feel is that we are on a path to ensuring that we are receiving the commensurate value for the rates that we are being charged. One thing that has always stuck with me since early on in my tenure is we went out into the community and did a lot of public meetings, both Pura 101s, and then we did public hearings in the aftermath of Tropical Storm Isaias. One of the things that has always stuck with me is a gentleman made a comment during one of those public hearings and said, I would not mind if I looked out the window and saw a Ferrari parked there, but I'm looking out the window and I see a Peugeot. And I didn't know what a Peugeot was. I'm not even sure I'm saying that right, but I have since gathered that the meaning of his comment was he didn't feel like he was receiving the value for the service that he was paying for. And so I don't want to provide any false hope that you're going to wake up tomorrow and your rates are going to be magically less, although we do see the 10-month amortization falling off on April 30th. But through performance-based regulation and a lot of the work that we've done internally to Pura to recruit experts in their field from across the country, to retain them, to put training and succession planning. I really and truly believe that we have some of the best staff at a regulatory agency in the entire country, and we're seeing the results of that in the rate case decisions which we're yielding. I mean, when you think about it, the rate cases, which are our bread and butter, it is where Pura exercises the most oversight. In the years I've been here, we had CNG, SCG, and Aquarian, which all resulted in rate decreases. And then that was followed by UI and Connecticut Water, which received a modest increase compared to what those companies were asking for. And so I feel confident that the staff of Pura stands ready to continue applying rigorous scrutiny. We're not out here to deny or discourage investment that is needed. We're out here to ensure that the investment that's being made is delivering on the priority outcomes that this state has set forward and that we're working to achieve through performance-based regulation.
Thank you so much for your answers. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Senator Hartley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Chairman, it's been a long day and I know it's been very taxing, but I should just say that this probably hasn't come at a better moment. Your nomination before us, you talk about the fact that we haven't had, a rate case by one of the major utilities, and that's the time that you could look under the hood. Well, this is the time that we can look under the hood and kick the tires of our agency and its leadership. And it is so important right now because of everything that all of the ratepayers have been experiencing collectively, and it has put such a target on the backs of the state of Connecticut, not just from homeowners, but also businesses. So this is a really important time for us to hear from you, to learn, and I think likewise for you to, and I know you've been having the Pura 101s and so forth, but from you to hear from us, and so that we can engage in every opportunity possible to really have some outcomes here. Listen, I'll try to be quick, and I'll try not to repeat any of the things that you've had to elaborate on thus far. But so it was very unusual to see a letter coming from your staff, and I don't know if it was all of the staff, but it was certainly a majority of them in support of this nomination. And so for the record, did you have any involvement in that?
No, ma'am.
Was that a surprise?
I was informed after it was filed that I should expect to see it the next day. It was a surprise. It is the type of sentiment that I strive in my management to see, and it was such a privilege to hear them in their own words say that.
Thank you for that information for the record. And was it the signatories of every staff member or a majority?
It appeared to be about a third of the entire staff and the majority of the unionized staff.
And therefore, it wouldn't single anybody out after the fact for having not participated or having participated.
I couldn't comment on that, but I would never. I mean, I think one thing that I have recognized over the past year is last August in particular, my staff were the recipients of over 9,300 complaints from the public with respect to the public benefits charge. And these are public servants who have devoted their life to it and are on the receiving end of sometimes very violent and aggravated. And so from my perspective, anyone who after experiencing that still put their name to a letter because they felt that strongly about it, I think is really touching. But having lived through the public scrutiny that I have in the time that I've had the pleasure of serving in this job, I could not blame a single person who wouldn't want to put their name to that letter, whether they felt that way or not.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And what's your turnover rate?
I'm not sure that I have that at hand, but I can tell you that I looked at the numbers and that when I started, Pura had 67 employees and we are holding strong at 78.
Thank you. And then there have been reports about the fact that we as a state are falling behind with respect to our power infrastructure, especially as we engage on this next generation. We talk about I 4.0, and now we're talking about quantum and AI. And really, it is all about being able to meet demand. Is that the case?
I appreciate the question. As I stated earlier, it is not Pura's role to manage or micromanage the spending or the investment choices of these utilities. Historically speaking, our role is when they come into a rate case to evaluate whether the spending that they have chosen to make is done in a prudent and reasonable way. However, moving forward, we are transitioning to performance-based regulation, which does allow us to say upfront what we want the outcome to be. So an example of that would be performance standards around affordability or performance standards around reliability. We do have some of those service quality standards on the books today. So for example, we have reliability and resilience metrics that are codified in statute. And so I will say that based on the data that the utilities are required to report to us on an annual basis, the blue sky, which refers to days in which the sun is shining and there's no emergency event, the blue sky reliability data continues to indicate that our utilities are in the first quartile nationwide. That's what I would say in response to your question.
Okay, that's important reassurance of that we are in the first quartile. The other then begs the question, and there's been a lot reported in the press that there were positions taken by the regulated community that there would no longer be investments into our infrastructure. And I heard you say earlier in this hearing that investments then translate to rate increases. In your view, are we behind in terms of necessary investments in our grid?
Thank you so much for the question. What I was trying to articulate earlier is that it is the legal obligation of these entities to appropriately invest in the grid, meaning that under 16244I, which is a translation of their original franchise agreement, if a regulated monopoly is not adequately investing in the grid to meet its statutory obligations of maintaining a safe, reliable, and affordable grid, the consequence for that is a revocation of their franchise. So by that I mean, there are options for that. You can sell the utility to another investor-owned utility. There's a spectrum of options, but what I have tried to emphasize is that it is the legal obligation of these utilities to adequately invest, and it is Pura's role to provide recovery for those investments when they have met the evidentiary burden that they are required to meet, and that they have demonstrated that the investment was prudent and reasonable in accordance with legal principles.
Thank you, and I don't mean to have you repeat that because I know you have mentioned that earlier in the colloquy here. So then the next question that to be asked is, they have shown actually very strong reporting with regard to the dividend to shareholders. And most recently, I think I heard you say that in this last quarter, there was an $800 million report.
Mm-hmm.
Can you comment on that in terms of the financial viability of the company?
Sure. So the utilities that we regulate, of course, do quarterly report outs of their unregulated and regulated ventures. The report I was referring to was an investor call on their quarterly earnings for Eversource that I believe was a week or two ago, in which they reported $800 million in profits, driven, my understanding is primarily by their regulated distributed utilities. When it comes to dividends and these utilities' earnings per share and other items, which Pura does not directly regulate, I think it's a matter of public record that when you pull up the dividends for Eversource, even comparing with another investor-owned utility in our state like Avangrid, the behavior of dividending and the rate at which they have escalated their dividend does not appear to be in step with at least the other utility in our state, meaning that they have escalated their dividends consistently and regularly.
So what I'm hearing you say that a grid is in the top quartile, that financially there is financial viability. Now, I also heard you say that you were in court pretty frequently, twice at Supreme Court, and
We have won
Lower.
4 times at the Supreme Court.
4 times, and then Superior Court level, there was multiple cases as well.
We have been prevailing at Superior Court as well, for the large part, and including the Superior Court largely affirming our rate case decision in Aquarion, and there are other decisions pending.
I would venture to say that's an impartial body. I have to say that I tried to, I am not on the Energy Committee. This is kind of a new turf for me. I have never served on the Energy Committee, but it's, yeah, you try to pick carefully. Not to disparage any committee because they're all very, very important. But so that number of times in court seems to be impartial decisions, but I looked at a number of the docket proceedings because you know, I have heard vicariously and also directly that the leadership, personally you, very rough during these hearings. And I want to tell you, and maybe I looked at all the wrong ones, but I did ask to send me these examples. And the the roughest part of it that I observed was a response from you saying at one point that it appeared to give the appearance of a regulated monopoly. I didn't find anything else, and I was looking very carefully, but you know, it was a very small sample. So I just share that with you. But with regard to the numerous court proceedings, how are they funded?
Well, that's a great question. So, Public Act 23-102, which as we've covered some ground today, excuse me, took some actions that included things like prohibiting the recovery of lobbying costs through rates. It prohibits the cost of a rate case being recovered through rates because historically, when a utility comes in and asks to raise its rates, the costs of putting on that case have been passed through to ratepayers, as have the cost of appeals. Under Public Act 23-102, it provides Pura with the authority to disallow some of those costs moving forward. Unfortunately, we cannot wield those that authority outside the context of a rate case. So today, while Eversource has not come in for a rate case, the cost of appeals and other things that have been prohibited by 23-102 remain in rates until such time that they come in for a rate case before Pura.
So we are paying for them with respect to Eversource.
Correct.
Okay. Important to note. And so I'm sure you're familiar with a publication called the Energy and Policy Institute.
Are you referring to, I think there's a utility watchdog by that name?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm generally familiar with that organization.
Okay. And so they're not in any one corner. Are they an impartial entity?
I don't know that much about them. My understanding is that they were founded to look through the utility filings and I'm not sure if I could call them impartial, but I would characterize them as a utility watchdog.
A watchdog. Thank you. So they report in a piece recently that the use of well, let me just be specific. Following July 23rd, a Pura proceeding, which indicated that there was most likely going to be a rate increase. One of the regulated entities initiated a very targeted campaign, influence campaign.
Mhm.
And they described it as unprecedented, where they engaged employees to actually rally in front of the offices of Pura. And there was hired ghostwriters, lobbyist ghostwriters to produce boilerplate kind of communications on this. And then they go on to report about entities, community entities that receive charitable support from regulated community, and how they then are engaged to step forward in opposing increases, rate proceedings. Do you want to comment on that?
Thank you for raising that. I think there has been a lot that I would characterize, and I think others have characterized as unprecedented over the last year or two. Public Act 23102, as I mentioned, prohibits the recovery through rates of things like charitable contributions, contributions to business associations, other 501(c)s. It does not prohibit the utility from engaging in that, but it prohibits the utility from recovering through rates the cost of that. The first time that we saw this under during my time at Pura was back in the Aquarion rate case, which was the first rate case to come before me during my tenure. Where we saw rate recovery requests for entertainment items, for example, sponsorships, other things like that. So what we saw when we put out the draft decision in the UI rate case that the article is referring to, is we saw a large number of comments where the metadata indicated that they had been written by an employee of Avangrid. And I will say that, as I mentioned earlier, I read everything that comes in. Every public comment. I do really feel for those food banks and charitable organizations who provided comments asking Pura to increase the rates beyond what our draft had said. Our draft had indicated that we did not intend to provide rate recovery for those charitable contributions, and that the utility was, of course, encouraged and welcome to continue participating, but that it was our opinion that that did not further the service, it did not further utility service, and that that should be funded by their shareholders.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I'm understanding that this hearing is obviously so important, as I started off by saying, because it gives us this chance to really do a deep dive, and the timing of it could not be more propitious. But I guess my question is this hearing being, or is this proceeding, this nomination, if you will, being tracked in other places than the state of Connecticut?
Thank you so much for that question. I've received a lot of outreach from colleagues in similar positions across the country, as well as folks who have participated in this industry for their whole careers. And I can say that this is being tracked nationwide. I think the implications of today's vote are certainly being watched by everyone involved. I believe that in some ways, the work that my colleagues and I and my staff have positioned ourselves to continue at the behest of the legislature and the administration have been viewed at times as existential threats to traditional ways in business models. And so I think that I think folks should understand that this is being watched and does have larger implications.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the room has started to empty. It's been a long day, but there are a lot of eyes and ears still on this right now. And as you point out through its conclusion, if I might, and I'm sensitive to the time here, I just today, as I said, everybody is, watching, tracking this. I received a call from someone, who said, look, I don't know what's going to happen. And this is such a difficult situation. And yes, we really have to get relief to the ratepayers, and it's taking too long. And so you become the face of it after 5 years because it is taking too long. But this was a convention actually in DC, business convention on technology, quantum and AI. And the caller said, I just want you to know what the conversation is in this room here. And that is that, these opportunities, these venture initiatives, entrepreneurs are saying they're not coming to Connecticut because it's too expensive here and there is too much of a contentious regulatory environment. How do we deal with that ASAP?
Thank you. As I mentioned a few hours ago, I think that Pura will continue down the path that we have pursued for the last year, which is to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table, that we provide as many in-person opportunities for folks to be heard and to have their perspectives heard in our proceedings. We have also, really need to focus on getting out the word about some of the programs that have been successful that I spoke about in my opening remarks. As many of them are targeted towards improving the resilience portfolio and other things of businesses. So one of those items, for example, is the Energy Storage Solutions Program, which has been hugely successful amongst our business customers and helps provide them assurance about power quality and resilience through storm events. Additionally, we have the Innovative Energy Solutions Program, which has itself attracted new business to the state of Connecticut. We're partnering with Connecticut Innovations and the Connecticut Green Bank and universities in the state. It is a sandbox environment that recruits new ventures to the state of Connecticut so that they can pilot solutions to grid concerns. And we also launched the Economic Development Rider in UI's last rate case and look forward to undertaking similar consideration in Eversources. So I think it's a combination of things that we have to continue making sure that folks understand how they can engage at Pura so that they feel that their voice is reflected in the decisions that we issue. And I think it's also important that we start talking about the successes of the programs that Pura has designed with the legislature's support that are designed specifically to attract and retain businesses.
Yeah, I agree. And so just lastly, one of the things that I hear bandied about is, for example, Massachusetts has a model whereby they put everybody around the table, and I will tell you that the acronym is escaping me, and it's not a rate case, but it's everybody who is touched by this, involved, the regulated community, the regulators in the room, so that they are, communicating with each other. And the thought was, oh, only if we had such a thing.
We do have such a thing, and we utilize it quite frequently. So the Equitable Modern Grid Initiative that I spoke about, I've been asked to speak about and is being replicated in states across the country, was really an attempt to turn the regulatory model on its head. We started with solutions days, which so for the 11 tracks that we identified, we had solutions days where we invited anyone and everyone into Pura. You didn't have to file any paperwork. You didn't have to have a fully baked idea. It was, here's the topic, bring to us your solutions. That led to the issuance of what we call request for program design. We solicited far and wide people. We said, here is the problem statement that we're trying to solve. Anyone and everyone, please tell us how to solve any or all of that. And this process that we followed led to the development of frameworks in 11 of those dockets. Since then, we have also instituted in-person roundtables for regulatory meetings where the commissioners are present and we're listening to the conversation, but it's being facilitated by our expert staff. And anyone and everyone who has an opinion about the topic of the day is invited to come into our hearing room and speak up and participate in that conversation. Another example that we have completed recently, we kind of lovingly refer to them as 100-day sprints, and we just completed one in the interconnection space. Essentially what this is a informal process to engage any and every stakeholder. It starts with a notice from the commission, from Pura, saying, here's the problem that we have been told exists. You now have 100 days to go solve that. We assign members of our decisional staff who have the expertise in that matter to go and facilitate, and then they write up a report at the end. This 100-day sprint ended up resulting in a couple dozen consensus proposals for how to improve the interconnection process in Connecticut. So that has yielded a report to Pura that is currently being considered by the commissioners for formal adoption. So I think off the top of my head, those are just a couple of examples of places where we have intentionally broken down barriers to make sure that everyone has the ability to participate in the conversations. And we've made sure that they're adequately resourced as well.
Thank you for that detailed explanation. So I would just want to thank the chairman for this opportunity. And Madam Chairman, I want to say, I do believe you will be approved today, and I look forward to your leadership in going forward. And lessons learned, I think about everything we can do better. And I'll just close with one word: transparency.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Senator Martin, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marissa, you're a tough woman for being up here for 4 hours. So, and you have twins.
I do.
Wow. Good for you. I think you've heard through the day here. I know I hear it on a regular basis, along with my colleagues in the room and all the legislators. Our constituents are angry. They are pleading, I guess is another way of putting it. And there's a sense of urgency that we as a body need to do something. I received some data earlier today, did some simple math, and sort of the rate increases for the last 5.5 years has averaged about 6.5% for 5.5 years. Given that, along with legislative policies that we've instilled here in this building, various programs, the renewable policies that we have, procuring policies, the obstacles to increasing supply, the increase in anticipated demand regarding EVs, AI, that's ahead of us here. The lack of infrastructure that we have. Is it even possible to lower or provide some stability in the electric rates for our customers? And if so, how? And if not, can you explain why not?
Senator, thank you so much for that question. I do believe that's where our focus should be moving forward. Where Pura has had the ability to exercise its oversight on the rate increases most directly in the distribution bucket. As I mentioned, over half of the rate cases that have come to Pura during my tenure have resulted in rate decreases. Moving forward, as I think I mentioned a few minutes ago, I'm losing track of with whom, I apologize. I think that we should be honest with ourselves that we need to focus on providing value for the rates that the utilities are charging. And I think we need to focus on stability and removing volatility. So one of the areas that Pura does not have a ton of jurisdiction in, not very much at all, is the area of supply. However, we do, of course, oversee to some degree, the procurements that the utilities undertake for standard service. We, at the behest of the ranking member, Senator Fazio, during Public Act 23102, we also received some great advice and requests from the leadership of this committee, Senator Duff. We have spent a lot of time focused on procurements and understanding what not just other agencies across New England do when it comes to standard service procurement, but also what other entities within Connecticut do. So CMEC, some of the municipalities and other co-ops. And that report led to a recommendation to the legislature last session with respect to the use of power purchase agreements, not as a financial hedge, but rather as being used as discretionary in the supply side. That legislation was not ultimately adopted, but it is an example of a way in which Pura has tried to look outside of its traditional bailiwick, which is distribution. And we've gone into the supply arena and tried to focus on reducing volatility there. We've also gone into the public benefits charge. We've revamped the RAM proceeding. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, we also dug into one of those contracts and found $4 million in savings. So I think what Pura can and should do and is positioned to do moving forward is providing the rigorous scrutiny that I think ratepayers demand and deserve to all areas of the bill that we can possibly exercise oversight over. And we should focus on reducing the volatility that ratepayers are feeling moving forward so that they can know what to expect and how to advocate before us.
So when will the consumer expect a significant change in their rates? I get the lowering them may not be may be impossible, but it being stable, is it a year from now where they can say, all right, it's not going to be a 6.5% increase anymore. It'll be 1 or 2%.
Thank you for the question. So the 10-month amortization, which caused the big spike, that I think one of the primary reasons why I did not agree with that approach was because it removed the ability of ratepayers to budget for it. That expires on April 30th. Now, the public benefits charge itself will continue moving forward, but we are hopeful and expect that it will stabilize. Which is, of course, been a major driver of what we've seen historically. Standard service rates, which always go down, I should not speak in absolutes, historically have generally gone down on July 1st and gone up on January 1st. That is tied to the regional market. So I would not be able to speculate on that, but I think our historic data suggests that that ratepayers can expect a decrease in the supply charge come July 1st. And the 10-month amortization for public benefits is set to expire on April 30th of this year.
Thank you. You've been here long enough, but I just want you to keep in top of mind is the urgency that our constituents throughout the state, your customers, so to speak, they're pleading and they really are looking to us to make a major change here. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Thank you. Representative Quinn, followed by Representative Gresco online, followed by Senator From Ferris, followed by Representative Fazino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chairwoman, thank you very much for being here. I almost have to ask the question, what's easier, giving birth to twins or sitting through this hearing? And that may have been rhetorical. But in all seriousness, earlier on, we had a discussion about how Pura may be becoming a quasi-public entity. Are there other states where their public utilities regulatory authority is a quasi-public, or are they all governmental agencies?
It is not my understanding that any other state has a quasi-public service commission, but I could not speak in absolutes. I'm just not familiar with any.
Okay. And I know when we spoke, we had talked about the membership issue, and I know you aren't taking any position on that, but there are some places that have more than 5
Yes, that's correct. Having worked in this space for a long time now, I have interacted with regulators in many states across the country. I will say that the most common number appears to be 3, followed by 5. I'm familiar with New York and I think North Carolina, who fluctuate, I think, between 7 and 9. I couldn't speak definitively, but there are states that have. I think the only absolute here is that it's an odd number.
Okay. And probably my last question, we know that rates have gone up. And we know that part of it is the public benefits, which is a whole nother discussion as to why that is occurring. But are there efforts or initiatives that you have undertaken during your tenure at Pura that have kept the rates from going even higher?
Thank you so much for that question. Absolutely. In addition to the rate cases that I have referenced, where Pura actually ordered rate decreases. And to be clear, we ordered rate decreases based on the evidence in the record before us in each of those cases. But those are certainly instances in which rates have gone down as the result of a Pura action. Additionally, several of the tracks of our Equitable Modern Grid initiative have focused very heavily on cost containment and setting up processes moving forward. One of my biggest complaints about this industry, as I mentioned earlier, is the asymmetric access to information. And I'm not attributing any malice to that. I think it's just a fact that the utilities are the ones that are experts in running this grid, and they hold the data. And you have to ask the right questions to get to access that data in the course of a proceeding. And so a lot of the frameworks that we have very intentionally set out and worked on with our stakeholders are designed to make sure that folks around the table, not just Pura, but other entities representing consumers, businesses, et cetera, have access to the same type of information as the utilities do. I don't think any of us are endeavoring to supplant our judgment for their expertise, but we are trying to collectively make sure that planning is being undertaken and the investment that is being made is being done so in a way that works towards achieving the priority outcomes of the state. So we've definitely been very focused on setting up those frameworks, which I think will lead to cost containment moving forward because it makes sure that we all have access to the same types of planning parameters when evaluating those investment decisions.
Okay. And then my absolute last question, with the millstone moratorium going away on April 30th, at least our constituents should see a decrease in the public benefits portion of their bill. I mean, there's nothing that is going to take Millstone's place on that, is there?
So the under recovery associated with Millstone is set to expire on April 30th of this year. The utilities, through our redesigned RAM process, are required to submit their last filing with us on March 1st. I don't want to speak definitively because I have not seen that data. But I think all of the stakeholders in last year's RAM process worked really hard to make sure that we were setting the rates at a level that was expected to contemporaneously recover those costs. So while there are not new line items that are coming onto the bill this year, it is again heavily tied to the regional market and the dynamics at the time that we see it. Over the next couple of months after that March 1st data filing comes in from the utilities, Pura staff, OCC, and other agencies will spend their time digging into those filings to make sure that we agree with the projections on which the rates are being set. So I should know more soon.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your renomination. And I'm very appreciative of you subjecting yourself to this. And I think it shows a strength of character that we need at an agency like Pura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gresco seems to have dropped off. Senator Fonfara.
Good. Still afternoon, Commissioner. I appreciate your remarks today. You're very thoughtful, very extensive remarks. It certainly enlightens me in understanding you better. I'm interested in discussing here in a short period, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you I'll be brief. At least on my end, I can't speak for the commissioner, but
Brevity is the word of the day right now. Forever.
Understood.
Not for you, Senator.
it's quite all right. So it seems like to me that, member after member after member mentioning electric rates and what can be done and the pressure and how their constituents and mine are frustrated by increasing costs. That you have this challenge, and you, including us, of the desire to have affordable electric rates, or I prefer to say costs, or what the bill is, because that's what people, they don't know rates, they know what their bill says. And to achieve that, and it's challenging, no question about it. With this other side, which is accelerating, in my opinion, desires to fill up the bill with things that are completely unrelated or maybe tangentially related to energy or to electricity. And some of those folks that I suspect have that philosophy, or at least it's a historical one, are in this room. A lot of environmental objectives are in the electricity bill that are causing electric rates to be higher. There are a host of things in terms of affordability that is impacted because we have high rates. People can't afford it. And so we have a low income rate, which I've always supported, finally have one. But that means, again, higher rates because the rest of the rate paying public has to make that up. You have uncollectibles because people can't afford it. Again, so there's this pressure that because of decisions, many of which have been made by this building, there's this hypocrisy, frankly, of desire to, and there was a day, and I'm old enough to say remember this, where the term of too cheap to meter, electricity is too cheap to meter. And so we filled up the bill with things that would be very small percentages, barely felt because we spread it across. Well, that chicken has come home the roost in a big way, and you're facing it. We face it. And so the question is, and I've listened to you today talk about, the policy decisions, but you have weighed in. You've said you've spoken to the Energy Committee and the chairman about advising on policy decisions. And that's not new, by the way. Don Downs did that when I chaired the committee, and other chairman of the DPUC or Pura. So that's not new, but you are doing that. And so I wonder, in your philosophy, where do you see, I've heard you today talk about advocating in terms of rates and recovery for utilities, but that's about, as you've acknowledged today, 20%, 25% of the bill.
30, I think it's 35%. I'd have to look.
Distribution?
I think it's between 30 and 35%. It of course depends on the public benefits charge and individuals usage. But I'd be happy to get back to you on a percentage.
But in terms of the recovery by the utilities, it's even a smaller percentage of that, you would acknowledge.
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question, but the distribution rate. So if we're talking about
What the companies earn.
Their rate of return and their return on equity. So for Eversource, for example, it's 9.25%.
That's their capacity to earn, but they're earning about 6% right now. My point is that that 20 or 30% is not what they're earning. It's a much smaller percentage of that.
Correct. The percentage of distribution charges on the bill are going to recover both cost and profit.
So, so my question to you is, do you see your job, do you see Pura's job of acknowledging all these other costs that are being picked up by ratepayers that are unrelated to the delivery of electricity, the generation and the delivery of electricity?
I'm sorry, the question is, do I view it as our job to acknowledge that? I just want to make sure I'm answering your question.
That this building and other forces that have affected what that bill looks like.
Yes, absolutely. I think there are recorded versions of me doing Pura 101s in communities.
I'm speaking to the decision makers of whether they're legislative or policies that have come from various administrations, not just this one, but previous for many years now. As an example, we are at something like 30-something% on RPS for class one. That, you know, I don't disagree with that. The question is, should that be borne by ratepayers, or that should be borne by in the budget in this building? Do you ever engage in that conversation?
We do regularly provide ratepayer impact analyses on draft policies that the legislature is considering.
And on the various things that are in the public benefit charge, have you weighed in on those things?
I would say looking at the list of 56 or 57 components, many of those were public acts that were passed before my tenure. So I've not had the opportunity to weigh in on those.
Do you think they're important that you weigh in on them?
I think
Irrespective of when they became law or requirement? Given, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but given the extensive debate here today about over and over again, what can we do about electricity rates, which is the Department of Economic and Community Development Commissioner has said is an existential threat to the economy of the state of Connecticut.
I think that it is my role to educate any member that approaches me about what the line item is and whether it could and how it could be moved off of the bill. And by that, I mean,
Whether we listen to you or not, you know, whether we tend to listen to you or not, I think it's still a question of whether someone in your role or the organization, Pura, be engaged in identifying what has caused. I think a few members today have said, my rate was this, or my cost was that, my bill was this, now it's this. My constituent said my bill a year ago was this, now it's this. This has been going on a lot longer than a year, a lot longer than your tenure, that's for sure.
Yes, I think that it's absolutely Pura's role, my colleagues' role, our staff's role to try to provide the most objective, expert advice that is sought out from us. And I do view it as my role to educate, and I feel that I've tried to be responsive to both sides of the aisle in doing that.
Thank you. And I did write down that you mentioned a short time ago about what should be borne by shareholders versus ratepayers, and that's an absolutely appropriate process and role for Pura to be playing. And but also in terms of what I just said, in terms of that, as to what should be borne by the state budget. If we feel these programs and initiatives are so important that there be a recognition. I'll just share with you, when I chaired the committee, the energy committee, there were complaints then, and that goes back several years now, about the cost of electricity. And so I went through the list and I said, okay, let's look at it. Should we go back to burning dirty coal? No hands went up. Should we not have a shutoff policy through the winter? No hands went up. You know, should we discontinue the energy and conservation assistance? No hands went up. I think I went through 10 things. No hands went up. I said, well, then, because they were comparing us to CMEC. CMEC doesn't do those things. We do. We require the utilities to do those things. So the question is whether or not that examination should be should be not initiated by you, but I think I'm speaking more to my colleagues right now than I am to you. My last question, Commissioner, is a few years ago, the Energy Committee came forward with a proposal to allow for one commissioner to open a docket, to have a hearing and decide on that docket. In my view, thankfully, that not prevail, but it's back again this year. You have an opinion on that?
Thank you. I think I got a version of this question earlier, so I would offer the same opinion. My understanding is that the language that's currently pending before Energy and Technology that is intended to revert, as I understand it, to 3 commissioners, that the panel of 1 was language that existed from 2011 to 2019 and was not intentional, but rather a return to the language that it existed back when there were 3 commissioners. From my perspective, the concept of panels is not something I was familiar with before I came to the state of Connecticut. As I mentioned earlier, in Maryland and every other state with which I'm familiar, every appointed commissioner sits for every matter. There is not, as far as I can tell, the concept of panels is unique to Connecticut. So from my perspective, any commissioner that is appointed would be to the body would be welcome and encouraged to participate in every docket.
So do you feel that the legislation, whether it was 2 years ago or this legislation, that would allow for a single commissioner to initiate, have a hearing and then decide a docket solely by that one commissioner? You don't believe that is in the best interest?
No, I don't support that approach. I think all commissioners should participate in decision-making, which is the approach that I have been very careful to cultivate during my tenure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Representative Fasino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the word of the afternoon being brevity, I promise I have just one question. So I always find that confirmation hearings are a great opportunity for reflection, looking inward into ourselves and our body of work as not just a legislative body, but as executive and judicial nominees as well. And so we spent a lot of time over the last, let's see, we're at 5 hours and 6 minutes talking about energy policy, supply issues, transmission issues, public benefits. I wanted to sort of turn the question back to you as a regulator. And I think that ultimately this job is about people. It's about the people that we serve. It's about people who are stepping into some very big shoes and making some very important decisions on behalf of our state. And so with that being said, I just wanted to give you the opportunity as we wind down the public hearing section of this hearing to speak a little bit more about yourself and what your strengths are as a regulator. And the reason why I asked that is because I spoke with many people in deciding on how I was going to vote, and I found the most persuasive discussions were with lawyers who have litigated in front of Pura, and some of whom are my colleagues at my firm. And one left me with the impression that it's not just your subject matter expertise, and I think that that's really important for any regulator dealing with a very specific subject matter like utilities. But it's also your willingness to go the extra mile and dig deep and read everything, and your persistence with which you and the seriousness with which you approach your job. And I think you left it with, it would be a great disservice to the ratepayers of Connecticut if you were not reconfirmed. And so I just want you to know that despite all of the conversations that have happened within and outside this building, that there are many people in the field that think that way about you. And so I just felt it important to end the hearing on that note, or at least my comments on that note, and to give you the opportunity to speak to what your strengths are as a regulator, and also maybe 1 or 2 things that you would like to improve on as a regulator if confirmed.
Representative, I want to thank you for sharing that sentiment. It is definitely been a long day. So I appreciate you sharing that with me. I will say that, and I think I said this recently, it's gonna probably come as a surprise to you after sitting here all day, but I really and truly love this job. I really like this subject matter. I feel like it empowers me to make a difference. And for anyone that has small children or has had children, you know that it's really hard to walk out of the door in the morning unless you feel like you're going to do a job that means something. And so I really do think that some of my qualifications that really lend themselves to this job include being trained as both an engineer and a lawyer. In addition, I worked my way up in the staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission. I worked under a Democrat administration, a Republican administration, and I really honed my skills in the Maryland legislature to begin understanding what it means to provide education to not just elected officials, but the ratepayers whom we serve. So I think that combination of experience where I was trained in how to regulate, I have a technical background, a legal background, and really I've spent a lot of time focused on making sure that the processes and culture of Pura within Pura is set up in a way that empowers the folks that are going to be there, that were there before me, that hopefully will be there after me. I don't think that my job is limited to the work that I do while I'm here. I think my job is it's critical to make sure that we're recruiting and retaining the type of staff that are capable of doing the deep dives and continuing on with the programs and processes well after my tenure ends, which hopefully is not today. So I would really urge you that I would welcome continuing conversations after today. I really have tried to make it a priority to make myself accessible, not just to you all, but to ratepayers generally. And I think moving forward, one thing that I would really like to continue focusing on is making sure that folks feel like they have a seat at the table and they understand how Pura reached a decision. And I continue to look forward to results from the courts. Of course, we're interested in continuing what I think is a impressive streak of victories from the Superior and Supreme Courts. But also when things are remanded to us, it's also an opportunity to learn. And so I think that that is, what I'm most looking forward to if I have the honor of being reconfirmed.
Thank you for the very thoughtful response, Chair Gillette, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Rounding out the questions is Representative Gresco, who's online. Go to your screens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully get this done in a relatively quick manner. Congratulations for remaining on the agenda. We've all been lobbied by multiple sides in this, and I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to one of the issues that was brought to my attention, not in your favor, the 96-hour rule that you had issued during your tenure. Can you expound on that, please?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So for those that aren't familiar, the Take Back Our Grid Act passed in the wake of Tropical Storm Isaias contained a number of directives, some of which we've already discussed today regarding performance-based regulation. One of the other components of that legislation directed Pura to establish what has become known as a shorthand 96-hour rule. It refers to the requirement that the utilities using shareholder dollars compensate customers who have outages that extend past 96 hours. There are caveats around that, and it only comes into play when a certain percentage of the service territory has been impacted. It also has some limitations around event levels. The legislation directed Pura to establish rules and practices for implementing that, which, Representative, I believe is what you're referring to. So Pura did have a docket as directed by the legislature to establish the rules and processes around that 96-hour rule. I will say that after consideration and evidence provided in the record, we did institute a waiver process in recognition that there are competing interests here between residents who lose power and lose access to food and prescriptions, with our paramount interest of maintaining the safety of the workers who are tasked with restoring restoration. I think my understanding is that in recognition of concerns that amounted after that legislation was passed in SB 7 and 20, which was Public Act 23102, my understanding is that the legislature did act to remove from the eligibility of those event level ones, which are the most severe. So it took that off the table to alleviate some of the safety concerns. Is my understanding. So again, I will say that, I understand that there are strong feelings regarding that rule. It was a rule that we were directed to adopt through legislation, and we have worked with the legislature to make the changes that were directed, and we on our own adopted a waiver process and took into account suggestions about how and when to start that clock.
Thank you. And then my final question, and the public benefits charge and the collectibles, kind of dovetailing off of Representative Nuccio's questioning, specifically the portion, our neighbors couldn't pay their bill during the pandemic, so the rest of us kind of pick up the slack. May 1st comes around, and the bill is paid. But do the utilities still pursue the individual that didn't pay the bill with a payment plan, even though the rest of us have kind of picked up the slack and paid that bill, in essence, double dipping?
They do. So again, the moratorium was not debt forgiveness. So, excuse me, attempts to collect on those uncollectibles are governed by pretty specific regulations and statutes, but they do continue. And any time that a utility collects on an uncollectible, it is credited back to ratepayers. We also undertook an extensive look at the wage garnishment practices of the utilities in conjunction with our stakeholders, including the Office of Consumer Counsel, and have recently released updated guidelines for how that policy can be pursued. But yes, the short answer is that a utility will continue to try to collect on an unpaid bill up to and after service termination.
And you're comfortable with the reason being, hey, we're going to credit ratepayers going forward, even though we've gotten paid twice for this outstanding bill? You're good with that?
I'm sorry, Representative, it's been a long day and I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. So the utility, just to clarify, is not getting paid twice. They are getting paid through the uncollectible reserve. And then if that is recouped through the customer, it is then credited against that uncollectible reserve.
So you're good, you're comfortable with that credit against the reserve? You follow that and you track it?
We do. We do that through a reconciliation docket.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was wanted to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members of the committee wish to speak? Have any questions at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it up to public Oh, yeah. Well, oh, that's right. Yes, yes. Thank you. All right, thank you. Before we let you go, Madam Chair, we will just ask one last question that we ask everybody. Is there anything in your past that will prove to be embarrassing to the governor, state of Connecticut's legislature, this committee?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We will have public comment. We ask the public to come up here. You have 2 minutes to speak, which we will strictly do on time. If some folks are going to be online, we'll be on the screen. 2 minutes, and going to call people in rapid succession. Representative Musinski. Mary, turn
Representative.
your microphone on, please.
With my
Thank you.
computer up. I'm Representative Mary Mashinsky from Wallingford. And good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chairman. I'm fortunate to live in Wallingford, where we have a municipal electric company, and the rates are considerably lower than the rates of the investor-owned utilities that serve the rest of Connecticut. We even have our own mini Pura. So my district has no dog in this fight over whether this commissioner of Pura should be reappointed, but I am an active member of the Energy and Technology Committee, which I love. And I know that the Chairwoman Gillette has been regulating utilities exactly as our legislation instructed her to do. So she is following the statutes. We approved performance-based regulation. We prohibited utilities from making ratepayers pay for lobbyists. And we directed state policy to move away from fossil fuels and achieve zero carbon electricity by 2040. We required Pura to lower utility costs for consumers and businesses and to improve efficiency while preparing for our climate challenge future. So it's our job as legislators to write the statutes that Chairwoman Gillette then follows. So if it isn't clear, her direction, that is on us to rewrite it. She has successfully led the effort to cut back rate requests to a more palatable size. She attempted to spread the cost of millstone over a longer time to help consumers. She was outvoted on that. And she deserves to be reappointed as an ally of consumers, an engineer who supports new technology, and a protector of the state focused on a sustainable future. And I urge you to support her. I do acknowledge there is a dysfunctional relationship between Pura as it exists today and the regulated utilities. And I believe we can change the statutes to upgrade the Pura statutes to encourage investment in more efficient technology, to spell out how these efficiency improvements should be paid for, to set rules for transparent voting by all Pura commissioners, and to make any other changes necessary to make energy policy transparent and understandable to ratepayers. So, heartily endorse her. I hope that you will too. And even though Wallingford's electric will always be cheaper than Connecticut's investor-owned utilities due to simply historic structure, we can help Connecticut consumers save money with smart appointments like Commissioner Gillette and a clear mandate for Connecticut to upgrade its policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative. Salo Viles. Charles Rothenberger.
Co-chairs Duff and Concepcion, ranking members Berthel and Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger, Director of Government Relations at Save the Sound, and we're pleased to testify in strong support of the nomination of Marissa Gillette to continue her service to the state of Connecticut as Commissioner of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. Someone who engages in Pura dockets and appears regularly before the authority as a stakeholder. I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand the capable leadership, fair conduct of proceedings, and attention to detail that Marissa Gillette has brought to the authority in her role as chairperson. In that role and at the direction of the General Assembly, Chair Gillette has overseen an increasingly complex series of dockets to modernize the electric grid while holding the state's utilities accountable. As part of this effort, she has worked to ensure that the utilities pursue the most cost-effective solutions to providing safe and reliable service, an effort that can only benefit ratepayers. She has overseen the investigation into the utility storm response efforts, the evolution of the state's residential and commercial solar programs, the expansion of demand response programs and other cost-effective non-wires solutions to grid reliability, and the ongoing expansion of or design of performance-based regulations to ensure that utility compensation is more closely tied to utility performance. She has also taken the initiative in increasing the transparency of and public engagement in Pura's dockets. Since 2022, the authority has issued quarterly newsletters highlighting major docket decisions and summarizing them in plain language for a general audience, and providing a schedule of upcoming meetings, opportunities to comment, and final decisions. And as noted, the authority has developed a Pura 101 presentation to educate the public about the quasi-judicial role of the authority and regulatory process, and Chair Gillette herself has devoted many evenings to giving this presentation to interested groups in an effort to demystify the regulatory process and encourage broader public participation. In sum, Marissa Gillette has proven herself to be a strong, independent, and capable regulator who brings a wealth of experience to the position. Her qualification for reappointment to the authority should be beyond question, and we urge the committee to approve her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed Awan? Lori Brown?
Good afternoon, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, and members of the Legislative and Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Lori Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And we work with environmental and clean energy groups from across the state to advance policies that protect our land, air, water, and climate. And we have submitted written testimony in strong support of Marissa Gillette's confirmation to continue her exceptionally effective work as chair of Pura. Her performance today really says it all. Her qualifications are second to none. She's known as a national leader, and other states are looking to Connecticut as a good model for the regulatory environment when it comes to consumers. Since her appointment in 2019, Marissa Gillette has worked to hold utility companies accountable, exactly as the legislature has directed Pura to do. Chair Gillette has consistently followed the letter of the law and balanced interests. And this does include enforcing the Take Back Our Grid Act to protect consumers from stopping the utilities from passing on inappropriate expenses that were being added to your electric bills, such as lobbying and corporate perks. And since then, the utilities have conducted, as we've seen, a very public smear campaign using every tool, every connection, lawyer, lobbyist, and public platform at their disposal to get her out of their way. This is not just happening in Connecticut. There's an effort across the nation by the utilities to dismantle and weaken regulatory authorities in other states. And of course, the opposition to her appointment as our chief regulator comes from the regulated communities. We cannot let the utilities determine how they're being regulated. And so we're asking that all the members on both sides of the aisle on the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to stand up in support of Marissa Gillette as the public's best defender that we count on to keep our utilities in check. So in an era where the federal government is clearly rolling back consumer protections, and give free rein to the gas and oil industries from across the nation, the state laws and the regulators who enforce them are the only defense. I'll wrap it up by saying that, nationally, the whole industry is watching to see who ultimately is in charge, the people's regulators or the utilities. And we just urge you that to vote in the best interest of your constituents and confirm her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Mitchell?
Good afternoon, Senator Duff and my representatives, Representative Concepcion and Senator Fonfera. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell, and I am a public health and preventive medicine physician and also specializing in environmental health. I am testifying in favor of Chair Melissa Gillette. To my knowledge, she's the only Pura commissioner to come to urban areas across Connecticut to try to engage the most impacted people by our high rates. CJAC, the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, which I co-chair, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them. She's come and spoken to our group and to EJ members across the state about why it's important to be involved in Pura dockets. She's told us about the affordability programs. She's encouraged us to participate in all of their dockets, and she's talked about how important it is to hear from low-income people. She told us about the equity and accessibility and stakeholder engagement docket and how to make Pura processes, to try to make Pura processes equitable and accessible to all people, particularly low-income people. So we have taken her up on that. I work with the Nonprofit Accountability Group, and we've been able to hire attorneys and experts to help them to give their message and input into Pura. And these are people who have trouble paying their bills, and they face hunger and homelessness because of that. So the stakeholder, so we've been able to have set a series of 5 workshops to get the message from from these constituents, and we're already seeing results after the first workshop. So I want to again thank you and encourage you to support the renomination of Chair Gillette.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Frank DeFelice? Oh, that's remote. Nope, not there. Irene Scribalo? No. Kendall Keelan?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. My name is Kendall Keelan. I'm an associate attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation, which is a regional nonprofit that uses science-based legal advocacy to facilitate a just transition to a clean energy economy. CLF has offices in all 6 New England states, including Connecticut, and CLF has submitted written testimony in addition to the following statements. CLF strongly supports the reappointment of Chair Gillette to Pura. Chair Gillette is a respected leader with a proven track record as an effective utility regulator. She is uniquely qualified for this position as she is an attorney as well as an engineer. And at Pura, she has implemented legislative directives to modernize the grid, held utilities accountable for their performance, and ensured fair rates for Connecticut ratepayers. CLF also has the unique opportunity, because it works in 6 states all throughout New England, to work with a variety of different types of utility regulators. And as it has been said before by other folks here testifying, she is a national leader and has made Connecticut stand out amongst others. At the legislature's direction, Chair Gillette has also overseen the implementation of Connecticut's Equitable Modern Grid Initiative. She supervised and is currently supervising the state's shift to the performance-based regulation. And as Dr. Mitchell had just spoken to, implemented a stakeholder compensation program that enables small businesses, residents of environmental justice communities, and hardship customers to participate in Pura proceedings. CLF, in short, urges the committee to confirm Marissa Gillette's appointment as Commissioner of Pura. Her leadership holds utilities accountable, ensures fair rates for ratepayers, and advances the state's energy priorities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Lemke, remote. On screen.
Can you can you can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. In the interest of time, I will not repeat, just endorse what my previous speaker and endorser said. My name is Mark Lemke. I'm spokesperson for Smart Water Connecticut, previously Smart Water Westport. And if you have not heard about us, look at the Pura docket. We have been in front of the authority in various proceedings for 7 years, so since 2017, and know the old Pura, so to speak, and the new Pura. I will not go into the written testimony, but rather pick 3 points in that previous discussion. One is the high rate, the second is the down rate, and the third thing is the kind of impartial judgment, what is it, anti-business, and so forth. Let me do that one by one. High rate, I'm actually pretty optimistic because as we know, the high rates or the rates in general are only subject to your legislative action, Pura reviews, and the activities construction of the utilities. You, the legislator, have done a fantastic job in the past with Take Back the Grid Act as well as SB7. We are not there, but we are on a very good way for a long, long time. Things are heading in the right direction. The Pure review has led to a much stringent investment and look at what actually is allowed. The previous speaker alluded to that. So that is important to say, and I would like to emphasize that this is not a relatively difficult problem. It's actually a pretty easy problem because there's no market. It is you that set the parameters for our utility bills. Second thing, downgrade. Yes, it's true that credit rating agencies and downgrades lead to higher borrowing costs. But I would argue that for decades, we had a very favorable regulatory environment. Actually, Eversource Investment Bank said it's very constructive. That's the Wall Street term for basically very investor-friendly regulators. Some of you said it's rubber stamping. So they even said in their investment deck for Eversource buying Aquarium, they even gave an example. And if some of you may remember the 2016 temporary pipeline that was a 10 million expense, that was totally unavoidable.
Thank you. Thank
It
you
was 60
very much for your
So I'll
testimony.
leave that with you. Strong support for Chairman Zed. One last thing, if I may, the number 3. So this come up a couple of times. There was a 2022 customer survey, satisfaction survey, and 70,000 people reported an issue with their utility. Out of these 70,000, 2,000 reported
Excuse me,
the
sir.
issue.
We had 2 minutes. You had your 2 minutes. We have to.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ed Fairbanks. Remote? No. Pua Ford? Remote? Pua Ford? Pua Ford? Oh. Here we go. Hi. Please proceed. Can't hear you. All right, we'll come back to you, Pua. Thank you. Next is Dennis Crow, remote. Let's see, Tamar Ben Simon. Catherine Zikowitz. Yes, Catherine. Hi, Catherine.
Hi. Sorry, let me
You're
turn.
on.
it-
There
Good
you are.
afternoon, members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Kate Jakevich, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. The Greenwich Tree Conservancy stands in strong support of Pura Chair Marissa Gillette. For years, she has been a steadfast advocate for Connecticut voters and ratepayers, often in the fate of great industry opposition. In this time of economic uncertainty and rampant inflation, her balanced and consumer-focused approach is exactly what Connecticut needs, and we strongly urge state representatives to recognize her record of service and support her nomination. She has been a firm defender of the environment during her tenure. Our trees, forests, and other natural resources are increasingly stressed by climate change and the impact of extreme weather events. She holds utility companies to environmental standards, such as ruling that they must only remove the minimum number of trees to protect wires. She also was instrumental in banning targeted risk management, which had previously been used as justification to bypass municipality tree removal regulations in order to clear-cut trees along transportation corridors. In a state as diverse as Connecticut, with forests, cities, and everything in between, we need someone who recognizes the equally diverse and competing needs of a community and when to take a stand to hold community needs over industry conveniences. Her leadership has also been integral in establishing the equitable modern grid framework, which has removed barriers to the expansion of Connecticut's green energy sector. Now is not the time to take economic and environmental risks that would further burden Connecticut residents already strained to the brink by inflation and a changing climate. We need Chair Gillette's continuity of leadership, sound judgment, and dedication to the equity and sustainability to help us navigate the challenges ahead. We strongly urge the committee to support her nomination in order to keep Connecticut on a path to a more energy resilient and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Swan. I'm sorry, Catherine, I really didn't even come close to your last name on that one. Elizabeth Tanaka. No. Oh, hi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairs Duff, Concepcion, and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of Chairman Gillette's nomination. I'm testifying today as a Connecticut resident, but I do happen to be a staff attorney at Pura as well. Before I say anything else, I'm going to use a little bit of my time here to say congratulations and hello to Representative Fazzino on behalf of my son, because Representative Fazzino door knocking in my neighborhood a few months ago took time to spend, I don't know, probably 45 minutes of valuable door knocking time talking to my son about their favorite books. So my son wanted me to say that. I was admitted to practice law about 17 years ago down the street from here at the appellate court, and I was privileged to start my career as a law clerk for Justice McLaughlin and for Judge Alvord. I also spent about 7 years as a state prosecutor and almost as long as a professor of law at Quinnipiac before starting out at Pura as a staff attorney about 18 months ago. And in all of those jobs, I've had to consider something bigger than an individual client, right? Most lawyers have one client and they represent their interests. In my career, I've been fortunate enough to have to consider something bigger than that. As a law clerk, I had to consider the parties, but I also had to consider the precedent that we were setting. As a prosecutor, I had to consider the people of Connecticut and their interests, and also the defendant's interests and witnesses' interests and victims' interests. As a law professor, of course, my students were friends of mine, but also the bars which they would eventually join and the reputation of the School of Law. And at Pura, it is the same multifaceted work where I have to consider the interests of ratepayers, including people who live in my neighborhood, utilities, including everyone from line workers to executives, utility shareholders, and residents who breathe Connecticut air and drink Connecticut water. And anyone who believes that Chairman Gillette spends her time thinking up ways to hurt our state's utility companies or overcharge people seriously misunderstands her character. If the smears directed at her weren't so serious, the inaccuracy of them would be funny. But in a time of historic levels of vindictiveness and pettiness, Chairman Gillette consistently shows up and does her job with inspiring neutrality. She has made it clear to all of us at Pura that our job is to seek the truth and a fair result. Regardless of what mud is thrown at her at Pura, and regardless of who is throwing that mud. She understands the gravity of her responsibility to review the evidence, trust in the expertise of Pura staff members, and consider the interests of all stakeholders before determining what she thinks is best for our state, regardless of the persistent vitriol and threats that she receives in return. And I just wanted to say, Senator Hartley, I'm sorry to say is gone. Chairman Gillette didn't have the benefit of knowing what I know when she was asked about the op-ed, because I'm one of the authors of the op-ed. And so I can say very clearly, she had absolutely nothing to do with it. It actually started out as a collection of female employees, because a lot of the vitriol directed at her is very much directed at her as a woman. And we felt very strongly that someone should speak for her. And then we decided that we should include the men as well, be inclusive. And we went around on our personal time. We drafted everything on our personal hours using our own resources and nothing from the state. And so the reason the list is so short is because we couldn't go around and use state time. We couldn't use state resources. And so many people came to us afterwards and said, why didn't you ask us? And the answer is, I didn't have their personal cell phone number. I couldn't reach out to them. And also, we didn't want to include supervisors because we thought that they might feel uncomfortable being in a position where a supervisor and someone they supervise was also on the op-ed. So to the extent that there aren't more names on that list, on that op-ed, it is not an indication that those people at Pura are not interested in signing on. We also didn't allow anybody who was on probation, not for problems, but probationary time period, because if Chairman Gillette was not confirmed, we worried that there might be some repercussion against them. I didn't have 1 second pause about people who weren't included being retaliated against by her. It's simply not her style. And so I hope that you all have had the benefit of hearing from her today, and I hope that you are clear-eyed and understand what is obvious to me and my colleagues, that a second term for Chairman Gillette is the best chance for all of Connecticut to have a future with utility partners that are well-regulated, profitable, and reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivelisse Correa Brown, did I get that right? No. Diane Loricella? Oh, and then we're going to go back to Pua Ford. I got that right. Diane?
Oh, was I called Diane Loricella, number 20?
Yes, Diane, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll put on my, thank you, Chairman Duff, who's my state senator, co-chairs, vice chairs, and ranking members of this important nominating committee. My name is Diane Loricella. I am a professional environmental management person, as well as a good government advocate. I'm speaking in strong support of Marissa Gillette as a Pura, renomination as a Pura commissioner. I first want to thank the governor and the leadership for hiring a person that has the talents that this person brings to the table, both a scientist, engineer, and a legal scholar. Very rare in these times. Ms. Gillette is an honest and committed public servant. She understands the true mission of Pura as you have laid out, and in trying to see it through has gotten attacked by those who will be stopped when they do not remember that they're supposed to be delivering honest service to the people of Connecticut, the businesses as well as the residents. The changes she has made has actually made a positive impact, but because she has to steer the ship, which was on the shoals, it does take years to do so, especially as I have read over time, when some of the commissioners seem to have, of past as well as present, seem to have lost their insight as to impartiality. There have been many articles about that. She speaks for the little guy and gal at the direction of the legislature. It takes time to move bureaucracies. I spend much of my time, both as an environmental professional and as an advocate for good governance, teaching folks about how to make government work better for all of us. The energy storage solutions and Pura 101 are brilliant because very infrequently do the public really understand when they're paying their bill or looking at it what that means and what the role of Pura is now. I read many of the submitted letters online submitted in opposition to her nomination, and while I understand the anger, the high prices are warranted. The blame and anger is misplaced. Instead,
Diane, thank you.
could I just finish my sentence, please?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, the elephant in the room. As a leader who often holds government to account myself, I think that part of this problem is a potential witch hunt because she is a female who talks tough. So I really would like, especially those from Hartford that I've read about, to look within their souls and understand that this is a person that we do not want to lose. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Pua? Sorry, Pua, we still can't hear you. Yep. You could send in your comments if you'd like. Next is David Pomerantz.
Thank you. My name is David Pomerantz. I'm the Executive Director of the Energy and Policy Institute, National Utility Watchdog. I support Chair Gillette's renomination. EPI closely follows utility commissions nationally, and I have over a decade of experience researching this field. I feel confident in saying that there is no utility regulator who is better respected among public interest advocates than Marissa Gillette. That's true if you ask consumer advocates who care primarily about keeping customers' bills low. It is true if you ask environmentalists who care primarily about growing the clean energy economy. It's true if you talk to conservatives who follow the space and are concerned about monopoly rent seeking. One marker of Chair Gillette's best-in-class regulatory leadership is the fact that she has actually lowered Connecticut residents' bills. Not just slowed the rise of bills, she actually made them lower. In November, the Pura lowered Connecticut natural gas customers' bills by an average of $7 to $8 per month, and Southern Connecticut gas customer bills by about $4 per month. What Chair Gillette has done there shouldn't be such an outlier among regulators. She's just following Connecticut's laws. And yet so many other utility commissioners around the country struggle to lower rates. The reason they struggle is the same reason that Chair Gillette's nomination has been in doubt: the immense lobbying and political power of monopoly utility companies. Avangrid and Eversource's motives for attempting to oust Chair Gillette are not a mystery. She is challenging their ability to pick the pocket of Connecticut's residents. She is effectively implementing reforms passed by this legislature that will allow utilities to make adequate money, but not more than the amount to which they're entitled by law, and only on the condition that they actually do a good job. And that's apparently a very scary concept for monopolies who are used to being paid for how well they curry favor with regulators, not for their performance. And so in response, they've embarked on a campaign to oust Chair Gillette. They've tried to undermine her in the courts, but that hasn't worked. So they've turned to other tactics. I'd ask members of the committee, don't let yourself be manipulated by the utilities and their lobbyists. If you do not rehire Chair Gillette to continue to lower rates and to instill the reforms begun under this legislature's leadership, two things will happen. First, Pura's next chair will, from day one, be too cowed by the utilities to stand up to them. And second, your constituents' monthly energy bills will return to the old ways of going up inexorably without any accountability. Connecticut struck gold in Chair Gillette. She is the rarest commodity in this sector of utility regulation, a commissioner with the brains and the guts to hold utilities to account. I encourage you not to throw that away. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva Johnston? Johnston? Sam Romeo? No. Daniel Healy? Sal Liccione? Mark Scully. Jennifer Weber. Sydney Collins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, please proceed.
Okay. Hi, I am Sydney. I'm a voting constituent of Coventry, Connecticut, where my family currently lives, and am housed in New Haven. I'm also an alumni of UConn, so go Huskies for any other alumni in the room. And I wish I could be there in person today, but I'm here as a young person deeply impacted by the future of Connecticut's energy systems and utility regulation, as I grew up struggling to afford household bills and with my foreseeable future as a customer in the state. So with all this, I am very supportive of the reappointment of Gillett to the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. And young people like myself will inherit the consequences of today's energy decisions. And many legislators on this committee today are mothers, fathers, figures for young people that guide our decisions in your leadership. And Gillett described in her opening remarks today how her family resettled in Connecticut prior to her tenure at Pura. That details not only her commitment to the state and her dedication to ratepayers, but also how her young kids are now entrenched in the social fabric of our Connecticut community. And I say this because I want us to take a moment to recognize how many of our decisions, from personal to political matters, that we make influence young people, and how often these decisions are underscored by our commitment to young people, from how we support our families, to the legislation that we pass, to the nominations that we confirm in this room today. So I appreciate the earlier remarks in the committee today around how one of our senators talked about his own kids and worrying about the cost of energy bills for their future. And so young people in Connecticut are already experiencing the impacts of rising energy costs. This is the reality. This is the reality for the current day for young people. I grew up in Willington, Connecticut, so shout out to some of our leadership in the committee with Willington. And I was in a low-income household where bills were difficult to pay. My family would pool the cost for living expenses, me included, at as young as 9 years old. And credit card expenses were often rolled over and constant chase to pay off. So now, as a recent utility payer with a low-income salary, because the living in Connecticut is a high cost of living, I see firsthand how it's difficult to afford utility bills. Especially living in a low quality housing stock where money literally just goes out the window. And I'm not alone with this. Yep.
Thank you. You can finish your sentence. If you can wrap up, please.
Yep. I just want to say Gillett has demonstrated the exact kind of leadership that young people want to see, who are willing to stand up to utility companies and push for initiatives that prioritize affordability, resiliency, and transitions to clean energy.
Thank you. Lindsay Griffin.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Griffin, and I'm the Northeast Regulatory Director at Vote Solar. I'm speaking today to echo comments heard regarding the importance of maintaining Chair Gillette's position at Pura. My role does not typically encompass legislative matters like this hearing, but I feel compelled to speak today given the importance of the issue. The decision before you today is more about than a single appointment. It will signal whether Connecticut will allow regulated entities to dictate the terms of their oversight. The utilities' attempt to influence this process through a campaign of opposition should really be recognized for what it is, an effort to weaken regulatory oversight when it has finally begun to serve the public interest effectively. As someone who spent 5 years working for a utility regulator, it is troubling to hear the utilities suggest that Chair Gillette makes unilateral decisions. This characterization demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding or a willful misrepresentation of how utility regulation works. Every decision at Pura involves stakeholder input, consideration of evidence, and adherence to established regulatory frameworks. To suggest otherwise is an affront to the dedicated staff and procedures that form the backbone of utility regulation. Gillette follows the rules for Pura developed by the General Assembly, including implementing initiatives such as performance-based regulation as part of the Take Back Our Grid Act, and under her leadership, Pura has instituted efforts to increase transparency and engagement in the regulatory process, initiatives that I, as a regulatory professional working across the Northeast, frequently recommend as a model for other states to follow. Opposition to Chair Gillette's reappointment comes primarily from the very utilities she is tasked with regulating. The utilities' reaction to fair oversight should be concerning to this body. Their aggressive opposition to Chair Gillette's reappointment suggests they prefer a regulatory environment with less scrutiny and accountability. This is why her leadership is so crucial. She's demonstrated that effective regulation can successfully balance ratepayers' interests and utility accountability while still allowing utilities to earn a fair return on their investments. Connecticut's clean energy goals require strong, impartial leadership at Pura. I strongly urge you to confirm Chair Gillette's reappointment and ensure Connecticut continues its path forward to a more equitable, sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Allen? Jared Kirkberger? Clay Cope? I see Samantha on here.
Thank you very much. I'm Sam Danowski, State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. Thank you, Senator Duff and Representative Concepcion and members of the committee. I'm here to lend Sierra Club's support for the renomination of Marissa Gillette to Pura. As we've all heard today during her testimony and questioning by the committee, Marissa Gillette is an effective and competent regulator, and her nomination should be approved. She has a unique and valuable set of skills as an attorney and engineer, and a unique ability to translate the complexity of Pura's work for the general public. As chair since 2019, Marissa Gillette has demonstrated a commitment to protecting the interests of the ratepayers and to holding monopoly utility companies accountable, as directed by the legislature. She's aimed to make Pura more welcoming and inclusive to ratepayer participation, an effort that's necessary to ensure the monopoly utility companies are not the only voices at the table when decisions are made. Finally, under Chair Gillette's leadership, Pura has become efficient and organized in its business. For stakeholders like the Sierra Club, it's clear what dockets are being worked on and what the timeline is. The intense pressure campaign over the past year against Marissa Gillette, stirred up by the utility companies, has been disgraceful. She has handled this pressure with such strength and grace, and frankly, I think she deserves an apology. I'm heartened to see that there's more testimony on the record supporting her, with folks submitting that testimony showing they understand the good work that she has been doing. I urge the members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to vote in support of Marissa Gillette and her effective regulation of our utility companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Hoffman?
Hi, thank you very much, Chairman Duff and honorable members of the committee. My name is Diane Hoffman, and I live in Hampden, Connecticut. I'm here to speak in support of Marissa Gillette's reappointment as Pura Chair. I've been following Pura dockets for over 12 years, and over those years, the utility companies have demonstrated repeatedly why they cannot be trusted to serve the people of Connecticut in good faith and why we need a strong regulator. I want to share just a couple of experiences I've had with UI in my town of Hampden. Due to lack of trust, in 2014, UI was banned by the town from working in Hampden until a consulting tree arborist was hired in 2015. In 2019, UI was again banned from working in Hampden by the town because they were discovered using their targeted risk management program, their emergency tree maintenance program, as their daily operating program. UI wrongly used this plan to avoid the legally required notification, consent, and tree permit process with residents and the tree warden for regular tree work. In 2021, Pura, under Chair Gillette, required UI to stop using the TRM program as their daily tree maintenance. Since 2017, the utilities have defied State Statute 16-234 that requires them to annually provide an estimated time schedule of when they would be working on the streets in Hampden. In some towns, Eversource has increased the utility protection zone beyond what is legally defined in 16-234, resulting in greater tree removal. Pura, under Chair Gillette, has done what they can, but the legislature must be willing to put teeth into our tree regulations so Pura can legally address these utility abuses. Led by Chair Gillette, Connecticut is building a more resilient energy grid by moving Connecticut to performance-based regulations as required by law. Measurable performance serves everyone, including the utilities, if their goal is truly performance and not just profits. I believe her reappointment is crucial for maintaining the independence and integrity of Pura, and I'm asking you to please honor your responsibility to the people of Connecticut and vote to reappoint Marissa Gillette as Pura Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Dickerson.
Hi there. Good evening. Can you guys hear me all right?
Please proceed.
Great. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate the chance to appear today, and thanks for your endurance on a long and information-rich day. This is Jamie Dickerson, Senior Director of Climate and Clean Energy Programs with Acadia Center. We're a nonprofit headquartered in Maine, but active across this region, including with a longstanding presence in Connecticut. I'm also here today to express our organization's strong support for the reappointment of Chair Gillette at Pura. Chair Gillette really is a true asset for Pura, for the state of Connecticut, and for its ratepayers. She's definitely brought integrity and a spirit of, I think, cutting-edge innovation to the process of utility regulation since she's joined Pura. As she outlined in her opening remarks long ago now, that spirit and solution orientation has already yielded many fruits for the states, really during a dynamic and challenging period. Her work on energy storage, her work on reforms to net metering and compensation for solar and storage, and perhaps most notably, her work around performance-based rate making, which we've heard a lot about today, a major reorientation of the entire approach to regulating utilities. That has been tremendously impactful, and we're looking forward to the conclusion of the PBR proceedings later this year. All of that is increasingly important. I think it's clear that energy and electricity is becoming increasingly the lifeblood of the economy more and more. And I think we see that reflected in the intense attention on this hearing today. On the topic of PBR especially, Chair Gillette has really distinguished herself, as we've heard recently, on a national scale, building a positive reputation for the state of Connecticut as an innovator in the world of utility regulation. I do believe the chair is well equipped going forward to bring stakeholders together around the table, including the utilities even, as Representative Concepcion pointed out in earlier questioning, and to nurture a more constructive and collaborative environment in policy dockets and rate-related matters in the future. So yeah, Connecticut and other states around the region need more commissioners like Chair Gillette. Her subject matter expertise is vital at a time when the independence of energy regulatory bodies at the federal level is coming into question. I think the leadership and subject matter expertise of commissioners like Chair Gillette will be increasingly vital for Connecticut and neighboring states. So in conclusion, Acadia Center strongly supports Chair Gillette's renomination to Pura. We very much look forward to working with her, Pura staff, and other stakeholders to make good on the progress of the many initiatives that she's put into motion under her leadership thus far.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert Likey. Did I say that correctly?
Like I said, L-I-K-E.
Oh, L-I-K-E or L-Y-K?
It is L-Y-K-E. It's pronounced L-I-K-E.
Okay. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll try and be quick. I presently have 4 volunteer jobs that all circumvent around being a very passionate veterans benefits advocate. I spent 23 years as a regional sales manager with International Paper Company. My division was often the most profitable division. I know a bit about making profits for big businesses. My last duty station with the United States Navy was Nuclear Power Training Unit, Windsor, Connecticut. I know a little bit about nuclear power, most of all the importance of producing it safely and efficiently. Over 50 years ago, I was the first Republican town chairman in the state of Connecticut. That's history, and I don't even want to go there. The question that brought up all my over research and too much studying and contemplating about whether or not to reappoint the chair would have been idealistically. No. Realistically, I can count. I've seen what's happened here today. I got to hear the lady speak. And I've decided to tell you that I need that kind of representation on Pura just for myself as a consumer of electrical power. I have Carol Hall is my representative from the 59th District. Senator Anwar, Dr. Saud Anwar is my senator from the 4th District, I believe it is. And ironically, my friends and neighbors across Rye Street in my hometown of East Windsor have a different representative, Jamie Foster. Fortunately, I can sit down with all three of them and have a dialogue and agree to disagree, get my points across and get my representation. But I don't have any representation with Pura, and I don't have any representation in the executive branch. Okay, so I'm opening myself up to be open-minded and say, listen to what I'm asking all of the different branches to do that have to do with the bottom line of lowering my light bill, lowering my bill. And I'll get involved again. I'll come out of retirement and be what help I can in certain areas. I am your poster child for the guy that is the iconic example of an 82-year-old man living alone, okay, on a fixed income, whose pension check for the past 3 months has been the same as my Eversource bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. Teresa Eichel? No. Yvette Ayala? Randy Boyd? No, okay. Anybody else, members of the public who wish to speak? Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. Any members of of this committee who wish to speak? Okay. Thank you. We will close this public hearing now, and Mr. Clerk, when you tell me you're ready, we'll open up the meeting. Okay. I will now convene the meeting of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Thursday, February 20th, right? 2025, still 2025. And we have on our, one second. Any remarks by my co-chair?
Nope.
Okay. Moving on to our House Joint Resolution number 1, and our only business today is there a motion for Marissa Paslick Gillette of Simsbury as Utility Commissioner of the Public Utility Regulatory?
I move a
Regulatory.
Mr. Chairman.
Moved, and is a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Representative
I'll
Yakarino.
be really quick, Mr. Chair. My vote is not going to reflect, I'm sure the person's capable. It's just transparency and sunshine that I don't see, and I don't think it's been there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Any other comments? Not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff,
Yes.
Concepcion,
Yes.
Looney, Godfrey,
Yes.
Berthel,
No.
Yakarino,
No.
Vizino,
Yes.
Bonfera, Bresco,
Yes.
Haynes, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Linehan, Martin,
No.
Nuccio, Quinn,
Yes.
Retigliano,
No.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Scott,
No.
Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Senator Harding, no.
Anybody else in the room? We will be holding votes open until 6 o'clock this evening. So until 6, we will recess this meeting. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I just want to say thanks to the committee for, I think it was a long hearing today, but a very good hearing. And I appreciate the way everybody carried themselves and the manner in which we did with the questions and just I think it's a good example of why we work together, to how we work together in the Connecticut legislature. So with that, we'll recess and we'll talk about the next meeting whenever the next meeting is. Thank you. I don't know.
Hi, Representative.
Hi, how are you?
Well, thanks. How do you vote?
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Representative, I got you.
Next week.
Representative?
25th, Tuesday, at noon, and a safety thing. at
Representative, I got
10:30.
you.
Are you there, Dean?
Aye. Okay. May I have your vote,
Okay, I'll
please?
tell you Santa now. Senator Pompeo.
Dean?
Yes,
Senator
hi.
McCory.
Can you hear me?
Senator McCory.
There you are. Hi, Dean.
Hi. How do you vote, please?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good thing. Take care.
You too now.
Thanks.
Hey, Dean, are you there?
Hey, Dean stepped away for a moment. He'll be right back. Senator
Okay.
Martin?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that my vote got recorded.
Yeah, it did.
It did. Okay, that's it. All right, thank you.
All right, no worries.
Bye.
Hey, Foster.
Hey. I'm already here.
Senator, how are you?
Yes, pretty well, Dean. How are you?
Hanging in there. Thank you.
Good.
How do you vote, sir?
Senator Looney votes yes.
Thank you very much.
That's it. We only had the one item, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good. You too.
Thank you.